Jæja, velkomin á þessa Málþing sem Verkís hefur boðið okkur á, Past Lessons and Present Solution. Ég heiti Kristín, vinn hjá Umhverfisstofnun og ætla að vera fundarstýringin í dag. Það er bara svona að byrja nokkrum atriðum. Það er klósett hérna hjá það sem hengt með búlpurnar okkar, það er klósett og svo eru neyðarútgangar hér. Það er hægt að koma hérna ef að það er. Það er upptaka í gangi, bara svo við vitið að því, og það er fullt af fólki með okkur á Teams, fylgist með, og ég ætla að biðja ykkur á Teams að slökkva mikrofónunum. Þegar verður umræður hluti þá getið þið rétt upp hendina og fengi orðið spurt spurninga, en annars að hafa slökkt á mikrofónunum.
Spurning, afsakið. Það er rafmagnssjólið úti sem er ljósin á einhver
Slokkur á þessu 2 mínútur.
Ok. Það var einhver áhugjur hérna. Já, fyrirgefðu.
Já, ég ætla ekki að tala, ég ætlaði bara að þakka Verkís fyrir þessa frábæra málþing sem við erum búin að skipuleggja og bara vona að við lærum öll mikið hérna í dag og það er kannski bara að byrja á því að bjóða hana Erlu velkomna. Hún ætlar aðeins að segja okkur frá svona bakgrunnunum og af hverju við erum hér og svona ýmislegt gott og blandað. Það er góður.
Já, sæl öll og velkomin. Ég er mjög þakklátt að sjá hversu mörg þeir hérna mætt til okkar til þess að fræðast mengun landsvæði og jarðveg og vatn. Ég mun tala á íslensku en glæðurnar eru flestar á ensku svo að gestirnir okkar geti svona fylgst betur með sem að koma hérna erlendis frá. Og til þess að gefa ykkur smá svona bakgrunn hver ég er og hvers vegna ég er í þessum geira. En ég lærði umhverfisjarðnafræði í Háskóla í Sydney og þannig að ég svona í rauninni ólst upp sem mengunarráðgjafi í Ástralíu, var þar í 12 ár og flutti til Íslands aftur fyrir 4 mánuðum síðan og byrjaði þá að vinna hjá Verkís sem þeirra mengunarráðgjafi. Það sem ég ætla að ræða í dag er í rauninni að gefa ykkur innsýn inn í hvernig þessi faggrein var til og hvaða sem að veldur mengun og hvers konar landsvæði verða menguð og hvaða mengunarvaldar eru þá að ræða. Og þá hvernig þessi nauðsyn að faggreinin var til og þessar aðferðir sem við beitum hvernig þær þróuðust. Ég ætla að gefa ykkur smá dæmi hvernig það var svona á alþjóðagrundvelli og svo að tala Ísland og hvar við stöndum og svona mína sýn á það hvert við erum að stefna með þessa faggrein. En til þess að áttum ykkur svona betur á því hvað er mengun, en það í raun þegar við erum með einhvers konar efni sem að í vatni eða jarðvegi sem yfir náttúrulegum gildum og getur valdið skaða á heilsu fólks og umhverfisins. Og ég tala heilsu umhverfisins líka. Það á við plöntur og vistkerfið í rauninni. En hvað er það sem veldur mengun og veldur því að við erum komið með menguð landsvæði? Mengun getur verið í rauninni af náttúrulegum völdum. Það getur orðið vegna náttúruhamfara og þá erum við með til dæmis vatnsflóð og snjóflóð. Það geta verið út af eldgosum. Nú þetta ekki stað. Komið gott. En sem sagt, já, ef við erum að tala náttúruhamfarir, að það getur verið alls konar blanda af mengun sem að verður og ef við erum til dæmis að tala vatnsflóð eða snjóflóð, þá fer það eftir svolítið yfir hvað flóðið fer. Ef það fer yfir til dæmis olíutanka, þá veldur það olíumengun. En ef við erum að tala eins og eldgos, þá eru þungmálmar sem koma í kjölfar eldgosa með náttúruelda eins og skógarelda eða sinubruna, þá myndast mengun eins og pH-mengun eða fjölaramotísk vetniskolefni. Einnig geta verið mengun sem koma fyrir bara í náttúrunni af jarð- og jarðvegsfræðilegum ferlum. Þá verða kannski náttúruleg bakgrunnsskildi í jarðveginum. Þetta á við til dæmis á Íslandi, þar sem við erum með þungmálma í íslenska jarðveginu sem eru háan styrk. Við séum það með vanadín til dæmis og nikkel. Og þá það snýst það eðli jarðvegsins, hvernig hann að halda í þungmálmana og það þarf ekki endilega að tákna að það sé að verða skaðlegt umhverfinu en engu að síður mælist í jarðveginum og þá þarf að gera frekari rannsóknir. Asbest annað dæmi, það náttúruleg stein sem myndast og geislavirkefni og það veit ég eru vandamál til dæmis eins og í Svíþjóð og Noregi. Að það kemur fyrir náttúrulega í bergi og þarf að taka tillit til þess. En svo erum við náttúrulega með það sem mengun af mannavöldum og hún getur gerst bæði fyrir slysni og svo kemur það fyrir að það viljandi eða það einhver ekki farið að settum reglum, ekki verið með nógu skýra ferla hvernig mengunarvarnir skulu háttað. Mengun af mannavöldum svona best kannski þekkt hvað varðar iðnað, bæði eldri iðnað og svo það sem í dag. Við erum líka, það getur komið frá bensínstöðvum, olíumengun, flugvöllum, starfsemi slökkviliðs með slökkvifróður, þar í þeirra og gamlir urðunarstaðir, dreifingu varnarefna eins og plöntuvarnarefna, skordýrætur og áburðardreifing og þar getur verið með þungmála, olíumengun, þrávirk lífræn efni og það verður talað svolítið það í dag. Það eru PFAS-efni sem eru til dæmis í slökkvifróðum, í mörgum öðrum, finnst mörgum öðrum stöðum og þessi varnarefni. En þess vegna var þetta að faggrein, mengunarrannsóknir og hreinsun og mengun. Breyting á notkun svæða í borgum sérstaklega frá iðnaðarsvæðum og stundum þungaiðnaður við erlendis í íbúðabyggð. Þá var þessi þörf á því að rannsaka svæði vegna mengunar sem eftir á þessum iðnaðarsvæðum og þá oft á tíðum var staðsetning iðnaðarins á svæðum þar sem að talið að fasteignir, þetta væri dýrmætt svæði fyrir fasteignir og fólk vildi búa til dæmis við ár eða á slíkum svæðum. Og þá kom þessi þörf að við þurftum að það þyrfti að hreinsa, ekki var hægt að búa á svæðum þar sem mengun frá iðnaðarsvæðum væri. Einnig náttúrulega umhverfisslys eða umhverfishörmungar, ef við viljum kalla það sem að ræða eitruð efni sem hafa farið út í náttúruna. Því mynda þetta alltaf meir og meir þessi þörf fyrir betri rannsóknaraðferðum við umhverfismat þá á ég ekki við þetta svona eiginlega umhverfismat eins og þegar við tala hér á landi fyrir framkvæmdir, virkjanaframkvæmdir eða slíkt, heldur mat hvað varðar mengun og svo úrbætur á þeirri mengun sem fannst. Og í kjölfar þess þá þróast löggjöf og var alltaf meira og meiri þörf fyrir að þróa hana og skýra ferlana. Og svona kannski skilaboðin samt alltaf sem fóru að skýra það að það betra að forvarnir eru betri en lækning. Þannig að það að vera með góða ferla getur komið í veg fyrir frekari umhverfis svona vandamál síðar. Svo ætla ég svona aðeins að tala svona alþjóðlega vettvangi hvernig þessi ferlar hafa þróast, hvernig löggjöf hefur komið inn, hvernig við komið með svona þessar hvaða áherslur hafa orðið í því að þróa og skilja mengun. Hjá Sameinuðu þjóðunum svokallaður mínamatasamningur sem var skrifað undir árið 2013 en tók gildi 2017. Hann vísar í Minamata-Bay í Japan þar sem var kvikasilfursmengað iðnaðarvatn sem hrárennslisvatn sem eitraði fyrir alveg þúsundum fólks á 7. áratugnum og olli svokallað Minamata-veiki. Það hafa orðið ýmsar vörður sem þessi alþjóðasamfélagi hefur verið að takast á við með því að banna námur, fleiri kvikasilfursnámur. Það er orðið betri skilningur á því hvaða vörur eða ferlar eru ekki leyfðir hvað varðar kvikasilfur og síðan þetta að styrkja betur að það sé ekki verið að menga með kvikasilfri því að kvikasilfur það safnast fyrir upp í náttúrunni og í lífverum og hefur verið mælst á afskekktustu svæðum eins og bara í norðurskauti í lífverum þar. Þannig að það var þessi þörf að koma í veg fyrir að það yrði meiri kvikasilfur í umhverfinu. Í Bandaríkjunum eitt stærsta máli sem kom upp þar nefnt eftir þessu Love Canal. Hefur ekkert með ást að gera, því miður. Það var maður að nafni William Love sem reyndar sá fyrir sig að ætla að vera þarna, vildi koma upp bæ þar sem hann sá fyrir sig að hann ætlaði að grafa síki á milli efri og neðri Niagara ánna til þess að fá ódýrt vatnsafl fyrir þennan bæ sem hann sá fyrir sér og þetta var í kringum 1900. Því miður gekk það ekki upp hjá honum, það var bara efnahagskrísa og hann náði bara að grafa hluta af síkinu. Það var svo fyllt með sem bara í rauninni urðunarstaður með alls konar frá bæði iðnar, rusl og frá heimilum og síðan í kringum og það var þarna stórt efnafyrirtæki sem heitir Hooker Chemical Company. Þeir settu mikið 21.000 tonn nákvæmlega settu af sínum efnum út í þennan urðunarstað og síðan var lokað yfir. Þetta var inn í bænum og það var ákveðið að hann seldi þetta til bæjarins fyrir $1 sem var mjög slæm kaup því að kringum 1970 fór að koma í ljós að það var mengun að koma upp í gegnum jarðveginn og þarna hafði verið byggt íbúðarhús og skóli, fór að koma upp í gegnum kjallara hjá fólki og inn í hús og upp í görðunum þeirra. Og það sást að gróður var farin að deyja. Þá var ákveðið að fara í hreinsunarframkvæmdir og það byrjaði þarna rétt í lok 8. áratugarins og það tók yfir 20 ár að hreinsa svæðið og þeir gefið út að það búið að hreinsa það en það ennþá verið að vakta því það þarf að fylgjast með hvort að hreinsun hafi virkilega gengið upp. Þetta var til þess að svokallað superfund var stofnaður, það í Bandaríkjunum, það heldur utan öll menguð svæði og forgangsraðar hvaða svæði þarf að hreinsa og tekur líka á því þegar það verða bráðatilfelli. Til þess að leyfa ykkur að sjá þess myndir, þá er þetta hérna þar sem að þetta síki var hér og þetta brúna í rauninni það sem að gróðurinn var að deyja og þegar það var að vera að byrja í hreinsunarframkvæmdum þá lítur þetta allt svona subblega út. Þetta síkið og þessi urðunarstaður sem var að vinna í hér við hreinsunarframkvæmdir og þetta eru bara íbúðarhús einhverjum megin við. Hér sjáum þið yfirgefið húsnæði og loka fyrir fólki var gert að flytja í burtu. Og þeir ákveða sem eru settu yfir, tóku ekki burtu mengunina, heldur settu ákveðið svona lag yfir til þess að loka fyrir þannig að mengun var ekki að stíga upp úr. Og svona leit þetta út þegar var búið að ganga frá, þetta er árið 2013 og það er samt ennþá verið að vakta og á 5 ára fresti er semst ákveðin vöktun sem er framkvæmd og í ár er næsta vöktun að fara fram til þess að fylgjast með að þetta sé alltaf að ganga eins vel eins og það á að gera. Þannig þetta er svona dæmi mjög stórt vandamál en mikilvægt þess að þekkja söguna og hvar hefur verið urðað. Við sem ekki að byggja íbúðarhúsnæði.
Nú vekur forelminu þetta svolítið langt síðan og að tæknimenn hafði á þessum tíma til þess að hreinsa jarðveg og eins. Þarna hefur við látið bara vera á staðnum, setti yfir. Ég veit ekki að hafa áhrif til milli tveggja stóra vatna. Er eitthvað flæði á þessu?
Í gegnum síkið.
Er þetta talið að vera varanleg lausn á einhvern hátt?
Þessi lausn sem er núna, já, þau telja þetta sé varanleg lausn og eru að sinna vöktunum á öllu svæðinu. Og það eru ákveðnir ferlar til þess að fá leyfi til þess að byggja nálægt. Þetta er mjög vel skilgreint hjá þeir núna og hvernig þetta er vaktað. En þegar þetta var fyrst sem urðunarstaður og sett yfir og lokað, þá var það ekki gert á þann hátt sem við myndum, sem eins og þetta er þarna. Þá var það, þetta var í kringum 1950 sem var lokað yfir og sem farið að byggja á. Og þá var ekki, rauninni þekkti fólk ekki almennilega hvað þessi mengun, hvernig hún væri og hvernig hún myndi hegða sér. Og hún gæti komið svona inn í byggingar. Þannig að það var þá, en eins og þau hafa gert þetta þegar þau fóru í hreinsunarverkefni kringum 1980, þá var þetta í rauninni þau telja að þetta sé í góðu máli núna, en það er þar samt að vakta og það er ekki leyft að byggja ofan á því strax. En þeir sjá að þetta er langur tími og hreinsunin sjálf sem var hafin 1980 tók rúm 20 ár.
Afsakið. Þetta er rauninni engin hreinsun eða þetta er lófið?
Hreinsun þýðir ekki endilega, og þú myndi sjá það frekar í dag, það þýðir ekki alltaf að mengunin hverfur eða fer. Þú þarft að meta hvað getum við farið með þetta eitthvað annað. Erum við að blanda efnum saman við til þess að hreinsa, til þess að binda mengunina. Þannig að það er, þú þarft að meta það fyrir hvert eitt tilfelli. Og þú myndi sjá það frekar svona í dag í þessum lausnum sem verða kynntar hér. Ástralía, því að hún stendur mjög nærri, þá vildi ég kynna fyrir ykkur hvernig þetta þróaðist þar. Og það var svipað tilfelli í bæ sem heitir Armidale og er þarna í norður New South Wales, sem hérna á kortinu. Svipað tilfelli í rauninni með Lofkanal að það hafði verið svona timbur hreinsistöð þar sem það hefur verið með kreosol til þess að hreinsa timbur sem náttúrulega hreinsa það til þess að fyrir byggingar að nota í staura fyrir rafmagnsstaur og slíkt og það hefði bara verið hent ruslinu af því, úrgangnum af því þarna á staðnum og síðan var bara farið í það að byggja íbúðarhús og það var ekki fyrr en að það var búið að byggja þar að það fór að koma í mengun og fór að koma upp í gegnum jarðveginn og upp á yfirborðið. Og þetta reynir þá sagt svona Lovekanal Ástralíu og þetta var stórt málaferli sem tengdist þessu gagnvart bæjarfélaginu að hafa selt þetta svæði svona mengað til þeirra sem var leyft að byggja. Annað dæmi hvernig þetta mengunarrannsóknir þróuðust og eru til í Ástralíu hvað varðar þessa á Parramatta River og Sydney Harbour, höfnina þar. En þetta var á árum áður mjög mikið iðnaðarsvæði og þungaiðnaður. Það var verið koparbræðsla, það voru alls konar urðunarstaðir, alls konar rusli bara fleygt, hvort sem það var löglegt og ólöglegt að trengja og það var opið frárennsli út í annað. Þannig að hún var í raun og svo var hún notuð bara fyrir vöruflutningar. Það voru skip sem fór inn og upp að þessum verksmiðjum og þetta var eins og hraðbraut bara fyrir vöruflutning. Hún var virkilega í slæmu ástandi, umhverfislega slæmu ástandi. Síðan þegar Ástralir vildu halda Ólympíuleikana í Sydney árið 2000, þá var farið í það að hreinsa því svæði. Ólympíuleikangurinn hér og þar hafði verið gamall urðunarstaður, bara með alls konar einhverju rusli og það tók 8 ár að hreinsa þetta svæði til þess að það væri viðunandi fyrir íþróttaleikvang. Þetta tvennt, sérstaklega, það sem gerist í Armidale og svo hvað varðar Ólympíuleikana, var til þess að stjórnin í New South Wales kom með það sem þeir kalla Contaminated Land Management Act. Það útskýrir nákvæmlega löggjöf varðandi mengun landsvæði og það kemur með svona planning guidelines. Þannig að þegar það er skipulag að þá ber að framkvæma mengunarrannsóknir. Þannig að þetta þróaðist á þessum tíma og var að í kringum 2000 var það orðið bara almennur skilningur að mengunarrannsóknir þurfa að fylgja nýju skipulagi og þannig að það var orðið svona almennur skilningur á því. Svo aðeins nær okkur á Norðurlöndunum, en í Svíþjóð, það var svona svipuð þróun þar, hvernig mengunarrannsóknir urðu að faggrein, en Svíþjóð þungaiðnaðarland og mikil mengun í borgum frá gömlu iðnaði sem á rætur alltaf 150 ár aftur tímann. Þessi svæði núna mjög sentralt í þessum stærri borgum í Svíþjóð og það var þörf að nýta þessi svæði sem var drifkrafturinn af því að þróa aðferðir, tækni og löggjöf í Svíþjóð hvað varðar mengunarrannsóknir. Fyrstu umhverfislögin voru í undirbúningi á 7. áratugnum og voru síðan sett 1969. En það athyglisvert að flest öll, ef ekki öll umhverfislög sem hafa komið eftir það eru afturvirk til þess tíma. Þannig að og alveg jafnvel til 1960. Síðan voru lögin farið í heildstæðan búning og tekin öll undir einu umhverfislög sem voru sett 1998 en tók gildi 1999. Og þetta eru 33 kaflar sem umhverfislögin eru og kaflinn mengan jarðveg var svo aftur uppfærður í núverandi horf árið 2007. En svo við færum okkur núna til Íslands. Og við skoðum aðeins hverjar eru svona helsta áskoranirnar sem við sjáum hér og þetta svona út frá kannski mínum sjónarhóli en líka í svona samtali sem ég hef átti þar sem ég vinn með í þessu. Og helsta vandamáli finnst mér að það vantar í reglugerð hvaða verkferlar á að nota, þannig að þeir séu samræmdir. það sé vísað í ákveðna verkferla sem ber að fara eftir. Þannig að það þeir sem að vinna að mengunarrannsóknum skilji hvernig, hvar á að byrja og hvernig verkið þróast. Síðan vantar svolítið að geta betur fylgt þessu eftir, að það sé farið eftir þeim reglugerðum sem eru þegar í gildi. Það eru jú reglugerðir, og ég mun koma aðeins inn á það eftir, sem að segja að það ber að gera mengunarrannsóknir, en að því sé fylgt eftir að það þarf að vera eitthvað svona sem að hjálpar okkur að við fylgjum því sem að þarf að gera. Svo þetta hvað varðar viðmiðunarmörk fyrir ákveðin mengandi efni. Við erum með ekki mikið af viðmiðunarmörkum eins og fyrir jarðveg. Það mjög takmarkaður listi í rauninni yfir viðmiðunarmörk þar. Við erum ekki með viðmiðunarmörk fyrir grunnvatn. Þannig að það svona það sem vantar, og þetta sem við tölum aðeins bakgrunnsgildi, íslensk bakgrunnsgildi fyrir þungmálma. Við erum að sjá oft á tíðum eru þungmálmar í íslenskum jarðvegi hærri heldur en hámarksgildin sem eru í okkar reglugerðum mengan jarðveg. Svo það sem ég hef lent í og reykjum á sem ráðgjafi að það, og sérstaklega ég tók eftir þegar ég fyrst kom til Íslands að það tækin og tólin sem við höfum til að framkvæma okkar vettvangsvinnu. Eitthvað sem ég var vön að í Ástralíu þá getum við bara leigt okkur tækin til að fara út á svæði svo og mæla eða annað. Það var bara ekki til á Íslandi. Við höfum farið í það að kaupa þessi tækin til okkar hjá Verkís til að geta gert þessar mælingar sem ég tel að við þurfum að gera. Og svo þetta líka bara fjarlægðirnar. Og þá aðalega kannski ég að hugsa svona erlendis, því að við þurfum gjarnan að senda sýni erlendis til rannsókna eða við þurfum að fá eitthvað tæki erlendis frá. Þannig að það svona kannski hægistundum á hvernig við náum að vinna okkar vinnu. Og svo þetta bara með okkar dásamlega veður og okkar árstíðir, að við höfum kannski svona takmarkaði tíma heldur en eins og í Ástralíu að framkvæma jarðvegsrannsóknir að þegar jörðin frosin að þá náttúrulega getur það verið erfiðara að taka jarðvegssýni. Hér svona listi sumar af þeim lögum og reglugerðum sem við og leiðbeiningum sem við erum með í dag. Og þetta ekki tæmandi listi, en bara svona dæmi það sem við höfum og eigum að fara eftir. Til dæmis þetta, við erum með reglugerð losun frá atvinnurekstri og mengunarvarnaeftirlit og þar grein starfsleyfisskilyrði, að mengandi starfsemi ber að hafa starfsleyfi og inni í þeirri grein að starfsleyfi skuli að lágmarki fela í sér, og það eru ákveðnir punktar, meðal annars aðferðafræði við mælingar, tíðni og matsferli. Og það meðal annars gerð kraf það að sé faggiltir rannsóknaraðilar. Eða það getur verið, og settir kröfur það að fari sér eftir IST stöðlum eða alþjóðlegum stöðlum sem að Umhverfisstofnun til mikilvægt að sé farið eftir. Þannig að þetta kemur fram í reglugerðinni og það svona viðleitni, ég segi viðleitni vegna þess að mér finnst stundum eins og það vant upp á það að við vitum af þessu, að þetta standi þarna inni, að við viljum hafa vísindalegar aðferðir við rannsóknirnar. Þarna kemur líka fram að í starfsleyfi þurfa að vera viðmiðunarmörk fyrir losun ákveðinna efna. Þannig að við skiljum hvað er leyfilegt. Og þetta það til þess að tryggja vernd, jarðvegs og grunnvatns. Og að sjálfsögðu yfirborðsvatns þarna, en þetta er það sem kemur sérstaklega fram í reglugerðinni. Í reglugerð varnir gegn mengun vatns, þá svona vatn flokkað, það eru gæðamarkmið og umhverfismörk fyrir vatn gefin það og líka gefin upp losunarmörk vegna ýmissa hættulegra og óæskilegra efna í vatni. Það tekur til hvers konar atvinnurekstur hér á landi en getur líka tekið til einstaklinga eftir því sem við á. Það er ákveðin forgangsefni sem eru gefin upp sem að það þarf að tryggja að losun þeirra verði hætt og að styrkur þeirra aukist ekki miðað við það sem er núverandi ástand. Og það sem sagt að vera talað verndun neysluvatns undir þessari reglugerð og það eru ákveðin umhverfismörk en þau eru meira sem lúta að yfirborðsvatni og seti. Það er ekki talað grunnvatn. Þannig að í grunnvatnsreglugerðinni þar er meira, það eru listar yfir ákveðin efni sem má ekki losa og svo listar önnur efni sem eru svona þarf að skoða betur en það er engin viðmiðunarmörk gefin hver styrkur þessar efnanna má vera. Þannig að við höfum það ekki fyrir okkar grunnvatn. Við höfum neysluvatnsreglugerð og það eru ákveðin viðmiðunargildi eða mörk, en hins vegar á það líka við bara hvað kemur út úr krananum eða ef þú kaupir vatn á flösku. Þetta er svona viðmiðunargildi fyrir það, ekki sérstaklega fyrir bara úr grunnvatninu. Og þannig að það náttúrulega kannski á ekki alltaf við þegar við erum að mæla grunnvatn að nota neysluvatnsviðmiðunarmörk ef þetta vatn er ekki endilega hugsað sem neysluvatn. Og talandi viðmiðunarmörk að þá getum við verið með svo mismunandi mörk. Við getum verið með mörk sem eru kannski meira hugsuð sem svona trigger values. Þá er það í rauninni, þú ferð og tekur sýni. Það fer eftir hvort það á við núna, ég er að skoða flæði.
Það á við núna, ekki.
Ok.
Þegar þú talar viðmiðin, þannig það stendur helst í vegi fyrir að við erum ekki með viðmið, til dæmis fyrir einhverju grunnvatni.
Þetta er frábær spurning.
Já.
Ég er ekki með svarið,
Nei.
hvað stendur í vegi. Frábær spurning og þetta er það sem við þurfum að umræðan sem þarf að vera. Og hvernig við getum bara í rauninu unnið saman með að finna lausn á þessu. En ég ætla að segja eins og með viðmiðunarmörk, það getur verið með það sem við vinnum oft með, ég vann oft með í ástúli, það er trigger values. Það er í rauninu þá ferð og tekur sýni og þú sér að það fer yfir ákveðið gildi, það er meira svona, það fara viðvörunarbjöllur á stað. Við þurfum að skoða þetta betur. Hér getur verið eitthvað alvarlegt ástand. Því að við erum eins og fyrir mengaðan jarðveg, við erum bara með hámarksgildi. Þýðir það að það má bara ekki vera hærra en þetta gildi. Hvernig getur það virka fyrir íslenska jarðveg sem er með hærri bakgrunnsgildi? Kannski eiga þessi gildi, ég bara varpið svona, að vera trigger values og vera svona viðvörun. Við þurfum að skoðum betur, af hverju þetta gerast. Bara smá svona þessa hugsun.
Þegar maður horfa á neysluvatn og það sem fá þá frá grunnvatni, þá sýnst mér að hafa verið aðalega hugsað örveru.
Já, mjög mikið, alveg samt hér. Já.
Og þá vil ég hafa verið mælt þessi efnagildi fyrir, þungmálma og svona sem getur verið hærri í okkar jarðvegi en annars staðar.
Í neysluvatninu okkar?
Í neysluvatninu, já.
Já, ég man eftir að þegar ég gerði BS-verkefni mitt fyrir örfáum ár síðan með Háskóla Íslands, þá var ég að skoða einmitt neysluvatnið og tók sjálf sýni úr bara krana á nokkrum heimilum og síðan bar ég saman við frá Gvendabrunnum og þar sem við erum að fá vatnið og ég man þá að það var verið að mæla þessi gildi, það var verið að mæla málma, vöktun. Ég hef ekki kannað aftur bara nýlega því að ég hef ekki verið að vinna í slíkum verkefnum en ég gerir ráð fyrir að það sé skoðað.
Já, ég er svona. Er þetta einhverja bjöllur sem að hringja þar og fá gildi fyrir fólk að neyta eða?
Þetta er bara góð punktur og eitthvað sem við þurfum að vera vakandi fyrir. Við þurfum alltaf að vera vakandi fyrir þörf á að skoða betur verkferlan okkar, hvað við erum að vakta og hvað gildi, hvað efni við erum að vakta, þurfum að bæta ykkur við, eitthvað nýtt að koma upp sem við höfum ekki gert áður, þau muni heyrum það meira einhverju eftir líka. Þannig varðandi, við erum með byggingarreglugerð og í byggingarreglugerð, í 15. grein byggingarreglugerðar, tekið fram að það beri að framkvæma mat á mögulegri mengun við undirbúning og hönnun vegna byggingar mannvirkis, þá skal meti hvort líkur á mengun sé á svæðinu, þar sem fyrirhuga mannvirkja og rísa. Og sé ástæða til að ætla að mengun sé í jarðvegi, þá ber að meðhöndla í samræmi við ákveð laga meðhöndlun úrgangs og reglugerðar þar. En það sem að mér finnst vanta í þessu reglugerð, það hefur þetta tækifæri til að koma mínum svona sjónarhorni áfram, það hver á að meta þetta og hvernig á að meta þetta. Það þarf að vera skýrt að það þarf að vera fagaðili sem metur hvort mengun sé að ræða og svo vísað í hvaða verkferla á að beita. Til þess að það sé, ef þetta stendur svona og þú lítur á svæðið og segir, nei, ég er búin að meta þetta ekkert mengað og ég ætla að fara að byggja. Svo kemur í ljós seinna að það var mengun. Þannig að þetta þarf að skýra og svona, og það þarf að vera þessi skilningur af hverju, hver ástæðan og alltaf í rauninni loka ástæðan fyrir því að við ekki framkvæmum þetta til þess að stuðla að betri lífsskilyrðum og þessi heilsa fólks og umhverfisins það sem við viljum tryggja að sé í lagi. Við erum með, Umhverfisstofnun með leiðbeiningar líka á sinni heimasíðu. Það eru þarna leiðbeiningar hvernig eigi að meðhöndla olíumengaðan jarðveg og síðan erum við líka með leiðbeiningar, það inn á heimasíðunni.
Þannig ég verið faldið út.
Ég er nefnilega ákvað að tjekka það ennþá. Já, kannski það eru gamlar, það samt margt inni þarna sem alveg samræmist því svona vinnuferlum, en þetta þarf að uppfæra það. Fyrirgefðu Kristín ef ég en ég vil að tjekka hvað það var inn á og ég fann það með Google.
Það verið faldið út á morgun.
Ok, þá strokum við þetta út og setjum eitthvað nýtt í staðinn. En og svo komin inn, kom í fyrra leiðbeiningar þessi viðmiðunarmörk og hvernig á að nota þau og hvað þau þýða og svona í rauninni, þetta svona fyrsta skrefið til þess að koma þessum ferlum áfram.
Þetta til að fara örstutt á gleruna undan.
Ok. Þá höldum við áfram.
Eru til einhver valkvæð kerfi viðmiða og ferla sem að metnaðir aðalega geta kosið að fylgja eins og séð í brefinu?
Það til dæmis þessar staðlar sem eru inni hjá staðlaráði. Þeir eru ekki það er ekki krafan reglugerð vísar í og þú vísar í þarna íslenska staðla. Þessi staðlar, ISO-staðlar, þeir hafa ekki allir verið gerðir af IST-stöðlum. Við erum með þessi neðsti sem snýr að, það kallast Conceptual Site Model, við höfum þýtt það sem huglagt svæðislíkan og það í rauninni það sem þú ert að taka saman alla vitneskju svæðið og svona í rauninni byggja upp svona hver staðan, hvað vitum við, sjáum við einhver stað það sem vantar gögn og þá förum við og bætum því við. Þannig að það lýsir í raun því ferli hvernig það aflar gagnanna, en inn á staðlaráði erum við með ISO-staðla sem lýsa því hvernig við förum í forathugun. Það í desktop-vinnan, þar sem við drögum alla söguna, við skoðum gamlar ljósmyndir, við skoðum loftmyndir, eru aðrar skýrslur, hvað vitum við, tölum við fólk. Þannig að það sem í forathugunum dregur fram allt það sem þú veist, og svo ferð í næsta skref þar sem þú ferð í ítarlegri athugun og ferð og tekur sýni eða þú telur út frá forathuguninni að mengun sé að ræða. Þannig að það inn á staðlaráði, leiðbeiningar og þetta samræmist því sem verið að nota til dæmis í Ástralíu, þar sem í Svíþjóð, Bretlandi, þessum svona viðurkenndu aðferðum við rannsóknir.
Nú tengist þetta miklum hætti þessum gulrótum sem að fyrirtæki sjá til dæmis græn fjármögnun og eitthvað sem hefur drifið áfram í annars konar umhverfismálum?
Ég veit í rauninni ekki alveg hvernig það drífur áfram, en í rauninni mín sýn svo að við þurfum að koma þessu inn, þessum þekkingu og þessum skilningi inn í okkar ferla, að þetta sé leiðina sem við eigum að fylgja þegar við erum mengunarson og þetta sé gæðastimpillinn á verki sem við erum að vinna.
einhver eftirlíkni með byggingarreglugerðinni? Þú veist, ef þetta skylda eða þannig að athuga hvort að jarðvegurinn mengaður þú veist að fara að gera eitthvað mannvirki eða byggingu hvað sem eitthvað í eftirlitinu hjá í kerfinu sem fylgist með þetta sé gert, hvort sem það horft á það eða einhver sýnitæki. Ég man ekki eftir að hafa þurft að sýna neins staðar fram.
Þetta bara mjög góð punktur og ég held að svarið sé ekki, nei, að það vantar. Ég veit ekki, ég er með fólkinn í Sandnes sem frá heilbrigðiseftirlitinu og umhverfisstofnun sem gæti svarað þessu betur en eftir því sem að ég sé og að gerast í kringum mig, þá held ég að það því miður þá sé vant upp á það.
Þessu tengt, svo fyrir að þetta ætti að vera eitthvað svona trigger í þegar sóttu byggingarleyfi eða annað, að þú spurður?
Já, það veit ekki, já, Guðjón.
Já, þetta heilbrigðiseftirlitið Reykjavíkur. Með nýfarin og byggingarfulltrúi og líka þegar að sækja byggingarleyfi og þetta bara byrjaði núna þegar að vera að sækja byggingarleyfi á Höfnum, það sem náttúrulega vera að breyta iðnaðarsvæði í íbúðarsvæði. Þá eru báðir að fara að setja inn athugasemdir þegar kemur inn umsóknum hvort að mengunarrannsóknin hafi verið fram, hvernig niðurstaðan sé og það er að sýna fram á að það sé hægt fram til byggingar. Þetta er eiginlega það nýbyrjað að við erum ekki farin að fá einu sinni viðbrögð við þessum athugasemdum við fyrstu ítrúinu teikningunum menn. Þetta er rétt að byrja og vera að vekja athygli á þessu líka náttúrulega bara komið inn hjá byggingarmetra og skipulagi.
Frábært, þetta mjög gott skrif. Frábært að heyra þetta.
Það líka kannski áhugavert að vita, ég að sjá Guðjónin þess skipti og oft átt það.
Samskipti.
Oft átt Teams samtalið en þú veist líka það bara áðurlega skylda að taka sýni eða hægt að sýna fram á það bara með hvernig landið byggðist upp að það sé ekki mengun.
Já, mín skoðun og ekki bara skoðun, ég byggi það á minni reynslu sem ráðgjafi í Ástralíu að þá ferði í þetta byrjarásferli. Til forathugunar skýrsla, þar sem var tekin saman sagan. Ef hún ekki til, þá byrjar þar og það fyrsta skrefið til að skoða hver staðan möguleg mengunarstaða svæðisins. En þegar þú tekur saman söguna og þú sér, hér var nú einhvern tímann einhver verksmiðja eða hér var einhvern tímann stórt slys eða það kviknaði í. Og þá fer hér, þá fær að vakna svona, það gæti verið mengun. En ef þú ert að skoða kannski eitthvað svæði þar sem að, segjum bara dæmi, var kannski sveitabær eða einhvern tímann í fyrndinni og þú sérð ekki neitt annað, hefur engar aðrar svona athafnir eða atvinna átt stað sem vekur grun mengun, þá stoppar það bara þar. Þá það nóg sem niðurstaða. En þú þarft ekki alltaf að taka sýni nema þú hafi farið gegnum þessa forathugun og séð að sagan segir það mjög líklega mengun hérna og nú þurfum við að fá einhverja tölulega niðurstöður. Það ferli getur líka alveg tekið svolítinn tíma vegna þess að þú kannski þú tekur nokkuð sýni til þess að svona átta það á stöðunni. Hvort fæ ég eitthvað hitt, svo sé ég eitthvað að það eitthvað mengun og þá getur þurft að fara í nánar til þess að kortleggja því þú ætlar ekki að fara í hreinsun á einhverju risastóru svæði út frá bara einhverjum einum punkti eða slíkt. Þannig að þetta svona nokkur skref.
Ég veit upp á tóna þetta að það frábært að ekki komin svona athugasemdir þegar að vera sendin byggingarleyfi eða ástætt byggingarleyfi en þetta ekki einhver tryggist að fara að koma miklu fyrir því að kemur því svo tilbaki á þeim sem að fara að byggja að fá þetta bara þegar það sækir byggingarleyfi og svo kemur kannski eitthvað í ljós og það bara ár 2 fara í súgi. Já,
þetta þarf að vera alveg upphafi skipulagsferils.
Það verið að vinna því líka hjá Reykjavíkurborg í samstarfi skipulags og framkvæmd og viðhalds. Framkvæmd og viðhalds og heilbrigðiseftirlit.
Það getur haft áhrif á hvernig svæðið er skipulagt. Þegar þú farið niðurstöðu mengunar og þá segir ok, við ætlum ekki að setja skóla á þetta svæði, við ætlum ekki að hafa viðkvæma viðtaka sem þeir sem geta orðið fyrir mengunni á þessu svæði. Við ætlum skipuleggja hér ætlum við frekar að hafa vegina eða annað. Og þetta náttúrulega ferli sem tekur langan tíma.
Einhvern tíu á heilbrigðiseftirliti Kragans að þetta eini staðurinn þar sem byggingarfulltrúaembættin að gera eitthvað í þessa veru, það í Reykjavík. Hvergi á landinu sem til. Og byggingarfulltrúaembættin skortir bara verkfæri. Það stóra vandamálið. Það eins og segir, með verkferðan. Það vantar alls það verkferðan.
Já, þetta og þess vegna svo dásamlegt að við séum að koma hérna saman og tala saman til þess að geta hjálpast að með þetta. Og eitt annað sem ég séð og ég veit að Reykjavíkurborg hefur svona lagt upp með að vera votta, gera breiðanvottuð verkefni sín. En breiðan kemur frá Breitlandi. Jackie would be familiar with Breham, right? From the UK?
So the UK, yeah, for the buildings, etc.
Yeah, we have Breham Communities and Breham Infrastructure.
Okay.
Yeah. Þannig að Breham Communities sem sagt snýr að þeirra vera skipuleggja ný svæði. Eitt af aðalkröfunum þar að framkvæma mengunarrannsóknir. Og þar sem sagt þessar 2 kröfur sem eru aðalkröfurnar og þær samræmast í rauninni hvað kemur fram í ISO-stöðlunum sem ég var að tala áðan, af því að þetta sem sagt byggt á breskum stöðlum og þeir eru svipað eins og í ISO-stöðlunum. Og þetta mjög jákvætt skref af því að það fer að byggjast þessi skilningur á hvað þetta þýðir og það þurfa að vera í upphafi ferilsins. Ekki alltaf að gerast hjá okkur núna, að kannski gleymist svolítið, að gleymast hvenær þetta þarf að vera og svona að hversu langan tíma þetta tekur og þá getur það náttúrulega valdið svolítið svona frustrasjón að þetta sé eitthvað sem stoppar verkið. Þess að þurfi bara að það þarf að koma sér skilningi og þekkingu áfram að þetta þarf að gerast í upphafi. En þegar ef þú vottar, ef þú ert búin að framkvæma þessar rannsóknir og þú ert með upplýsingar mengunarstöðu svæðisins, þá í mínum huga þá ertu að auka gildi eða virði þessa svæðis alveg gríðarlega. Svo Umhverfisstofnun komið með svæðin hjá sér sem tileinkað menguð jarðvegi. Ég ætla ekki að sýna ykkur þetta því ég þarf að halda áfram. En þarna inni getið þið séð að það er komin inn vefsjá sem sýnir menguð landsvæði. Þið getið sent inn tilkynningu þar sem einhver grunar að mengun sé. Það er hægt að gera það nafnlaust ef þið kjósið það. Og þá fer það inn á vefsjána. Og í rauninni hugmyndin sú að þarna höfum allar upplýsingar, þú getur farið þarna inn og séð hvar eru mögulega menguðsvæði og það verður svo byggt inn á að sagt, ok, nú búið að framkvæma rannsókn, hér liggja fyrir niðurstöður rannsóknir fyrir þetta menguðsvæði. Hér búið að hreinsa, það var gert á þennan hátt, þá hefur þær niðurstöður líka. Þannig að þetta svona hugmyndin að þarna sé tekið saman, svolítið eins og þetta superfund í Bandaríkjunum, það sem svona heldur utan hvar menguð landsvæði En hvað var að hreinsun á Íslandi að við náttúrulega áttum okkur alveg á því að jarðvegur óendurnýjanleg auðlind. Og ef þið hugsaðu það, auðvitað hreinsum við jarðveginn, auðvitað hugsum við jarðveginn okkar. Þetta óendurnýjanleg auðlind. Það sem hefur verið mest gert á Íslandi þetta að moka jarðveginum upp og fara með í urðum. Og setja svo hreinan jarðveg aftur staðinn. Við erum að fara með jarðveg óendurnýjanlega auðlind í urðum að taka upp pláss á urðunarstöðum þegar við getum hreinsaðan og nýtt hann aftur. Og hreinsun getur verið á svo margvíslegan hátt og þið munið sjá meira það eftir. Þannig að þá erum við bara að færa til vandamálið, ekki að takast á við það. Og svo talað svona sjálfbærar leiðir til hreinsunar og það verður ýmislegt hér eftir hvernig þær eru. Mig langar að finna fyrir einhver verkefni sem við unnum á Hofsósi fyrir Envytech. Það sem við svona lögðum til leið til að hreinsa svæði þar sem var ekki bara verið að grafa allt upp bara með í urðun. Það er hægt að sjá skýrsluna inn á heimasíðu Umhverfisstofnunar, okkar rannsóknir og tillögu að úrbótaáætlun. En fyrstu hreinsunaraðgerðir sem voru farið í þessu verkefni var það var lag bensíngeymir, fór út í jarðveginn við kaupfélagið undir aðalgötuna og áttina sjónum og undir íbúðarhús. Geymarnir voru teknir upp og við fórum í frumrannsókn til að átta okkur á stöðinni. Jarðvegurinn var mikið af jarðveginum var fjarlægt það sem geymarnir sjálfur voru. Síðan var að farið í það að bæta loftgæði í húsunum. því að það var komin bensínlykt inn í íbúðarhúsin og það hluti af hreinsunaraðgerðum eru þessar mótvægisaðgerðir. Það var verið að soga loft undan borplötum húsa, það var farið í það að þétta húsin og gerður yfirþrýstingur innandyra til að halda menguðu lofti utan við húsin. Síðan fórum við í vöktun á svæðinu. Rokgjörnefni sem kom úr bensíni stíga upp í jarðveginum, úr jarðveginum og við vöktuðum það. Þetta svona bara yfirsýn hvernig staðan var. Geimurinn sem að lag var hér og tekin upp. Þetta eru það sem við tókum sýni og við sáum það var engin mengun í þess átt. Hún var hér í átt til sjávar. Og þetta eru íbúðarhús, gistiheimili og þetta var veitingastaðar hér. Við mældum þetta var þess að bara mælast í jarðvegi. Reyndist hérna þar sem hringurinn utanum, en hitt var í gryfjum þar sem var að mælast jarðvegsloftið var mengað. Það er þessi rokgjörnefni. Og við sjáum að það var í samræmi við grunnvatnslíkan sem eflavann fyrir sveitarfélagið að mengun var að færast í þessa átt frá hinu mengaða svæði. Við útbyggum svo útboðsáætlun þar sem voru settar upp hreinsunaraðgerðir, mótvægisaðgerðir og frekari rannsóknir. Þessi mynd hér sýnir bara hvernig mótvægisaðgerðirnar, af hverju þær eru nauðsynlegar. Við erum með alls konar leiðslur sem fara í gegnum vegginn og það geta verið sprungur, það þarf að þétta þetta allt. Og með þennan yfirþrýsting innandyra og soga undan húsunum. Það voru svona holrými í einu húsinu, þannig að það var hægt að soga undan því mengaða lofti. Hreinsunaraðgerðin sjálf fólst í því að við settum grófum skurði og settum rör ofan og notuðum svona sogajarðslofti og límniður brot. Þetta var netloftunarröra sem var sogað upp úr jarðveginum og það meðhöndlað fyrir gegnum kolastíur og svo út í andrúmsloftið. Þannig að við það er áætluð tímalengd af þessu, svona 23 ár, þetta var unnið í janúar 2022. Hinn mengaði jarðvegur sem við sáum kom upp úr skurðunum og við mældum með handmæli sem mælir rokgjörnefni. Ef það fór yfir þessi 50 ppm, það er tala sem var ákveðin í samræði við umhverfisstofnun. Ef það mældist yfir 50 ppm í jarðveginn, þá var það tekið í burtu og farið til frekari meðhöndlunar. Ekki sett aftur ofan í skurðinn. Við tókum líka sýni efnagreiningar og notuðum viðmiðunargildin í reglugerð um mengaðan jarðveg. Og svona var hugmyndin hvernig við ætluðum að setja skurðina. Þetta var svona, við köllum radíus áhrifa og hversu langt frá rörunum sem færi í botninn myndi það hafa áhrif út í jarðveginn í kring. Hversu mikið erum að ná að þessu mengaða jarðvegslofti úr. Smá svipmyndir. Þetta eru rörin sem við settum niður og hér kom upp loftunarrör, þessi rauðu punktar eru þar sem loftunarrör koma upp úr og við erum að vakta það líka. Þar er sogið að koma upp úr upp úr neðanjarðar, þetta er 4 metra dýpi og það er vaktað núna. Var fyrst mánaðarlega en hefur núna verið og er ársfjórðungslega því að niðurstöður sýna það að gildin eru bara lækkandi. Og eins og við sjáum þá unnum við þetta í janúar 2022 og það var bara líða bylur og kom líka mjög fallegt betra veður og þetta gekk alveg bara ljómandi vel hjá okkur. Nú er ég búin. Ég lokum eftir þessi yfirferð langar að hafa mjög gleðilega fréttir en við erum nokkur sem tókum okkur saman síðasta ári og eftir svona morgunverðar fundum mengun sem var hérna hjá Verkís fyrir ár síðan að stofna fagfélag mengun á Íslandi sem heitir Haemers, sem stytting á þessari setningu. Okkar motto er hreinjör heilnan framtíð og þið getið farið inn á heimasíðu Haemers og lesið ýmsar upplýsingar sem eru þegar komnar þangað inn. Við stofnum, þetta er bara nýstofnað, hún á 12. febrúar og við erum ég er formaður félagsins og gjaldkeri er Kristín Kröyer, ritari Guðjón Eggertsson, Meðstjórnendur eru Helga Jónasdóttir og Vegagerðinni og Ríkharður Friðriksson frá Heilbrigðiseftirliti Kragans og síðan varamaður Halldóra Bergþórsdóttir frá VFSO. Þannig að við öll sáum þarna, þetta var þörf á þessu fagfélagi og ég held að þið séu sammála, allavega með það umræða sem við byrjar oft, að við okkar langar að stuðla að fræðslu og þekkingu og samtalinu fyrst og fremst. Það sem að við getum komið saman og segja hvað þörfin, hvað þurfum við að gera. Og fyrsti viðburðurinn okkar verður 23. apríl. Við ætlum að auglýsa það betur síðar, en þannig að einstaklingum öllum frjáls að koma og skrá sig og Guðjón með eyðublað fyrir þá sem vilja gera það í dag. Og þetta verður meira hugsað sem að einstaklingar koma og skrá sig þó að við erum með okkar vinnuveitendur og okkar vinnuveitendur þeirra sem stjórnandi svona bakhjallar Haemers eins og Og þannig að við hvetjum ykkur til þess að koma og vera með okkur og hjálpa okkur að koma þessu fagi á betri stað og vinna saman því að það vinnst ekki í tómarúmi. Við þurfum að vinna saman og ég held að áhuginn sé til staðar. Og svo svona að auki og bara rétt í lokin það að það verður ráðstefna í Uppsala í Svíþjóð í september, Norðdags, og við erum allavega tvær að fara, ég og Kristín, og við viljum endilega sjá fleiri frá Íslandi, koma þangað. Ég á plötu því það að vera keynote speaker fyrir eitt af sessjónunum, þannig að endilega komið og við ætlum að koma Haemers á framfæri líka, þannig að við verðum hluti af norrænu samstarfi og þetta bara virkilega spennandi tímar framöndan hjá okkur. Takk fyrir mig, kennarinn.
Takk fyrir þetta Erla. Það bara rosalega gaman að hlusta á þig alltaf og höfum mikið að segja. En hamra á þessu sem Erla segir, skráðu ykkur í Haemers, það kostar ekki neitt að vera meðlimur eins og Við sjáum til einhvern tíma seinna hvort við tökum einhver meðlimagjald eða ekki. Þannig að bara skrá sig, vera með á upplýsingarnar viðburðina. Skrá sig á Norðdags, það eru ekki mörg það takmarkað sætaframboð og það mun segjast upp fyrir lok eftir 2 vikur verður þetta örugglega allt uppsett. Þannig að ef þið viljið bara skrá ykkur sem allra fyrst. Já, þá erum við komin að ansi spennandi hlut sem við erum öll komin til þess að hlusta á. Það eru þessi 3 fyrirtæki eða aðilar sem hafa komið frá Envytech Solutions, Haemers Technologies og Regenesis. Þetta eru sérfræðingar frá Belgíu, Bretlandi og Svíþjóð sem ætla að kynna fyrir okkur svolítið, take it in English, hvað þau eru að gera, hvaða aðferðir þau eru að beita en það byrja kannski svolítið aðeins á bakgrunninum, á mengunarrannsóknum almennt í Evrópu. Þannig að við aðeins búin að breyta prógrammi frá því sem auglýst. Þetta svona aðeins að koma fyrst öll saman og svona taka smá bakgrunnsupplýsingar, halda aðeins áfram með það sem Erla var að kynna okkur. So if I can have you up on the stage with the introductions, as we talked about the lessons learned in contaminated sites. Welcome up to the stage. We will try to find your presentation. I'm not sure. And can please introduce yourselves. Who you are and where you are from. Yes.
Yeah, I can start while John here is picking up the program. So my name is Helena Henriksen. I am founder of Envytech in 2016, and I've been working with remediation, innovation, as I call it, since 2008. I have been into water, groundwater, water and wastewater treatment, so the whole span. With me from Envytech today is Robin and Sai. who are also here to present. And we are very happy to be here. It's, as Ella said, a bit of a historical day for contaminated land in Iceland.
So hi everyone, my name is Jack Shaw. I'm from a company called Regenesis. I'm the district manager for the UK and Scandinavia in Regenesis, and we specialise in the research and development of technologies to remediate polluted soil and groundwater. I've been in this industry also since 2008. Initially started off as a consultant and then worked for a remediation contractor for a while, and I've been with Regenesis since 2012.
Hey, good morning. My name is Haemers. I just, as I think my two colleagues, I chose to do this in English. We hesitated, but there are some technical words in Icelandic that are difficult, like good morning. Thanks for having us. Just a few words about myself. I'm a mining and geological engineer. I started to work in this activity in 1990, quite a long time ago. And I'll present the company a bit later this afternoon, but essentially I've been working all my life in research and development technology and remediation, and also some legislation, because at the beginning, that's what we were doing. Just to jump right into it, I think the whole purpose of this follow-up introduction after, I suspect, a very nice speech from Erla, so from what I could read, was also to follow up on some lessons learned, because what is really, I think, like in voice, of being very exciting for us to be here is that we've made a hell of a lot of mistakes in handling contaminated land, which is great, because I think that's what experience is all about. It's just learning from all the big mistakes we've made, small mistakes, but essentially facing them, learning the lessons, and seeing, make sure we don't repeat them. So we'll essentially try to transition from, what's the problem? Why is it a problem? To, hey, there are already solutions, so don't worry. I mean, we have options. We can all commit suicides, but there are alternatives, and we'll tell you which one. We started just with this, just to say that contaminated land is actually addressing 9 of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Treating contaminated land is quite essential. I think I could understand one of Erla's slides saying that, yes, it's a non-renewable resource. We have to take care of it. We live on it. We live of it. It's limited. There's no more than what we have. Although maybe here sometimes you have a bit more, but by and large, it's something we have to take care of. And we haven't always been good at it, but at least I think we're getting better. And I think it's a good opportunity to try to learn what's been going on. So. I guess you've all heard about sustainable development, about this Venn diagram. It's pretty famous, and it's essentially trying to find a balance between the 3 big pillars of our society: the economic one, the environmental one, and the society as such. Being kind of in the center, finding the balance of it, is what we all try to achieve. And what I'm trying to just convey to you is, how do we apply that to this particular area, which is contaminated land? How do we apply these principles to contaminated land? How have we not applied them in the past, and how are we trying now more and more to be more sustainable? And when I go back to over 30 years ago, when I started in this business, I'm from Belgium, and the nice introduction about Love Canal, where it all started in the US. We had the equivalent in the Netherlands, right? In the Benelux, we had the equivalent called Lekkerke. Same thing, big toxic dump, people living on top of it, and then panic. As soon as you start to see that people literally live on toxic dump, yeah, then it gets into the public eye, and everybody's panicking. We see that today. That's also going to be a topic of this, symposium. We see that today with PFAS. You're going to be confronted with that. It's the same kind of panic all over the world. Whatever country, as soon as it hits the public, everybody's panicking. Because you have it in your blood, you have some in your coffee. I mean, it's something all of a sudden we realize. And my mother-in-law is saying, how do you treat PFAS? She should not know what that word is, right? But she does. So that means, that tells a lot to us. But we had that in the beginning, as said, Love Canal in North America, Lekkerke in the Netherlands. And then how did we deal with that? How did we deal as policymakers? How do you react? Say you're a minister of, it was not even environment in those days, but of whatever, and say, oh, do something. So the first thing, the first regulation that came in Europe was in the Netherlands. So it came with a regulation called an interim regulation based on waste. We said, okay, it's contaminated soil, it's like waste. So we have regulations on waste, so we're just going to apply it. And we applied the basic principle of polluter pays. Your waste, you take care of it, and you bring your land back to what it was before. It was called multifunctional. In other words, nobody was talking about risk. Nobody was talking about use. It was plain and simple. You did it, you take care of it. Multifunctional, if you look at it in this Venn diagram, is actually here. It's a good balance between environment, because it's completely clean, right? And society. Society means we as a society, we can do whatever we want with the land. We as a commune or municipality or region, we can decide that we want to do a school on it, we want to have industry on it, we want to have a park on it. It's our choice. We're not limited by how dirty the previous owner has been. That's essentially the balance. As you can see, when you're here, it's a little bit outside of this area. Because pretty quickly we face the issue of cost. Yeah, but we're good. It's just unbearable economically. And why was that? Because in the late 80s, early 90s, the only solution we had was dig and dump. There was no technology. There was no technology. Nobody knew what to do. So the only thing we had was like, and we send it somewhere else. Which is the equivalent, if you translate that in English, it means it's my problem now. I give it to the next generation. I'm not looking at it. I dig it and dump it, put it somewhere else. And now my children would take care of it and I'll enjoy my nice life on my own. It was very popular. It still is today. I just could read as well in the presentation that it's still very popular in Iceland. It's popular elsewhere. Why is that? Because regulators love it. Why do they love it? Because they can deal with their little property. They can say, my problem is solved. I have to deal with this piece of land, and take it out, take it somewhere else, bring clean soil from elsewhere in. I'm done. Check. It's someone else's problem now elsewhere. Which was, I mean, it was the best we had in those days. I think today things have changed, but in those days, it was the best we had. So that's how it came. But as I said, very quickly, we came to this limitation. And it's no surprise that all these regulations initially occurred in the Benelux, because the second regulation, which I had the pleasure of working in drafting in the early 90s, came from Belgium, where for the first time we came with the logic of risk-based land management or fit to use, just trying to get to say, yeah, but it's a legacy. You're the owner of the land, but you really didn't do it. It happened 50 years ago. Should I really punish you? Should I cancel all these jobs and all these people? So let's be reasonable. So he said, yes, be reasonable, but how? So essentially, we came with the idea of, as long as the land doesn't cause any risk for those who live on it or next to it, it's okay. Just do at least that. That's essentially risk-based land management. We're going to make sure that it's proper for the use you want to do. And it's pretty been adopted all over the world as a sound concept, because we deal with the legacy. We deal with the legacy and we deal with the moral issue that the ones you want to punish are not, per definition, those who did it. Because it's there. It's very similar to the climate crisis we had. We as a generation have to deal with a problem that we didn't cause, right? And those who did it, they're no longer there. And they didn't really know about the mess they were making. And the same thing for soil. Most of the people forget that when they were contaminating the soil in the days, they didn't think of harm. I mean, I've seen manuals in chemical industry that said, as a code of good practice, all the waste you have to go at least 100 meters away from the factory on the land, dig at least 2 meters deep, put it in there, put at least 50 centimeters of clean soil on top of it. That was the code of good practice in those days, right? So they thought they were doing the right thing. So do we have to punish them? Yes or no? Leave it up. So anyway, that's what went on. And as you can say, it's a kind of a balance between environment, right? It's okay. It's much cheaper. But now it's outside of the social or the society bubble. Why? Because now you're putting restrictions on the use of your soil. And we as a society, we can't no longer decide what we're going to do with that piece of land. And what did we see over 20, 30 years? As a lesson learned is that often one of the solutions is, let's limit the risk by pouring concrete on top of it. If you pour concrete on top of it and you do the risk assessment, you see that your risk drops. Because there's no crop anymore, you don't take your groundwater, it's fine. And it was industry, I'm going to decide I'll keep it industry, right? Because that's easier. It will reduce my economic cost of cleaning up. But the consequence, the long-term consequence is our cities have been sprawling. Because now instead of having a school there or housing where you want it, just close to the city center, the city is growing, population is growing. No, I can't do that. So now I have to go 5 kilometers farther away. So now I have to build my school and my housing farther away. Now I have more people on the road. I have more mobility problems. I mean, all these long-term problems that flow from this decision we've made, wittingly or unwittingly. But that's what we face today. So we found out today we're like, yeah, damn it, we'd love to go back here. We'd love to be sustainable. And so this is the movement we're trying to. This is essentially the trend we see today. And the good news is we have technology today to do that. We can do that today because we can still, essentially when we say going to social, it's of course no longer just transfer it to the next generation, no longer try to dig and dump and say, it's done, it's someone else's problem. It's also more and more going into complete solutions. Like you'll see, treating without excavation was not possible 30 years ago. There was no efficient solutions. There are today, and we're going to talk later about that. But that's essentially what we're trying to do. I'm very excited because I think you can go directly. You don't have to take those 30 years. So, you've all heard about linear and circular economy, haven't you? It's animated. Boom. Let me. This is the definition of dig and dump. Dig and dump is the definition of linear economy, right? It's saying that technology, yes, technology. What does that mean? You have. Yeah.
Wants to go circular.
Stop it. Yeah.
If you pause up here.
See. Thanks for being there.
And then you can control it.
See. So anyway, that doesn't matter. What does that mean? The linear economy is you have a primary use of your land, it's contaminated, you throw it away and you replace it with new. Just like you do with your clothes, right? I buy a new shirt, I don't like it anymore, throw it away, I buy a new. That's it. We all know that this is not a sustainable solution. In contaminated land, it's the same thing. So very quickly after we moved, we just said, yes, but we're going to excavate a hole and then we're going to bring in soil treatment facilities. Instead of dumping it somewhere, at least I'm going to try to recycle the soil. I'm still going to transport it, still going to dig it out, but at least I'm going to treat it. This is the first level of circularity. The second level of circularity, you're going to do the same thing, but without transporting. You're going to get now technologies that are existing that allow you to excavate, to treat it, and then put it back in place. Much, much better, less impact, less footprint, a higher level. And last but not least, this is for this afternoon. Last but not least, you can do it in situ. You can do it without excavating at all. And today, technologies do exist that allow that to reach the complete cleanup, so completely clean soil without excavation. And that's where I want to leave it as a short introduction and let Elena follow up to go into something more. That's it, Elena, up to you.
Thank you for that start. Yes, so we came here yesterday. We were all, I'm going to be honest with you, we were all ready with our presentations about technology, the solutions. We were all really excited, and when we talked to Alla, and we kind of understood that the problem is newer to Iceland than we thought. So we were thinking we are here to present the solution, but we understood that first you need to understand the problem. So why would you use the solution if you don't know the problem? So we have quickly together put together a sort of a background to one of the main issues of today. So I usually say I work, live and breathe PFAS. I work it, but the rest of you also eat and breathe PFAS. All of us does. That's the truth. It's becoming more clear to everyone, everywhere, every day, every country, every continent. You know, we are screwed, and that's why Haemers said before, you can't commit suicide, because sometimes I do feel like that, because the truth is really harsh.
Well, it is an alternative.
Yeah. Yes. But then, you know, I meet my colleagues at conferences, and we do work every day, and we see that we do good. So there is a possibility. I'll talk a little bit about it later, but I am part of Horizon, the EU Green Deal, the Horizon 2020. We are in one of the winning projects, and it's the EU's take on becoming the best in the world on PFAS. And in this program, there's 20 partners. There's everything from scientists, councils, entrepreneurs like myself, industry, stakeholders. Everyone is in this. And we are looking at it from every angle, how to attack it in the best way and how to treat it, how to solve it. This problem we were going to solve it. And I was listening on the first day that we started up our project, the scenarios, as it's called. We had a man called Dr. Hagenbuch. He's a Switzerland guy who lives in US. He is now fully employed by 3M. If you know 3M, they are one of the main polluters of PFAS. They have it in everything because it's such a great thing, right? It's in your tape, it's in your computer, it's in your clothing, it's in your hairband, it's everywhere. And Dr. Hagenbuch told me about his story, what he's doing, and he's also, so now he's fully employed by the makers of this, and he's looking at the possibility of removing it from our body. How do we get it out? So he's just opened my eyes. I think there's so many things you can work with, but he's actually working with, so we are putting it in ourselves, and he's looking at the possibility to get it out. So there are solutions, both technical, but we are working on it on so many levels at the world at the moment. So there is hope. This first slide is just showing you some of the sources of PFAS, the well-known. Firefighting foam is one, and I want you to take just think, okay, where have we been using firefighting foam? Kindergarten parties, every fire that you had in your town, the NATO bases, they've been spreading it for years because they're training, they set the planes on fire and then they turn them out. The airports, it's firefighting constantly to be good at what it does. So that alone, and it's a major source because the concentration is so high, is everywhere. And in the beginning, we thought that, oh, it's so good with PFAS because it's not volatile. I, who work with foam fractionation, I'm creating bubbles, I'm bubbling. We were standing there, we're thinking, this is great. We can remove it using only air. And then it came out that it's everywhere. It starts to rain on Kebnekaise. It's raining on Mount Everest. So how is it? Because it's not volatile. No, it is not volatile, but it creates aerosols, and the aerosols attach to the particles. The particles goes everywhere, and there it is. It's everywhere. So now I'm wearing a mask, and yeah, we're kind of geared up when we work with it. But that's how it is. So it goes everywhere. It travels from the airport, from your fires, from your everything. Gore-Tex clothing is one of the major ones. We have it in our gear. We have it in our shoes, in our furniture, and every time we put something to landfill, we stuck it there. And, the landfill is great, but that's the thing. I'll come to it later too. But PFAS don't stay at the landfill. It's one of the most water-soluble substances we have, and it loves to travel and create point sources. Every time you put it in a pile, that's a new source. You created a new source. Every time you throw away your jacket, it's a new source. It's terrible. It's in everything. This is a photo I took from Iceland. Here you have your fire brigades. There were some big photos. They're standing there with the foam. I don't know where this is. Maybe you do. The next thing that comes into mind, your melting industry. That's great. Aluminum, the anti-fog, everything they use there is a lot of PFAS products. So it's in use. It's because it's so great. That's it. Also, this one is one of our new things that we're now moving into. The sprinkler system, the tanks, the pipings, everything that's been transferring concentrate through the years is contaminated. And Robin will touch on it later on, but the PFAS molecule is a supramolecule. It doesn't behave like anything else. Of course it doesn't, because PFAS is just something that's new in every way. So a supramolecule, it's not little molecules that hang around and they spread like the rest. When they hit the surface, it creates a crystal. It collapses. Next one comes and it creates. And this makes in the pipes for fire trucks, for your sprinkler systems that you have here. The foam has been lying there for years, and the crystals and the molecules have collapsed. They created millions and billions of layers. So when you rinse it off,
You take out the first layers, but it's still there. It starts to back diffuse. We were together at the NATO Baltic PFAS event with the armies of the north, and they were telling us their studies on how they were cleaning surfaces and what they'd done. So they cleaned it out, they went for it, they scrubbed it, the 100-degree water, chemicals, everything. And then they sampled it and they think, oh yeah, we got it out, perfect. They left the tank there standing for 5 days. They went there and took a sample. It was twice the concentration to start with, because now they had agitated it. And that goes on, so fire trucks, 10 years later, it still has an amazing amount of PFAS, even though the foam is gone since 10 years. So that's just a short, just to bring the doom, really, you know, if you understand what we are up against. So
tell me more about sushi.
This is what we got. So just some short recap of that. It's a man-made molecule. We talk about that a lot, me and Jan, because it's different from the rest. And I was mentioning, you know, some of the background levels are higher than our guideline values. Well, you know what? There are no background levels for PFAS. It was never there. We created it. It's in our blood now. It shouldn't be there. It wasn't there to start with. So of course, it's the strongest biological bond ever seen. Of course, you know, it's PFAS. It's magic. That's what it is. And of course, it's proven toxic in super small concentrations. And we're talking nanograms. Usually we talk milligrams, micrograms, but hell no. Now we're backing three zeros down again, and we're down to the nanograms. You know, in Sweden, we have the 90 nanogram per liter in our drinking water. And I'll tell you why everyone's panicking now. So, and as I said, it's used in everything. I think everything is in here. It has got PFAS in it. That's just the way it is. It spreads by wind, water, dust, biota, animals, aerosols, any way possible. Great. And it's not one or two, there's thousands. I think we're up to 10,000 or 20,000 now.
Every time I'm at the conference and you see scientists talking about PFAS, every single scientist in every publication has a different number.
Yeah,
the conclusion is we don't know
we have no idea
how many, but it's a hell of a lot.
I read 6 million.
Oh, good one. That's a new one. Yeah.
Just so you know, to a positive note, Prozac is a PFAS. So but at least it helps.
Yeah. So when we're analyzing for PFAS now in Sweden now, I think the new is 50. Maybe you can analyze for 50 of them. It used to be 32, 28. 11 of them is put on the list of being, hello, we know enough to know that these are dangerous. But in the end, there's only one actually, PFOS, that we have enough data to create a guideline about. 1 out of the 6 million. So it's a little bit where we are, but we're moving. We can now analyze for 50. That's great. So yeah, we can do the next. Thank you, Jan. So just to show you, we're talking about that it's highly spreadable, it's highly toxic, and it's everywhere. This map has been going around. I think it was some New York magazine, someone who
French publication.
That's fine. Yeah, who did this map, and this is just numbers, you know, where they measured it, where they found it in large concentrations. It's not all. It's just showing you how where it is. And Jan was telling me yesterday, he goes, well, it's also the how little do you need? What does nanograms mean? What is it? So Jan told me that they've looked at the numbers now. So 1 kilo of PFAS, you know, this is, I don't know, something like that. You drop it in the Denmark groundwater and everything is polluted and it's considered toxic.
So 1 kilo, if you, the Danish standard, if you apply the Danish standard with 1 kilo PFAS, you impact above standard the drinking water of the whole Denmark for a whole year.
Yeah.
So, and we are still producing today about 15,000 tons of PFAS a year. So it gives you the scale of the problem that is coming towards us. It's just it's not an easy one, especially once it's. I think the message is also once it's out there, it starts very concentrated. But as soon as Elena showed, as soon as you have an airport or firefighting, and then they start to spread this foam, and then it gets into the soil, and then it's leachable, so it gets into the groundwater. So it goes from kilos to grams to micrograms to nanograms, and then you have to treat zillions of cubic meters with a few nanograms rather than to go to the source and say, let's handle the source. To give you an idea about whether it's 2 nanograms, 10, 30, whatever they argue about the standard. when you talk about the source, you're at 800,000, right? You're nowhere near the limit. So it makes more sense to go to the source rather than to wait until the end and treat them.
I think we can do it, yeah, the next one, yeah. And they talk about toxicity, and that's one of the things that we are researching in the Horizon project. And there are many, I think everyone in the world is looking at what PFAS do's and don'ts. But these are some of the, this is a summary of what we're looking at, the damage, and it comes slowly. It's not a fast killer. If it was, it would be easier for us to understand how dangerous it is. But as we are humans, if it doesn't affect me, I can't feel it, it's probably not dangerous, right? But we see, the increasing amounts of cancers and especially cancers, ADHD and everything else that comes from it. It's just because it's sticking into our bodies. So it has a half-life of, I don't know how many years, 45 years in our body, and we keep constantly feeding it. And it's just, it's just there to. And I heard actually something I heard here in Iceland is that you're very microplastics. You seem to be kind of up to date that microplastic is bad for you. And yeah, the PFAS is also, and it spreads the same, and it goes into your organs, your brains, your everything.
This is Helena, and this is myself.
Yes. And I think Jan did it really great. He's talking about the dig and dump, and I can tell you in Sweden, I did my first soil stabilization for PFAS in 2016. It was a product from Australia that we brought. We proved that we could stop the leaching of material into the groundwater, and I made that local EPA very happy. And so we were thinking on, everyone was starting to talk PFAS, and we said, yes, let's get rid of it. And everyone was on the brigades. Sweden was one of the first ones. We were leading the PFAS way, but then the bomb hit. We got taught that if we dig and dump, it won't stay at the landfill, as the others do. It doesn't get treated in the treating facilities that the landfills have, the carbon vessels, that it doesn't work for PFAS. So suddenly, every time we put it somewhere else, it created a point source. That society around the landfill was now contaminated with a super concentrated source. And it was like a religion was burning. We were out. The whole Sweden stalled. What do we do if we cannot dig and dump? Because it felt so safe. You take the problem, you put it somewhere else. It's nice. I can put my kindergarten here now. But that place was now ruined. I mean, if they looked at all the landfills in Sweden now, they produce anything from 5,000 nanograms to I don't know how many hundreds of thousand nanograms is just leaching out in these areas. And as you know,
think about the absurdity we have. We made the same mistake in many other countries. As soon as it hits and it's front, and I mean it's evening news and all the papers talk about it. Politicians want to act, right? They want solutions right now. So, okay, we're gonna take it and we're gonna put it somewhere else. That's an easy goal. But think about it. Why do you move it? It's because it's leachable. It's because it's there in the airport. It leaches out and it gets into the groundwater, and then it gets into the bay or in the river or whatever. So what are you gonna do? We're gonna take it somewhere else. We're gonna put it in a landfill. What is it going to do in a landfill? It's going to leach. It's going to go to the ground. It's going to go to the same river and to the same place. So, but in the short term, you do something, right? But PFAS is something special that it's absurd to do that. It's absurd to do that. You do it as a panic, but now we probably know better that it makes zero sense to do that. You don't improve anything other than show you're doing something. Now, if you're a politician, maybe that's good enough for you. But for us, maybe as engineers, we think a little bit differently. But that's exactly the mistake we've made. So just try to do something.
I think the next slide, you can do the next slide, Jack.
I'm just going to jump in.
No, you're not.
This. No. I'm actually going to read the slide, but I'm just going to jump in on the back of that comment. Even just removing that soil from that point source probably doesn't immediately solve your problem, because there's still a plume that's likely traveled off-site for kilometers, maybe impacting lots of third parties that you're also going to have to address as well. If you are looking for maybe a Hollywood introduction, so I'd say this is like the next generation's Aaron Brockovich. I definitely recommend you check out Dark Waters. It's about a bunch of sites. Was it DuPont that owned the Dark Waters site in the US? But Haemers,
Which
is
is formerly DuPont.
Formerly DuPont. So they spun out that environmental liability and dropped it into another company. And 3M are one of the main producers of PFAS.
To give a number, there was a warning letter sent, I think, 3-4 months ago by the managers of 3 largest investment funds in the world to the CEOs of the top 50 chemical companies, saying that their estimate of the liability related to PFAS was $400 billion with a B, $400 billion for the US only. They saw that as a much bigger thing even than asbestos was. So it's really, according to them, the liability was higher than the whole value of the whole chemical industry. So they had to do something about it. It's that big. And it's no surprise that DuPont split the company. In 2018, they split the company. Now they have DuPont, which is a new one with the future. And then Chemours is like, yeah, they keep the liability on PFAS, right? So all chemical and Solvay did the split in December last year. Chemical companies prepare themselves. They just try to split and then hoping that you and I, as taxpayers, will foot the bill. But they're preparing on it. Don't worry.
And DuPont has found a new, really great way of making money because they gave all the liability to Chemours. They are now one of the world's biggest water treaters for PFAS. Now, isn't that beautiful? Yeah. I have another word for that, but
that's not vertical integration. But even if from the UK perspective, when it comes to contaminated land, it's all largely driven by liability, the banking industry, and pension funds. So something else that you can check out is what's 3M's share price doing at the moment. And they recently did some out-of-court settlements that was something like 3 years of their gross profit for 3M. Like it is crazy. It's insane.
Yeah, it's crazy. And I think we're bringing it home. I forgot the future slide, but I'm bringing it home a little bit closer. So this is what's happening in Sweden at the moment. So we have had a PFAS happening in the south of Sweden. It's been going on for 10 years. It's a site called Ronneby, Kallinge. It was Defense who's been practicing with AFFF, as you always do at the military bases, at the normal airfields. And that concentrating the PFAS was going into the drinking water and out to this community. They were starting to get sick, and they started to test for PFAS, and they have some of the highest levels in the world ever recorded at this little village in Sweden. This has been going on for 10 years. They were starting to go for defense, polluter is to pay. But the defense had done measurements, they've taken warnings, and so the lawyers told them you cannot go for defense. So what they did is they went for the water utility company instead and said, you have provided us with a toxic product, you should pay. And so this has been very debated, it's been going on, and in December, I think it was, the ruling came and they actually won. So now in Sweden, this is not an acute toxic substance, it's a long-term substance. But what happened is the utility providers they have a product and they need to make sure that their product is safe. So what's happening in Sweden now is it's panicking. We are getting requests for water treatments of PFAS. They're at 7 nanograms per liter. The new regulatory limit for Sweden is 4. So everyone wants to treat it. That's my drinking water. You are polluting it. So it's now, we have been waiting for this. This is really, invigorating for us who's been working with this, because now finally people start to see where it comes from. And it spread through Europe. I just did a Google. I'm not familiar with this myself, but I found this. And it doesn't mention Iceland, but it's everywhere around you. So kind of zooming in.
We told it to you.
Yeah, so it's
you all have Gore-Tex.
Yeah. So the fishing industry, here is your aluminum production, this is your firefighting, and it's in everything. I mean, in Greenland, I've spoken with people who has been involved with the military activities there. I mean, it's lots. It's not, and you have them here as well. So it's not only Sweden, but it's also close.
Oh, this is me.
Oh, no, next one.
Next one.
Yeah, I think that one. Oh, it's animated.
It is.
You're so fancy. Yeah.
It's animated out of sync though, for some reason. Anyway. It was fun when I left it. Don't worry,
Ooh,
I'll just
check
walk
that.
through.
Ooh.
So, how do you feel at the moment? Because I don't know, you start to unpack the PFAS problem.
I was just wondering what your take is on when towns have these festivals and they invite the kids to come and bathe in the soap from the pipe.
Yeah. Great, then.
I mean, how?
Yeah. I don't think we need to even answer. I think the silence is enough.
It's like happening all over the country.
But isn't the new, they have upgraded the phone?
No.
No.
But in some of the festivals around the national, they don't use the piping foam. They will use.
Yeah, there is PFAS-free foam now, but.
But they didn't clean the pipe
all over the place, right? It's.
But this foam we were using it in the airport twice per week.
Yeah.
For drills.
Yeah.
Since last year, some months ago.
Yeah.
We just stopped.
Yeah.
You switched to a PFAS-free foam. That what was interesting in the Swedish military or Air Force experience was that's what they did. So I think what Elena was referring to, they switched a couple of years ago to PFAS-free foam, and then they measured like 6 months later the level of PFAS in their foam, which was supposed to be PFAS-free. It's still PFAS-free, but whatever they sprayed was contained almost the same level, because all the firefighting trucks, they didn't change those ones. So it's almost impossible to remove it. And again, it's because we're talking about nanograms. It's almost nothing. So you can't clean the truck. So I remember they were discussing with us, say, well, the alternative would have been to just throw away all the trucks and buy new firefighting trucks, but that's now another kind of budget, right? And so, I mean, and where do you stop? So it's of course, the whole idea. I've been involved in trying to get the European legislation through to at least ban non-essential uses of PFAS, right? So if our kids could have fun in PFAS-free foam, wouldn't it be better? So at least ban that. I mean, just put it in the law, right?
Why is nobody talking about this?
Well, wait until they will. Because once they will, I can tell you, I've seen it all over the world, and I don't know why, but it's not progressive. It's country or region by region or country by country. When it hits, it's just massive. But it needs to be, as soon as it catches the public's eye. I'll tell you the story in Belgium. 3M had a big factory, big PFAS scandal in the north part of Belgium, where we speak Flemish. Everybody knew about PFAS, was 2017 or something like that. Everybody knew about it, big scandal, resignations, government ministers, everybody. In the French-speaking part of the south, nobody was talking about. And then very recently, 6 months ago, we have a very big US military base in Kiev, a NATO base next to them. And then there was an investigation of the evening news. I mean, a big journalist, 1 hour, about the fact that the Americans who work at the base, they were instructed by their command, they were not allowed to drink the tap water because it contained PFAS. So they were given bottled water already for 5 years. They were not allowed to drink the water at home, but all the other people, just the people living in the surrounding villages, they were just drinking it. And then now they say, how come? Are we Homo sapiens Americanus? Is it more? And when that hit, I can tell you, I was checking the news this morning. It's the same thing. Front news say, oh yeah, now they analyze it in fruit and vegetables, and they find that there's 3 times more. And it's all over because legitimately, as I said, it is something you should not have in your blood. You should not breastfeed your kids with it. It is something that is not supposed to be there. And that, I don't know why it catches the attention of the general public much more than what we have been dealing with 30 years with hydrocarbons and even dioxins or mercury or heavy metals. I don't know. It PFAS, speaks immediately to the people saying, I'm panicking. And if you don't talk about it, believe me, once one side will come out, everybody will talk about it. And it will be panic. And then you'll see the governments and say, why didn't you do something? It will be, sorry.
Okay, so like we understand now, I guess, that the PFAS is most likely everywhere.
Yes.
And we're probably all exposed to it. It's very hard to get rid of it. And I also got that there are many different kinds of PFASs, obviously. Apparently, you know the most about PFOS, but what I feel like is the elephant in the room is this toxicity of it.
Yes.
How far are we in the medical science on the estimated amount of deaths per year or the estimated amounts of years lost in population? Like, what do we know about how deadly this is?
It's a big science. As I said, that's one of the EU's horizon. That's what they're targeting. That's why we have all these scientists doing that work. We're looking at acute toxicity, long-term toxicity, and all those areas. We are now into month 24 out of 4 years, so we're halfway. Me and Sai was just in Athens and listening to what the scientists have come up with so far. It takes time for them. They are measuring, I think, in Alessandria in Italy around the Solvay plant. They have, 3,000-4,000 blood samples that are now being taken. They are looking at what happens to it, for example, with the immune system, for the COVID vaccine, how did that affect it? Because we've seen that PFAS makes the immune system very low. So how is that? So the research is ongoing. It takes time, but and one of the main areas is how toxic is it? What is toxic and what is not? And that is a huge area because there are so many. And they're different. Like we were discussing, are we going to mention the long chains, the short chains? But we think that was a little bit too much. But there are different PFAS. The long chains, the many atoms, they stick in your body for a long time. The short ones, they go in and out and they're everywhere. But are they in you? Are they out of you? You drink them, you eat them. It's a big discussion. So the research is ongoing, but we can all see that it's effective.
You're right. It's the elephant in the room. I mean, I'm trying to work on it, by the way, but it's going to take at least 10 years. Toxicity takes a long time. Toxicity studies take a long time.
If we go back, like Dark Waters, movie,
yeah.
Well, there was at the factory, the reason why the people started seeing there was something wrong was that there were pregnant women giving birth to deformed babies. They worked on the production line, and there was a farm nearby that had cows that were going crazy. So you get a bit of a sense there, like how bad the chemical is. I remember there being research talking about it, particularly being causing testicular and kidney cancer. So that is something that we know at this point.
It's the chronic exposure bit.
Yeah.
So it's low concentrations over a long period of time. That's the question mark, I suppose. And
that's why Sweden panicked now that when drinking water was a product, it has low toxicity. But now these people are intoxicated, some of the highest levels in the world. They all have cancer. Some of them are dying. The young kids, the people that feel like they're bombs. When is my cancer going to develop? When am I going to die? That's the question that they stand for. So now we're down to, the drinking water needs to get, even those low levels needs to get out.
But that being said, something that I have certainly observed as this whole thing's evolved, the PFAS problem, is that it's very easy to feel overwhelmed by it, just because these things are everywhere. Are they a problem or not at low concentrations? What one should we be concerned about? They seem to be in all sorts of consumer products. Oh, what can we do? Should we do anything? Should we wait? Should we understand what's going on? What I would say is, I think this is really where we were driving at with this slide, and you could kind of apply it to a lot of different contaminants, because there's lots of contaminants out there that do need to be addressed. I'd say certainly do expect it and certainly look for it. Some feedback I was getting years ago was, well, if we look for it, we're opening up a problem that we then can't solve. But we're all here today to talk about how it can be solved. I'd also say involve a solutions provider or involve a remediation specialist very early on when you're doing those investigations. Quite often we're looking for things that are slightly different, maybe to an environmental consultant. And if you're a problem holder, do feel free to call us, and together with your environmental consultant, with the regulators, with the potential problem holder, we can make a plan to solve this problem. We can make progress on it. In terms of don'ts, I think we're going to be saying dig and dump a lot during this conference. I would say don't spread it. Don't take the problem and move it somewhere else. There are ways to address this on site. And I wouldn't underestimate the risk, and I certainly wouldn't assume the problem will go away. By not looking for it doesn't solve that problem either. And it's all about really being proactive or reactive. You know, everyone wants to solve this. Everyone wants to work out a way to make the environment better. It's certainly why I got into this industry. And being proactive obviously is often the quickest way to do that, whereas being reactive ultimately can cost you a lot more money in the long run.
Can I just react before just react to your very good point, because I think it's the key here. Toxicity. How dangerous is it? Do we know it? How many PFAS are there? Have we analyzed everything? Cocktails. You know, as I said, we know a bit about one molecule out of the thousands. But this makes me think about go back to the 1950s and the tobacco industry. Is tobacco good or not? We're not really sure. In the meantime, let's continue to smoke. Right? That's essentially what has happened. And even today, yeah, is it really sure? We're not so sure. Maybe let's continue to investigate, and in the meantime, let's continue and let's go on. I think that's the kind of attitude we are pretty sure it's not good for you. So the question is, should we stop it or not? We don't know exactly how not good it is. We don't know exactly all the effects. We don't know everything, but we can already act. And I think, just as Jack said, when you have a source, don't spread it, because at least it's gonna cost the same amount of money per cubic meter. But if you spread it, you're gonna have 1,000 times more cubic meters to treat. So just at least do some common sense things instead of spreading it, even if you don't know everything. And probably in 50 years, we'll still be investigating this. But that doesn't mean we should just sit down and wait and do nothing and just say, yeah, but as long as we're not sure, let's continue on. I think that's, but to me, the analogy is the tobacco industry. That's what, I mean, we all know what occurred there. So I think it's pretty similar.
My question was not supposed to be critical.
No, but I think it's a good point. No, but I mean, it's an obvious good point, and we're all facing it. We're facing an issue that gets a lot of attention with the available science, and science moves slowly because it's a slow process, and toxicity moves even slower. We have to admit that. We have to be humble, but that doesn't refrain us from acting. I think that's the whole thing. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I think it's how many minutes were that? That was kind of.
You're already late for this one.
Yeah, I think we should have a break so everyone can just take that in, and then I can just tell you the next sessions that will come will be lighter.
We're fixing it now.
Yeah, we're fixing it.
Jæja, en áttu að halda áfram og Helena ætlar að hætta sína kynningu hér.
Thank you. All right, welcome back. Hope you're ready to that's settled, and we can now move forward to the solutions. I'm just going to do a few short slides on Envytech and who we are, just so you know, to get some kind of background why I'm standing here. So 2016, I founded Envytech. I had been working with remediation for quite some time. And to me, innovation was the drive. So to do things better, to do it more sustainable, to do, stop looking at only what we have done in Sweden for so long, but also implementing all those good things that was done in UK, Australia, US, all the way. Because it's true, and I think you'll find it hard to believe, as everyone I meet in different countries. Yes, it works on Swedish soil, but does it really work on Icelandic soil and groundwater? We're not so sure. So that's the question. So that's what we're trying to reach. That's what I've been working with for these 8 years, trying to show that technology is international, actually. It works, even though we have different soils, groundwater emissions. We're approximately 42 staff. This is Sai. She's sitting here. She's going to speak later. We've been working the field together for many years. She will talk to you about in situ treatment, how you can do it on site. We are project managers, technicians. We do it all in-house. I keep it short because I want to get to the real points. But we can help you with the problem. Talk to the EPA, do the service, put it out, commission it, run it, finish it, and write the report. We can do all those things. And we love to work with local partners, such as consultants on site that knows the regulations here, because we don't know your specific needs. So we partner up. That's how we move forward. Yeah, story 2016 we started. I am such a tech nerd. I don't do business, so I was happy to sell the company to a really good company who's been taking care of it. In 2021, I got super excited because Nordic Capital bought us. And to me, that meant a really big wallet, so I can provide more technology for more projects and just do better good. So that's super exciting. We have a really large fleet of water treatment systems, mobile. So we treat all over Europe, the waters, all kinds of water, petroleum, metals, PFAS. That's what I'm working with. We work with technology partners for all over the world, and we're constantly traveling the world, maybe now in Iceland, to find partners to work with. So we want to work locally with our expertise. The soil, we do that, stabilization, in situ treatment, and soil washing, which is one of the big solutions that's coming for PFAS. And for the water sector, we do, as I said, all kinds of water, everything from nitrogen to PFAS, big tunnels, infrastructure projects, remediation, all that. We have been touching on the research. This is something to me, I'm such an entrepreneur, such an engineer. So all this research, it was really scary to me in the beginning, but I've learned so much by hanging out with these scientists that are very, very different from me. We are in the EU Horizon project, the EU Life project. We're also looking into PFAS treatments with the Danish people because they had a disaster there. We will talk a little bit about that. We're in with the Sweden, with the Danish government. We're doing, how can we do water treatment, salt treatment, and all in a sustainable, moving forward way. But that's Envytech, but we are here to talk about the treatment technologies. How do we solve this problem that we've all been talking about today? I'm going to focus on the water because that's where it's spread to, and it's the low contaminants levels make it that we need it a lot. So the solution to the problem. We have different kind of solutions. It's always about the right solutions for the right project, for the right problem, right? So we have absorption. So the PFAS is out there. We have different medias that we can absorb it to, stop it from the water passing media. It's absorbing to the filter media, and clean water is going out the other side. That's what we do with the absorption. Activated carbon is one we'll talk about, IX mass, and as mankind is really innovative and really good, there are new materials on the markets coming out that it's proven to be really good. But absorption, I will talk about that. It has problems. So therefore, there are also others that work with concentration. The SAF is an innovation from Australia that I've been working with for 5 years. Tell you about that. We have flocculation, and then the filtration, the nano and the reverse osmosis that you might know from your drinking water companies and so on. And the new one, the new hot that everyone is talking about, because PFAS was never there from the beginning. We don't want to put it in landfills. We don't want to put it there. We don't want to incinerate it into these big chimneys that's just spraying it out. We want to destroy it. And so there are technologies popping up now, mainly in the US, but also in Europe, who is proving that they can destroy this biologically really strong bond that is. So let's start to get to know some of these solutions. So absorption. So absorption are in filter vessels. These are filter vessels. We fill them with the media that's appropriate for that water. We pump water through it, and we remove anything from PAHs, petroleum, the salt methods, PFAS, nitrogen. There's a different absorption media for everything. You can call it pump and treat, and later on you will hear about the in situ version of it as well. But as I said, there's different solutions for different problems, different projects. These are really good. Pump it in, absorb it, concentrate it, and have it there. But what you need to know about filter media is that they are sensitive. It is a media. If you pump in water full of particles, the particles will fit on it and it will stop the media from being infected. pH varies, that will cause problems with the media. Other contaminants will come in and ruin the chemistry for the medias. So you need to know what's in your water, what media to choose, and do I need to pre-treat it to actually get action from my media? You cannot just put it there and say work. That's not the way it is. So the most known, I think, is activated carbon. We know it so well. We've used it for petroleum for so many years. It's very well known to us. And that was the first thing we went to when it came to PFAS, because PFAS is kind of organic and it absorbs to carbon sort of-ish. Some do, some don't, but it felt so safe. Here is carbon. We know it works. So that's why we've been using it. It's the natural choice, right? The thing with carbon, though, is that it's actually literally an awesome material. It goes, hello, here I am. I'm ready to absorb organics. And so it does. So if you have a waters with particles, with dissolved organic carbon, you have a leachate where it's high amounts of carbon and organics, it just goes, okay, I'm absorbing. And so it absorbs everything, which that the place on the carbon is really limited. And it fills up with everything else. And of course, PFAS is also the princess of contaminants. It doesn't like to squeeze in with others. So as soon as it starts to fill up the media, no, that's it, I'm leaving. And they start to dissolve or move further away. So that's why you have breakthrough on PFAS really quickly when it comes to carbon. But for some waters it works, and I will talk about that later, when to use it, because there are absolutely uses where we use carbon for PFAS. The other material that we're now starting to use more and more is anion exchange resins. So it's a media that they have loaded with a charge. So it's positively or negatively charged. So it attracts by anion bonding. It's really good. It has much bigger capacity than carbon. It is made, now it's tailor-made to adsorb PFAS. So that works really well. It's super good for the cleaner waters, much better than carbon. But you have to watch it because the anions, hello, here every ion, I'm negatively charged, here comes the positives. So it does not only take PFAS, but everything else as well. And if you have pH, particles and so on, same as with carbon. It loads up the filter media, protecting it from work. But in the right waters, the right problem, it's really good. It's more expensive than carbon. That's why many goods go, yeah, but carbon is just 22 kilos, 22 crowns a kilo. It's really that, yes. But you have to look at the whole picture, and I will talk about that as well. These medias, so a little bit on how to use them. So for the granular activated carbon, low to medium PFAS concentration in waters works fine. Low to medium flows. Carbon media is you have to have kind of a large volume per cubic meter you pump in. So the more flow rate you need, the bigger vessels. So you have to look at that. You need to pre-treat your water. It's not economically beneficial to pump in water with high VOC level, cross contaminants if you're targeting for PFAS. Then you need to take them out first and then use your carbon for PFAS at the end. So it can be rows of columns. We talk about lead and lag filters. So one could possibly be glass, carbon, IX, for example, just to get rid of it. As the PFAS moves down the line, you want to catch it in every step. There's a new one, I just mentioned it, called Puretech. They're claiming that they are also a filter media, much better at removing it. We are now trying it, so we will see. So I would love to come back to you in a while and see how that went, if it's a more beneficial way. We're always happy to work with new partners like that. And when we're talking pre-treatment systems, okay, so I always come to them and go, yeah, we want to use carbon. It's really cheap. This bag costs 22 Swedish crowns, so it's nothing in Icelandic crowns, as I noticed. But you have to look at the whole picture for treatment. It's not only that bag, because what do you have to do to make that bag work? You have to pre-treat it. And it can be, You have to filter out the particles, or you have to do flocculation, precipitation, handle the sludge. The PFAS is in the sludge, so now you have several steps of PFAS waste. Then you have to sediment it. You have to go through the vessels, and then the vessels media is contaminated. So you have to look at everything from the water coming in, the water leaving, the sludge, how are you going to take care of that? Where is it going to go? And so on. But there are solutions, so we can do it. It's fairly effective as well, especially for removal of particles. And as I said, this is the whole story about filters, because we are trying to look into other technologies and just reuse them at the right spot, not every spot. Because yes, filters will give you the 99.999% removal. We know that. But the question is for how long and what is the total cost, right? The cost for rental, treatment vessels, the chemicals you have to add, the pre-filter medias, the service. You have to keep those filters going. It's a long list of costs. And sometimes it's the best option, absolutely, but sometimes it's not. You just have to have the whole picture. As long as you know the whole picture, you can make a decision on what treatment to use.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Do you have some kind of biological pre-treatment?
If we have what, sorry?
Biological
treatment for PFAS?
Yeah, as a first step, does that do microorganisms have affinity for accumulating some of these PFAS?
No, they do not break down. Since it is the most strongest biological bond there is, microbial degradation is not happening.
Or accumulate,
Yes, that's.
And then you separate the microorganism away from the media. If you use microorganisms to accumulate it from the solution, and then that is this sludge that you can somehow remove.
Yeah, but then you have the sludge, but the PFAS is still there. It doesn't break down. So you have the sludge with the PFAS, so that's why it's different. It's not biodegradable. Yes, you can accumulate it by micros, but that's really a slow process. We're talking nanograms here. So, it's not, I'm going to be harsh and say no. Yeah, not for PFAS. So that clock is moving really fast, but yes, that's fine. So that's when it comes to complex waters, that has DOC, cross-contaminants, salts, different pHs. Then your filters are either out or you need a long pre-treatment train. So that's when concentration comes into the situation. Reverse osmosis, nanofiltration is now getting on the markets. Many are using them, especially for groundwater, for producing drinking water, as this is now a product that needs to be free. Usually used like this. It's really tight membranes that you pump water into, and an RO membrane, for example, it only makes water go through. No salts, no nothing. But what happens is about 30 to 40% becomes a sludge, and now that sludge is concentrated with salts, all your contaminants, all your particles, and so on. So you have a sludge to handle, but it does give you a really clean water on the outside. So that's why they use it for drinking water and so on. Nanofiltration is a different one. It does let through salts and also short chain PFAS. But that gives you a smaller waste, less salt brine to handle. But there's pros and cons in that. It's mostly used for industry. Another method that we're using now, and it's flocculation. So this comes in a little bit where you're saying. So now we have a flocculant. It's a guy called Málþing in Germany who's developed this flocculation method. It's one of the most known. It's called perfluoride. You add it in your system to the water, and it sort of attracts PFAS, binds it, and then you can filter it out. So it's a little bit what you were talking about, but this is a total natural substance. It is not toxic in any way. It biodegrades really quickly. It's kind of like that. It does need time though, because remediation is a contact sport. If you're not touching it, you're not going to remediate it. We're talking low levels, nanograms per liter. The molecules are here and there, and you need to sort of gather them around to get a hold of them. That's why it takes time. And this kind of solution is best for high concentrations. It's really good when we talk 100,000s of nanograms per liter PFAS. So for AFFF, it's really good. Source zones and so on. The contact time is, however, limiting as it needs to. You cannot handle fluorides. But for some projects, this is really good. It reduces the waste of filters. And you only have this small waste, this concentrate, that we're then getting to what you're going to do with that. But that's a really good solution as well. We have been talking about the sprinkler systems, the fire trucks, the pipelines. What are we going to do with them? We are using perfluoride, and it's been used in UK, Germany, US, and now we're doing it in Sweden too, to clean out these kinds of systems. What we do is we connect the solution to your sprinkler system. It runs through and it agitates and it dissolves PFAS. You have to do it for 4 or 5 days just to dissolve it, and then you can have your sprinkler system and return it, and you don't have to destroy your truck or your sprinkler system. It will not be, for these, you can see here the results. It's non-detectable. The thing with fire systems is that you need them in use as soon as you can. We have to come in and go out in a couple of days, and while we're doing it, fire trucks have to stand ready, because on industries, they need to be prepared. So that sample is taken, straight after, and the contaminants will go up in that tank, but not above the limits that are set for this. So just to say. So there are ways. This is going to be one of the bigger business areas for us now, because everyone is switching in 2076. That's the POP and the REACH legislation saying that you should stop using your AFFF foam, and you have to switch it out. And so therefore most need to do this cleaning. So that's, but there are options for that too. So solutions. Sure, good. The SAF, this is a baby of mine, surface active foam fractionation from Australia. This is the second one commissioned in the world, the mobile unit. It's a way of removing PFAS using only air. And to me, that was just like, wow, can you do that? Can you minimum waste? You don't have to use anything else, because when you use filter medias, you pump concentration of PFAS in water into a filter media, and then you're out. But so you took it and then you contaminated something else and you created a waste. And it's like, can it really work? And through the research that's been going on, it shows that we have a huge foam fractionation unit. Everyone has it, the ocean. I think you've seen it. And I think it will scare you a little bit when you realize that the foam that's coming in with the waves and it's depositing on your beaches, you don't have that many beaches, actually. I think you're not scared at all. But in Denmark and the Netherlands and the rest, we are really scared, because our kids are sitting and playing in the sand with the PFAS concentrate that comes all of it from the foam events in Australia. Oof, that's not nice. But it's the same technology. So it is PFAS. This is the usual how you see the PFAS. You have the red head and the blue tail, and so these are the carbon atoms, and this is the perfluoric. I'm not saying that right. I'm not a chemist, but that's the head, the fluorine. Yeah, exactly. And the thing with this is, it's like I usually say, it's a little bit like a German couple. The head loves to swim. And so you can see the Germans, one is always swimming, one is always red on the beach. I'm half German, so I'm allowed to say it. So the red head is swimming out there, and the tail does not want to be there. So it's a very unhappy molecule. But when we introduce a bubble into the mixture, the bubble becomes a resort. The tail can hide in the bubble, and the head can be out there. So it becomes a happy molecule. And that's why we can remove PFAS with bubbles, because we can bubble it, it sticks on it, and then we remove the foam. Super sexy. Sorry. Solution, if you ask me, and why it's my favorite. This is the movie. I see if it works. This is from a Horizon project. This is Korsør in Denmark, where people are highly contaminated, intoxicated. There were ecological. There was this community you see here. They wanted to do good, so they said, all this beautiful land that we have here, can we put cow on it and we can eat our own meat? Organic farming and so on. Beautiful story, and so they did. But then people started to becoming sick. They were developing cancers more than they did everyone else, and Mom was looking into it. Well, it was a firefighting rescue center on top of a hill, and that hill, they were throwing out their PFAS. And they remediated that like some years ago and said the PFAS is gone, we did it really good. But what they forgot about was during all those years, the water from the hill has run down and all the cows had been eating it. It was all in the grass. So the cows were super contaminated and the people also. So that became the big scandal in Denmark. In Sweden, we were always looking at Denmark saying, have they found PFAS yet? No. Okay, so we're waiting. And then boom, it went overnight. It was like it was a disaster. People were dying. It was toxins everywhere. So this is one of the sites that we are with the Horizon project, and this is where we put up the SAF. You have been watching the movie of how the unit looks and a little bit about the bubble, and I will tell you more about that. So Epoch Enviro is in Australia. They're producing it. They kind of came up with it, and we were first. We were first to put it in Europe, and we are now their distributor for Europe. And there is a company called Alonia who are distributed in US. I just want to mention it because they are like hippie geeks that want to save the world. They're not very normal Americans. They're really soft Americans. So I really like working with them. They have two owners, Bill and Melinda Gates is on the one side, and then Battelle on the other side. So the two biggest wallets of the world, sort of. There's a few more, I know, but there's some of them anyway. And you know their minds, they're hippies, so they like to invest in green tech. So it's saving the world with the world. And this lab that they are looking at amendments that you can add to the bubble to make it not only take the PFAS that naturally comes out with the bubble, but also the shorter chains, the other PFAS that we don't know about. And we have now an open door straight into their lab. And for me, for Robin and Sai, we're working at this little company in Sweden. It's an absolute dream come true. It's super science people with super knowledge, just developing tech to make it better. And we can access it to Europe. So what we do with the SAF, that is we bubbles in water in 3 steps. The water comes in, we bubble it just like the ocean does, and then we remove the foam. When we have done that for quite some time, the PFAS is gone, all the PFAS that we can get. If we have added additives, we can get more out, and then the water is released. That foam is then processed another time, just to drag out the water to minimize the waste, and then we do it a 3rd time. So we have water with PFAS, we take the PFAS we can, and then we start to dragging out the water out of the waste. So we are minimizing it. And there are many people that can bubble bubbles in water, but this is the patented way so that they're concentrating the waste. So just to say, for a landfill with 120,000 cubic meters per year of some of the most complex waters we have ever seen, we have about 3 to 4 cubic meters of waste a year. So that's kind of the concentration steps that are in here. And that's why I think this solution is absolutely beautiful. We're not transferring the PFAS or anything. We are concentrating it, and then we can destroy it.
How do you destroy it?
I'll get to that. It's a good question. You saw the movie before, but this is it. This is a leachate. That's what it looks like. And leachate produces a lot of foam because there's so many natural surfactants in there, organics, proteins, and God knows what not. So we remove that foam, and then the concentration steps are crucial. This is a site in Spain, groundwater site. You can see it's a total different. Now it's just PFAS who is foaming out. And it's actually really hard to get it to foam because PFOS doesn't foam naturally. It's just some of the others. So we can use it on different waters. The second step now, so now we have removed, we've done that first step, the one that's in the ocean. We've taken that foam, and now we're trying to up-concentrate it to minimize the waste. You can see now, it looks pretty good. You can jump in there. It's a kind of nice foam. I wouldn't recommend it. However, in the 3rd step, now we're talking super serious concentrations. We're talking milligrams, several milligrams, 10s, 100s. You don't want to jump in anymore. But so now we are pulling that last water out of it, just concentrating the PFAS, and of course some organics as well that comes with it, but it's mainly PFAS that's in there. The unit that you saw it's a container. The next slide, I think you will see that better, how it comes. It's the 3 steps. We have 4 primary vessels that does the treatment, so sequential batching. Water comes in, one is bubbling, one is filling up, one is emptying, so it's rolling. but we are treating in batches. This makes us possible to add here the amendments that we're now developing as we speak. They're in the lab, just looking at new amendments. How can we make the bubble more effective? How can we attract the PFAS and remove more? So it's really interesting. It's like being on a highway at the moment. So water comes in, we're bubbling, the concentrate is stored in a tank. When that tank is full, these two are doing the secondary. That concentrate is stored in a tank. And then we do it one more time, the tertiary, and then that concentrate is stored and goes for destruction. It is neat. It comes like this, 40 feet, sits down, you plug it in, you plug it out. And if you work with waters, you know there's no plug and play with water. So I'm not going to pretend, but it's plug and play when you plug it in anyway. Then you have to tune it. You have to handle scaling as well as with all water treatments. It's not a magical box. But we are getting really good at removing the PFAS, and it doesn't care if it's contaminants, petroleum, metals, pH. It doesn't care. The PFAS do not wish to be in the water, so it just sticks to that bubble no matter what. So it's the most robust thing I have seen for water treatment. It's really, you don't have to have those treatment trays. We run leachates straight into this, and it takes away the PFAS. It doesn't take away anything else. Yes, VOCs and CVOCs. We take out that. That we filter in carbon filters, so we remove that, so that works as a stripper, air stripper, not a normal stripper. But, I'm sorry. So we take out volatiles and PFAS, but the rest continues on, and you can do the treatment after. You can do the solids, you can do the metals after, but you don't have the PFAS then. So the sludge that you create afterwards, you don't have the PFAS. So this can go as a first treatment step, which is different to the others where you produce sludge and then take out the PFAS. So it's kind of the other way around. It is monitored. We can monitor from Sweden. It looks like this. When we sit and watch it, we can have someone of you here say, oh, you need to tune that a little bit. Yeah, phone looks good. You can take a sample. That's perfect. And it just runs. So we can coach you while you're there in real time, and we can watch the process go. We are now so well trained, I will say. I can tell you when the foam is good and when you have good removal and not. I don't need the analysis. The analysis will always give you the correct answer and the small details, but we can do it anyway. So when and why to use SAF, this is the water that we pump straight into it, and it works. So it's not sensitive to high levels. It can do any PFAS levels. Not sensitive to pH, particles, DOCs, metals, or whatever. It removes PFAS 4 and PFAS 6, and we've been talking about this 99.9%. And with the additives, we are now more efficient also on the shorter chains. On one of my latest talks, it said soil washing, but to make this better for you, we just pushed it in here. So I have 7 more minutes. I'm not going to take that long. But to talk about your 3 minutes. Okay, anyway, I'll manage. That's fine. So John was mentioning it before. Yes, it's in the water and we treat the water, pump and treat, but we all know that that treatment can go on for ages. What we need to do is to treat the source. You will have several solutions for that after me. But one of them that's coming up is soil washing. It's a known technology that we work with for decades for other contaminants. It's a little bit tricky with PFAS because it sticks to the fines so well. So finer soils is a problem. They haven't really solved that yet. We are looking into it. But for the little bit coarser soil, sands and snow, it is a pretty good method for soil washing. However, the high, micrograms and milligrams per liter in the soil becomes super high numbers in the water. So unless you want to use a lot of filter technologies, you are transferring it from soil and then into another medium. Well, that's where a SAF solution is beautiful, to combine it with this, because you are not transferring it, you're just concentrating it. And so we have done this now in Belgium for a year at the soil washing plant, where they are constantly recirculating the water, taking out the PFAS and keep on washing soils. We are not transferring it anywhere, we are just concentrating it and then sending it for destruction. So that's, these are big plants, it's a lot of cost, but if there are vast volumes of sand and soil that needs to be treated, this can be one of them. They do, however, create a filter cake That's where you concentrate the PFAS. You have the coarse particles and you concentrate them down to your filter cake. But there are technologies to handle that, so we can get rid of that. And I think Jan will talk to you about that later. So there is a good solution just by washing heavy contaminated source zone soils as well. You need to see it. I love technology. So this is a soil washing plant. So this is the one in Belgium that we've been working with for 1 year. And you can see that you're scrubbing the soil, you're making it, and there are foam. Sometimes they have to close it off because the foam is so big everywhere. We have to work it. And then they have the SAF at the end there, just treating the water. So it's a really, really nice project. I'm really happy about that. Yeah, as I said, it works. Stopping. There, bringing it. That's what it looks like. Destruction, I have those 5 minutes because you said, oh, 1 minute. Okay. So we were talking about destruction, and there are destruction technologies. Incineration, I don't know, do you have incineration here, or do you just throw it in the volcano, or how do you
Good idea.
Yeah, we've been discussing that actually. You need, what is it, Haemers? 1,200 degrees to destroy PFAS?
1,400 is proven not even to be enough.
Okay, so it's a hell of a lot of electricity. There are now several technologies coming that are not using burning, but they're actually breaking the molecular bond. They are in full scale. There are several of them, but however, they are expensive. They need a lot of energy to break that bond. That's just how it is. There are other technologies using less energy also coming up. The Holt method and the cold plasma is one of that the Greeks are developing within the I know someone from Greek here. They are developing that technology within the Horizon 2020. They're not using that much energy, but still, it's a lot of energy being used. So it's not a solution for your water flow to just have water flowing in and your destruction unit, because it's going to cost you lots of money per cubic meter. I think in US, it's $3,000 per cubic meter, something like that for destruction. But that's why, also again with the SAF, why I think it's so beautiful, because we concentrate it, because it doesn't matter that it's a really expensive technology per cubic meter if you only have 5 cubic meters for a year. Then you can start to see if we can move that around. We can have the on-site destruction with electrochemical oxidation, with the UV activated defluorination and the SQO even. Then it's just a little cost that year, and then you move it around and you can actually make it worth. So there are technologies just being commercially available on the market. But they're coming. It's early stages yet.
Can we break?
Yes.
Now for lunch?
Yeah.
Continue after lunch.
Yes, I just want to say, I take a passion in posting all the experiments and things that are doing PFAS on LinkedIn. So if you want to follow me there, I try and keep an update on what's going on in the world, what we are doing, results from everything from Haemers to Regenesis to ourselves, just to share.
One question. How easy is it to see if there is PFAS in chemicals?
Can we take the questions after, because we have a lunch slot. Verkís að bjóða okkur í hádegismat, en við þurfum að fara núna. But here's 15 minutes for what hörs det áfram. Þetta er yfir 12. Þá erum við tilbaka. Herri, velkomin aftur. Þá bara höldum við áfram frá það horfið. Við svona stoppaði þetta svolítið snögt þarna áðan. Þannig að maybe there are some questions for Helena.
Ready?
The others, we have a couple of minutes for questions before we go to the next session.
Yes.
I had one about the materials sheets.
Sorry about that.
You say filter sheets.
Yes.
How easy is it to see if there is PFAS in the chemical that we use?
Oh, there are several apps now that you can use to scan codes and stuff to see if it's in there. There are many different names. for the PFAS, but the perfluor is the main. Is it, Jack and Haemers? To look for if it's PFAS in things.
Yeah, the flora.
Perfluor.
Chemsec is another organisation that I think does.
Yeah, Chemsec has a lot of listings of PFAS. The CHEM.
Chemtech.
Chemtech, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Does PFAS tend to accumulate somewhere in nature?
Yes. Oh, so
Especially hotspots.
that's why it's so. So the longer chains that we talk about, they are the ones accumulating in our body. They're like proteins. So they accumulate. The shorter chains that does not accumulate in the body, they, however, accumulate in not called vegetables, but plants.
I'm just wondering about it goes to the ocean.
Yes.
Microplankton accumulates this maybe.
Yes, that's why it's in the fish. That's why you have it in you in large, because you eat a lot of fish probably.
I'm just wondering if these natural processes are somehow making a dent in the concentration in the sea.
Well, it depends on if you're looking at the molecule. That is a supramolecule.
Yeah.
It sticks to surfaces, creating layer.
Yes.
But it also binds to organic material.
Yes.
So it's accumulating through layers and then it binds to organics.
I'm
So
just wondering if it accumulates as a sediment in the oceans.
Yeah, because
somehow it's getting out of the circulation a little bit by time.
That's the long chain.
Because it's very soluble.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Exactly.
The problem with PFAS is the high solubility.
Yeah.
So other products have a lower solubility, so they tend to accumulate in the bottom indeed and still release, but slowly. Here it's very highly soluble.
Yeah. Another great thing about PFAS. There are many ones. Yeah.
And then the honest answer is also we don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because let's be fair, we have thousands of PFAS molecules. Now the best labs now can analyze about 50.
Yeah.
So yeah, we have to be humble also.
One question about the bone fraction.
Yeah.
You said that the tail was left in the bubble and the red thing sticks out, and then you cut it.
No, we do not cut it.
No.
It's look at it as a hotel room. So on the inside the bubble, the tail sticks to the bubble. The tail is fairly long, so that's why it kind of sticks to the bubble, and the head can be in the water. So that's why it's a happy molecule. And that's why it doesn't try to get away from the bubble. It just sits there happily enjoying the bubble, because now the tail's happy and the head is happy because it's free. So that's why we can remove it as it's stable enough so that we can remove the foam.
So you remove it as a whole. You do not neutralize it in any way.
No, we remove it as foam, and on those bubbles is full of PFAS. And then we concentrate it, and then we can destroy it with these destruction methods, or the volcano.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Then we move to your presentation. Maybe we should end it.
No.
What is it?
It's Robin Einstein.
Robin Island.
Yeah, I love Islam. All right. And the camera is working. Yeah. Following me. All right, guys. My name is Robin Axelsson. I'm an environmental engineer working as a project manager on Envytech solutions. With my colleagues, Sai and Helena. And I'm specializing in treatment of PFAS in both soil and water, and has done so for the past 6 years now. Time flies when you have fun and a lot to do. So, but here today, I'm about to speak specifically about stabilization as a remediation option for PFAS contaminated soils. And just to give you some brief background about why this can be done. So we have the short chain PFAS, we have touched that subject, but we also have the long chains. And the short chains are much more mobile and are therefore flushed away with water and are therefore prevalently found in water. And then we have the long chains, which are less mobile than the short chains, And those are also the ones that sticks to surfaces. So that's the one I'm going to focus on today, the long chains. So yes, first of all, PFAS is a supramolecule. It attaches to surfaces. If it's a particle of clay or a grain of sand, doesn't matter. It sticks to the surface. And when another particle gets in contact to the layer, it creates another layer, and so it goes, creating millions of layers. And usually when we talk about concentrations of pollutants in soil or in water, we are usually looking at the total concentrations. How much PFAS is in this specific sample of soil or in this pile of sand. But we need to put more focus on leachability, how much PFAS is actually released from this sample of soil or in this pile of sand or in this area. Because if we refer back to the supramolecule, we have layers and layers of PFAS. And when this comes in contact with water, this scrapes off layer by layer, which creates a leachability for a long time. And just to put some to put this in some kind of context or in numbers, you can see that we have 4 samples here. We have the total concentrations, and then we have the leachability. And we go and we are going from micrograms to nanograms. And this doesn't really correlate. We have the total concentrations, but we still can have like a soil with more organics in it. This binds PFAS better, which creates less leachability. So we need to look more towards leachability and how much PFAS that is released from a soil. Yes, and I present the Swedish guidelines as an example of legislation that is far behind and not adapted to the challenges that are with that comes with PFAS, because we have the Swedish guideline for soil that is only looking at total concentrations, and if we are looking at the lower guideline that is 3 microgram and the upper limit that is 20 micrograms, and then we have the guideline values for drinking water, which is also applied for groundwater, and then we have these PFAS concentrations here. So say that we have that we are leaving a contaminated land, and says that this is remediated because we are not reaching above the guidelines for soil. But if we are looking at the leachability, we will still have a leaching of PFAS that stretches well beyond the actual guideline for water. There's 90 nanograms for now. So this is like the whole equation with PFAS. We have guidelines that are mostly adapted to other substances. So yeah, speaks of itself, I think.
I think we can just mention also, Robin, that these guidelines are proposed to be lowered a lot in 2020.
Yeah, we have the
that's for water, but also for soil.
Yes.
It's putting a few more numbers in front of the 0, so we are bringing it down to, I think, 100 times the guideline values.
Yeah. And here comes the solution with stabilization in. Because,
what is the average values in nanograms in soil?
Sorry, what is the
average amount of PFAS?
It depends so much on what type of soil, how many surfaces, how small the particles are, how much organics is in the soil.
Is it a source zone?
Yes. Is it a source zone? Are we measuring here, or are we measuring in the plume? Or
Okay.
To give you an idea, some source zone we measured 50,000.
Yeah.
Like if you go to the airport under the firefighting area, it's going to be 20,000, 50,000 micrograms in the source zone.
Yeah.
Okay. If you go to a forest close to Uppsala,
it's hard to
Yeah, anything between,
make a guess.
depends on what, if there was a firefighting site nearby, then you have the high numbers. An industry releasing through the air, higher numbers.
I'm just thinking about if it's measurable in a background, normal background. If you measure any.
No, but we see PFAS concentrations all over. But yeah,
PFAS shouldn't be in the background.
No,
There's
no,
no
no,
background
no.
level.
There's
It
a
was never there.
big discussion, should we call it background? No, you cannot. Background is zero. So.
Yeah. So, and this is the case with stabilization, that if we are adding a stabilization agent to this soil, we can actually immobilize the PFAS and reducing the leachability with over 99%. And we at Envytech are using a specific product called Rambind. We are exclusive distributors in Scandinavia, but we are also working all over Europe, applying this. And what is Rambind and how does it work? So Rambind is a activated carbon product, but it's not only activated carbon. It's a patented mix with aluminum hydroxide and other adsorbents to actually pinpoint PFAS and to really attach and immobilize the molecule. And it comes in a powder form, yes. And it's actually specifically made for mixing into soil. That's the whole thing about it. It's a proven product. We have field data from full-scale projects that is about 5 years, from about 5 years ago and counting, of course. It has been proven in all of the analytical standards that simulates like the worst possible conditions that can occur in nature, like high and low pHs, simulate repetitive treatment leachment cycles of rain for decades and so on and so on. So it's a robust product, and this just came in last week. A new full-scale pilot at the Swedish airport in Stockholm, Arlanda, where they have done some comparison of 4 different stabilization agents, and its measurements for about 2.5 years, showing great results for Rambind, and it's in collaboration with Sweco and Swedavia, of course. So I can share this report if anyone's interested. So the cost of applying Rambind is, of course, how much do you need? And this is of course specific to what type of soil you have and how much the soil is leaching. We have a collaboration with the well-known laboratory Eurofins. That is one of the best in the world when it comes to PFAS analysis. So the whole circle is that we take out representative samples of the soil, of course, analyze for PFAS, and then we recommend 3 different dosage rates of Rambind. And then we do a bench scale test, and that is done by Eurofins at their lab. And then we can see after we do a leachability test of each dosage, we will get the dosage curve showing the optimal dosage of this product to the specific soil. And how do we do this full scale? First of all, we have done this on many sites. I think we're up to about 15,000-20,000 tons of material that we have stabilized during these 5 years. And overall, in the whole world, they have done almost 200 products now. stabilizing over 500,000 tons of PFAS contaminated soil. So yeah. And how do we do this full scale? Of course, it's a contact sport, as you used to say. The stabilization agent needs to come in contact with the pollutants, with the PFAS, to actually immobilize it and make it stick to the soil. And usually we do this in a two-step mixing procedure, where we first do like a rough mixing. We open the bags on a pile of contaminated soil, and then we mix it in with like an excavator or loader. Then we add water. This is for dust control, of course, but also to activate the product. And then we leave it for about 24 hours. And then we do the fine mixing. This is done, well, we have at least done it in a trauma screen, soil recycle, and an alu bucket. Very convenient way. If you have problems with dust, and if you have like windy conditions and all that, you can also mix it in as a slurry. So this is a new way of mixing it into the soil that is coming. Yeah.
So in terms of where you want to mix it, what do you need there? Is it simply a concrete surface, or do you need to?
Well, if you're on a site that is polluted, it doesn't really matter if you pile it up.
Then just there where you know it's like exactly where it goes from.
Yes.
Okay.
So you don't have to move it. You just pile it up and then you mix it.
Yeah, because it reacts so quickly.
Yes.
It's like
in 24 hours.
Yeah. It is instant. Stabilization is something that's not really fully seen as a remediation method in Europe yet. In some countries, Belgium, Netherlands are coming, Denmark is coming, in Sweden it is also. We had permission to do for defense on site, to leave it on site, where we mixed it on site. But otherwise we use it, you come into that, that's right. So.
Just to show you some videos. This is, where was this project?
This is a landfill in Borås in Sweden, where we took the PFAS contaminated soil at the landfill and treated it before it going to landfill, because they don't want to move the PFAS and contaminate their leachate and the area around it. So they stabilize it at the landfill before it landfill.
So it goes to fine mixing, it's the soil recycle, and then it's activated. So
it's a way of taking back the religion. You can dig it down, you stabilize it first, and then you can put it down.
There's another project where we use the alu buckets. See if we, it's a soil from a airport up north in Sweden. It's a sandy soil where we pre-mix it first. And then we do the alu bucket, which is a nice way to mix it. Yeah. Right.
Yes. If there is a contaminated area, PFAS, how deep do you have to go to?
The plume goes all the way to the groundwater, usually.
Yeah. So if there is PFAS there, you just know that you have to go all the way down. Because
well, you wouldn't go through the rock.
No,
yes,
no.
It's usually the topsoil that's contaminated the most, because the long chain PFAS sticks, and then the more soluble ones, they're washed away with water, either with surface water, goes into the ground and sort of travels. So actually, you find it at the top, but if you can find it.
Yeah, but you will still have like a huge amount of like diluted PFAS contaminated soil.
Yeah.
Around it and underneath.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but you don't take samples every step.
Yes, we do.
10 meters, take samples, 10 meters.
We do.
I mean, that's what us as a consultant, that's what we would do in the investigation process.
Yeah.
You would get the soil profile as deep as you need to go, and then get samples at least every 50 centimeter increments.
Doesn't take a while to get the results from the samples.
24 hours
In Sweden.
in Sweden.
That was one of the challenges I mentioned in
Yeah.
terms of we send our samples overseas.
Mm.
The biggest delay in getting our results is that transport.
Yeah.
So once it is there at the lab, you can get like a faster service and have it analyzed within the 24 hours.
Yeah.
But it's just for us to get it
Yeah.
out of Iceland to get it analyzed. It's the longest.
Interesting.
Yeah. Or it can be longer. Like we can sometimes at least 2 weeks seems to be short for us to get our results. But that they're like
That's a whole
that
nother
is
problem.
something. Yeah, that is something.
We are
that need
physics.
to-
Yeah.
So that just means thorough investigation.
Yeah, better planning, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
For sure.
It's not just planning.
Yeah.
All right, just to show you some of the results from the full-scale project that we have done. Yeah, it's a bunch of different sites. Mostly it's from airports, and yeah, fire drill sites, of course. Always, and also a surface treatment industry that we have done. So, showing great results.
And then what we can see here is that you can see the concentration of PFAS in the soil and how much it leaches
Oh,
for
yeah.
treatment. Then
It's
you
another
add,
example.
you add the percentages of rimbind, and then you can see how much we decrease the leachability.
Yeah.
Excuse me, do you take them samples of the groundwater afterwards? See.
That is a control program that the EPA usually says that we have to do
Yeah.
to see if it leaches. So yes.
Yes. Good question.
Do you have any ideas how long this reduction is held? Like, do you know that it will stay reduced for 10, 15 years?
Well, it's always that is always a hard question when it comes to it's a new way of handling PFAS contaminated soil, of course, but we still have to rely on the analysis that we can do and how we can simulate this in a lab scale. So yes, we are measuring the projects that we have now and have done so from the start. But it's always hard to do the measuring when you haven't had the product or this kind of remediation for a long time. Yes.
But you have some clues that I would assume, like,
Yeah,
you could extrapolate 5 years.
Yeah. The slide that was at the beginning, it talks about the leaf method, which is one of the US analysis ways of proving different how long stability things are. So the leaf method and the EM 12457. So what they do is they simulate a landfill box that is a landfill cell that's poorly constructed, and then they simulate acid rain for 100 years.
Yeah.
And then they see what the expected leaching is, and they have proven it when they've done these trials that it doesn't start leaching after that. So 100 years in really poor conditions, landfill, acid rain, and varying pH.
To be a bit more nuanced there, because there have been a few publications on it, but it's a good question. I wouldn't put it as no release. It's going to release, but it's going to release much slower. And what I've read is more like 10, 20 years. It's not that it's binding the whole thing 100% and it doesn't move. It will release, but it has nothing to do with what it would be without it. It's still a very positive effect on that. I mean, it's not, I think.
Is that right, though, or is
100
it that
years
it's just holding what it is and then you add new
Because you can see them on applications that have been done 5 years ago, that you see the level of release is slowly increasing. It's still 1 or 2 orders of magnitude lower than what it is without it. But I mean, like any stabilization, at some point that bind is going away. But it's not. I mean, I think 100 years is a bit of.
But that's what the leaf method is proving. But I think Jack has more intel on this.
So I'll cover it a little bit more in my talk, but the speed of release is important. So if that release is lower than your acceptable exposure limit, then you've effectively managed the risk. Also, with stabilization works like these, it's all about input concentrations as well. Like you were talking about the princess molecule, etc. They don't really like hanging out with other contaminants. So if you've effectively slowed those input concentrations right down, the amount of leaching that you get may be negligible depending on what your exposure limit is.
Yeah.
So it's about, my talk's very dry and with lots of graphs. So like, so I'll let go on. So yeah.
All right. All right. And then we have a specific project where we actually have stabilized PFAS contaminated soil and reused it on site. So this is a site owned by the Swedish Defence Estate. It's an army base. So the case was that they needed to install a new petroleum tank in an active firefighting training area. So as I said, active. They were carrying out firefighting drills every week. And the area was widely contaminated with PFAS. We had concentrations up to 1,000 micrograms. And just to make it clear for you, this is an explanation of how they used to treat these kinds of soils before they used Rembind. So first, of course, they sample the area and classify the soil. And as they are excavating the soil is becoming a waste because they can't put it back because the contamination in the soil has levels in it that is above target criteria for the site. So the soil is loaded up to trucks. And the trucks are driving long distances to find a landfill that can hold PFAS, but there's no landfills that can actually hold the PFAS and not make it leach. So there's no way of sending the waste to any place where it's sustainable. And from that, clean soil has to be brought to site to an active firefighting area, and that soil is then contaminated again. So we are creating like a circle here of waste. And now they are using Rembind instead for these kind of works. So yes, area is sampled and classified, of course. Soil is being excavated and it's a waste now. And then they mix the soil with Rembind, immobilizing the PFAS, and the soil is no longer treated as a waste. They can reuse the soil on site. So the big conclusion from this is that yes, there's no transports and all that, but we are not creating another point source at a landfill. We are not moving the contaminant from site to another place where it can't be stored properly. And these are the results from that project. Yeah, and the client is happy. Everyone's happy.
Lovely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask so much?
One question, please?
Yeah.
How does other contamination affect the method? I mean, if you have oil spills, or you treat it in any other way, or heavy metals or whatever, do you do it in a special order first?
Well, Rembind has seemed to be effective to stabilize metals, also because it contains aluminum hydroxide also. But as if you're speaking about other organic contaminants,
I'm just wondering because we're always referring to fire practice areas.
Yes.
There must be oil there as well.
Yes. Yes.
So, and you have PFAS.
Yes.
It's
showing that you can take care of, but
Yeah.
how does the
Do you wanna?
So as I told you before, the carbon is a great thing. It absorbs anything organic, and also the aluminum hydroxide in the membrane absorbs metals. So what we do when we do the trial, we take the soil and we mix it, and we'll see, okay, so here is petroleum, metals, and PFAS. How much do we need to put in to take care of all of that to stop the PFAS from leaching? So in a contaminated soil with petroleum, we would need more membrane if it wasn't petroleum there. But that will be told to you in the bench scale test. You say, okay, we have these values. This is how much we need to treat all of that. And bonus, you might not get petroleum or metals leaching as well. We can test for that. So it can be used in a.
So it's a single circle almost.
Yeah, it's one treatment for all. Isn't that great? But yeah, it's you have to have the right amount and the right to make sure that you take that into account, and also because that has first, because PFAS, the princess doesn't like to squeeze in, so we need to first make membrane enough for the others, and then make sure that it's enough for the PFAS as well. And then all this comes in with if you put more in and leachability and so on. That Jeff will talk about more.
Another question: what's the biggest area that you use this method for? I mean, these are really specific areas that you're looking into. It's not a lot of soil. You're not taking up for a whole building or something.
No, we've done a big industry. You have to bear in mind it's new technology. PFAS is all new. Stabilization is the method.
Yeah, and you're still looking at total concentrations
when
it comes to
there's no guidelines for leachability, only for in soil. So we have a long way to walk. But we've done a metal treatment industry that was 5,000 tons. We excavated it all. We stabilized it and put that in landfill, and we can reuse some of it. There has been done in New Zealand and Australia now. Australia was really early with PFAS, so they have come a long way. Their stabilization, they use it everywhere. They leave it on site, they stabilize it, they use it as an actual remediation method. In Europe, we're still is it safe? Can it be used? Is it better to just let it sit there for 10 years and take samples? We can argue about that. But that's where we are today. So in Europe, these are the known ex situ projects where we take it up and bring it in, and then we have the in situ where it's been done more.
Just to echo what Helena was saying and to support her argument, the concept of stabilization, like stabilizing soils with contaminants in them, certainly in the UK and in the US, is very, very common practice, and sometimes it has geotechnical benefits as well. So if we have lots of old polluted land in England, and lots of made ground, so it's geotechnically challenging to build projects on. So often you would use a stabilization technique. You may blend other things in with it, depending on the types of contaminants that you're treating, to improve the soil not only chemically but also geotechnically as well. So this has been done on maybe not with PFAS, but the method has been done on a very big scale before.
But what if we have also high COD and, for example, the big area that is contaminated in the airport also has glycol and constantly high COD values?
Yes, so PFAS binds to surfaces, and when it's bind, it's, as we told you, it's very hard to get off. So when we do the trials, where you mix it, you leave it for 24 hours, and then you do the leachability tests, you will see what we leach. You have that total amount there. So it doesn't affect it immediately, like the bond between the PFAS and the organics is really strong. Is that how I would, is it? Yeah. So it doesn't matter, you just have to, when that first soil, when you take that soil, it has glycol, it has everything in it, you stabilize that, you stabilize the glycol, you stabilize the petroleum, and then you see, okay, what's coming out? Did I have the right amount to actually stabilize it? And when you have that, okay, then you can do it in the field and it will sit there.
There's always a site-specific recipe for how much remedy you need, or of any agent, so.
Jan?
No, I just wanted to add to add on what Jack's saying. It's been applied widely, not so. I mean, way before PFAS stabilization in some countries and very little in others. It's not so much to do with any technology or results. It's more, I mean, regulation. It's about site closure. And the fact that the countries where it was not really popular, stabilization has never been admitted as a site closure technique. You could do it, you would still keep your liability because you didn't touch anything about the molecule. It was still there. It was no longer leaching, but it was still there. But it was not admissible as saying now you can have someone else taking over that liability. It's really regulatory issue with some countries who have adopted it and some others who have not. It has nothing to do with efficiency. It's really regulation.
And then PFAS came along, and with stabilization of PFAS is, okay, should we incinerate the whole world? Because that's 1400 degrees to get rid of it. Not economically, socially, or any other way viable. So what can we do? Should we soil wash it? Well, high concentrations, I think that's really good. You take lots of soil and you concentrate it down to the fine particles and you have small waste volumes to bring it down. Is that the only solution? Or stabilization, if you have, so we're doing Swedish airports now that we're looking at. So lower concentration in soil. If you would soil wash that or thermally treat it, it would cost millions and millions. It would never be done.
It's cheaper, as has been said, but it's a cheap technology.
It's cheap technology for low contamination to make it not leach into. So it's every technology has its place. It's not one technology is not perfect. It's either too expensive or there's always something. So you have to find, okay, how much money do we have? What's socially acceptable? What can we do? Is it better to just have it leaching there? So we have this small concentration in the upper soil in this airport and it's leaching to the groundwater and contaminated. Is that better? Or should we just stabilize it with this? Okay, we're leaving it there, but at least it's sitting there for quite some time. We stopped it. Will there be a better technology in the future? Maybe, but at least we're holding it there. We know where it is. It's not constantly leaching into everything else. So you have to build up your solution with the reason why and how and what do we achieve and why are we doing it and how much money are we allowed to spend on it.
So here's the thing. Stabilize it and you're leaving it there. What's the other option? So what, you do nothing? Every PFAS plume where you're not doing something is getting bigger every day.
Yeah. What's that? Good ending.
Sorry?
Mic drop. That was my presentation.
Já, herri, næstur Sæ Svanström og Jack Stewart. Það segir frá hérna Integrated Treatment Strategies for Sites Impacted with Petroleum Hydrocarbons.
Remember those?
Now I'm leaving PFAS for a while.
Yeah.
So I'm doing this presentation together with Jack, and he will present himself when he does his part. My name is Sæ Svanström. I'm an environmental engineer. Been working in this business for 12 years now. I'm the CCO at Envytech. We're coming to regards of contracting, which involves in situ treatment, soil sampling, groundwater sampling, as well as EOD, which I've not touched yet, but it's a nice a big part of that. I want to present a case study that we've made in Sweden, which is the longest running in situ the injection project in Europe. It's the largest Regenesis injection that's been made in Europe as well. Old school. So I will talk about the background of the procurements, how we implemented the technique on site, how we did the monitoring afterwards, what experience we did get from this project, and also end with local procurements. So this site is located in Stockholm, in Sweden. It's the Northern Europe largest train yard, and it's active. This is a site photo taken in 1964, where you can see some storage tanks where we had diesel storage. There's also a filling station, and we have some underground pipes going from these up to the workshop where they was working on with the locomotives. And the procurement in Sweden was made where the customer and the client handed out documents stating this is what I want you to bid on, like what kind of contaminants levels there were, how big the area it was, what kind of target they wanted to reach. They considered this site well investigated. There were only a few parts, mostly in the southern part, that did need some more investigation. The site was built up with heterogeneous filling material, and we had a site-specific target to reach, which was a little bit higher than industrial sites in Sweden. The most important part was that this site has to be in operation when we did the treatment. So they were looking for a direct push treatment, injection treatment. And the project was a turnkey project where we had to put in a fixed price to reach the target. So Envytech handed in a tender. We said that we want to go in and treat the site through in situ remediation by chemical oxidation and also enhance aerobic biodegradation. But because of that, the products that we wanted to use to treat this area is more suitable for contaminants in the groundwater. We wanted to have like a parachute to make sure that whatever contaminant that was in the unsaturated zone wouldn't leach back to where we had treated. We wanted to put in a barrier as well over the area. Our solution wasn't the cheapest, but the client thought it was the best, so we won it. When coming to turnkey and fixed price, it's very important for us to go in there and do a proper remediation site investigation, which meant that we were in there and taking out new soil samples and or groundwater samples already where the consultant had been taking out samples. That's just because we want to make sure that there's no surprises. We also went in there and wanted to delineate the contaminant more. So after that, we went in and did the full-scale treatment, and then we did the monitoring for 1 year afterwards to show that we showed that met targets, and we kept the targets. And the results from that investigation showed us that the area was more pollutant than the client had said. It increased in both width and depth. So where the client said that they had hit bedrock, that was actually more blocks and rock debris. So we could go a couple of meters deeper and show that the contaminant was spreading even deeper than that. Areas beside that, we also found a lot of free phase within that site, and that's something that the client had said that they couldn't find. We found 8 points where we had 10 to 30 centimeters free phase, and another 9 points where we had very high levels in groundwater, which means that free phase could be present. We were not able to delineate the contaminant to the east because of the high-speed train rails going there, as well as we had buildings going there as well. and we couldn't delineate it under the building to the north. And during the investigation, we did find extensive large blocks and rock debris. And all of this meant that we had to redesign the treatment. When coming to free phase, the product that we wanted to use is not suitable for that. So we had to take that away before going in and doing the injections. And because of the large blocks, we couldn't use the in situ direct push technique that we wanted. We had to use like a drilling head instead to drill through the rocks before we could start injecting. So the free phase we treated by using vacuum extraction. There were a couple of areas with free phase, and we installed extraction wells where we pumped the free phase up, and the air was treated through a carbon filter, and the oil was separated, and the groundwater was treated through a on-site water treatment plant with oil separator and sand filters and activated carbon filters. Yes.
What is a free phase?
It's where there's only oil on its own phase, laying on top of the groundwater. So we operated that system for 6 months before it was finished, and we managed to extract 40 tons of free phase, and we treated 497 cubic meters of water. And that's a site where they said that they wouldn't be any. After that, we went in and did our treatment. Because of using chemical oxidation, you wanted to do that in multiple injection campaigns. So we actually did 3 campaigns with that, and then finalized it with oxygen release compound, which Jack will talk more about later on. We ended up injecting in over 3,000 points. If I would have, if we were allowed to have wells sticking out, maybe it would be better to do the injection through wells instead of direct push, because we had problems every time we put the rod in the ground that it took a lot longer time than we expected. And the product that we used were these, and Jack will talk more about the products.
No worries at all. So this project for me was actually a lot of fun to design. We were really using every tool in the Regenesis toolbox, and something, I mean, Si and I have probably worked together, what, 12 years to get, something Si is really good at doing is recognizing where treatment trains are required. So very rarely is, and it's been echoed about PFAS, but it's certainly true about petroleum hydrocarbon contamination, is one technology going to be the answer, particularly if you're looking to hit particularly low values in groundwater. So Regenesis, we're not always the answer. We're definitely not going to be able to solve all of your problems, but we can be part of the solution. I'd say if you want to really sum up what to use when, this is a pretty good diagram to do it with. So here you've got treatment efficiency running along the top. Whatever remediation technique that we're looking to use, we want that treatment efficiency to be at its maximum. And then you have contaminant concentrations running along the bottom here. Over here, we've got free phase, so that's the oil floating on top of the groundwater. And then over there, we've got low dissolved phase concentrations of petroleum hydrocarbons. High free phase, we can't help with. So we found it when they did the site investigation. The most efficient and appropriate thing for you to do there is to pump it out, to physically remove it. But as those concentrations start to drop, so does the efficiency of that particular remediation method, so that then you can then jump on to perhaps chemical remediation. So we're going to talk about chemical oxidation. And then finally, what about biological remediation? Something you can do with petroleum hydrocarbons and not PFAS yet. Hello. So got it. Yeah.
Það einhver með opin mikrofónin hjá sér sem þarf að slökka á mikrofóni.
There we go. Awesome. So typically you might reach a chemical oxidation at around 15-ish milligrams per litre, and that's a value for total petroleum hydrocarbons. That value might change if we're just looking at, say, a pure diesel or a pure gasoline or something like that. We can then think about enhanced bioremediation using a product called ORC, stands for oxygen releasing compound. I used to have a really nice train, but now we've got this newish technology called Petrofix, which is a colloidal activated carbon technology that sits somewhere in the middle there. Why do we need all of these different technologies? You really just need to think about how these contaminants move in the subsurface. So this is a sand tank. I love a sand tank. This is going to be a recurring theme. This is a sand tank experiment that was done at the University of Birmingham, just showing how petroleum hydrocarbons, LNAPL, so light non-aqueous phase liquids, so they float on the ground, behave in the subsurface. So you get a spill, percolates through your unsaturated zone or your vadose zone, hits the top of the groundwater table, and then starts to move out. The thing is, certainly in the UK and everywhere else, groundwater can be a bit seasonal, so it can move up and down with the seasons, it can move up and down with snow melt, it can move up and down with rainwater, and as it moves up and down, it's going to smear that petroleum hydrocarbon across the soils. And that's a really important bit to be looking for if you're an environmental consultant. There's going to be a significant amount of mass that's sat in those soils. So we're either going to want to target that using physical remediation techniques, or you're going to want to pull that in to your injection technique as well. What also happens is they'll then travel in the groundwater to create a plume. So I'm just going to talk about two phenomena. So the first is advection. So that's the movement of groundwater containing chemicals. So the water's moving along and chemicals are contained within it. And then we're also going to talk about diffusion as well. So that's chemicals moving across concentration gradients. So they're not flowing necessarily with the water. Now, these two things are important because they feed into the problem around back diffusion. Now, I'm really bad at explaining back diffusion, but again, I've got a very useful sand tank experiment that does a really good job for me. So this is pretty old now. This was done by a guy called Tom Sale. I think he works for CDM Smith now, out of the University of Colorado. I've not found a better example of how it illustrates it, so we'll just run the video. So what you're going to see is a series of photographs taken over 132 days. You'll see a fluorescein dye, an A to D here. These are your clay lenses. This fluorescein dye is supposed to represent dissolved phase contamination. As it moves through those sand bands, it's advecting through the sand tank. But what you're going to see is it's slowly diffusing into your clay lenses. So pump and treat definitely has a place here, because if you turn that pump and treat system on, you can remove a significant proportion of that mass. So the system comes on, pours clean water into your treatment area and removes a proportion of your mass. But we've created concentration gradients. So Flick's law says that you'll get diffusion, and you can see these green tails coming off of those coming off of those clay lenses, and it's these green tails that are going to stop you hitting certain remediation targets. So that's where injectable substrates as a potential option can help. And over time, the cost per contaminant removed would go up exponentially. So it's all about knowing when to stop one process and jump on to another. So one of these technologies we have is called Regenesis. Regenesis sits under a remediation method called in situ chemical oxidation. In situ chemical oxidation is the in-place treatment through the addition of a chemical oxidant. It's not a biological process, and it's essentially a redox reaction, which we'll unpack in a bit. It's a rapid contaminant destruction technology, so Regenesis is probably used every working day across Europe. It's a very popular technology to use because you can reduce concentrations very quickly to unlock that site for redevelopment. It's best suited to high concentration areas. The reason for this is chemical oxidation is all about contact. The oxidant and the contaminant must make contact with each other in order for that exchange of electrons to occur. So if you're dealing with low concentrations, it's not going to be a very effective technique. Chemical oxidation, however, used to be quite a tricky thing to do, activating, I don't know, chelated metals with hydrogen peroxide. And it had some issues around health and safety concerns, particularly around rapid increases in temperature and pressure and risk to burns to personnel. Now, this was a video taken after the application of a commodity oxidant. You can see the groundwater temperature is raised quite a bit, so we've got some bubbling. And, yeah, I mean, you guys have been well set up to deal with this. So if you want to create a geyser in your back garden, but obviously not ideal on a site. Similarly, you've got risks of burns to personnel, and also in some cases issues integrating with underground services or foundations. But we've developed Regenox as a technology to overcome this. It's a two-part technology. So it comes as a white powder and it also comes as a green gel. Essentially what you do is you mix it at about 5% with water. The part A is a carbonate-based chemical oxidant, and then the part B is an iron silicate catalyst. You mix it with water and then you can inject it into the subsurface. You could spray it into the base of excavations. You can mix it into soils if you're looking to remediate them that way, and you can inject them down wells. It's been engineered specifically for this, so we've developed Regenox specifically for groundwater remediation. We've made sure that it's safe to handle and apply. It's non-detrimental to the environment, and it also has a significant longevity. It's safe to use around underground services. This is because we've controlled the release of hydrogen peroxide. It's base activated and it promotes surface mediated chemical oxidation, which I'll talk about in a sec. So you can apply it down service corridors. Often that can be a really important pathway if you're dealing with a hydrocarbon spill, and around concrete as well. Here comes the chemistry. So chemical oxidation is the breakage of electrical bonds. What happens here is that the oxidant makes contact with the contaminant becomes oxidized, and the oxidant becomes reduced, breaking apart those chemical bonds and destroying the contamination in situ. Another way this happens is when you apply this oxidant into the subsurface, it will start to decompose, and as it decomposes, it produces these things called free radicals. Now, free radicals, these are just molecules with an unpaired electron. There's a bunch of different types. People get very bent out of shape as to which is the right one, but essentially they are very reactive molecules that want to react with everything, including your contaminant. So when they make contact with it, it becomes chemically oxidized and it's destroyed. The third way Regenox works is through surface-mediated chemical oxidation. So when you initially inject Regenox into the subsurface, it will raise the pH of the groundwater to about pH 10, but that's quickly buffered out by the soil within a period of about 1 to 2 weeks. As that pH starts to drop, this iron silicate catalyst will form that will provide a surface area for the contaminant and the oxidant to make contact, so that you get essentially a second wave of activation. Si mentioned that we did this in 3 parts. The reason why we did this in 3 applications is because contamination, petroleum hydrocarbons, they don't exist just in the dissolve phase, they also are stuck onto the soils as well. And when you do chemical oxidation, primarily that occurs mostly in the dissolve phase. So what you're looking to do is take advantage of that desorption. So you've created this concentration gradient. You then pull that contamination from the soil into the water, do a second application, potentially do a third, and then drive those levels down so that it can be polished off using biological degradation. The thing is, that only takes it so far. So once we had reduced those concentrations to levels that are more suitable for biological degradation, we used ORC, which is this oxygen releasing compound. How ORC works, it's a product that's been around since 1994, so used on tens of thousands of sites worldwide. It gets, when you apply it to the subsurface, it starts to dissolve. So you inject it into the ground and it immediately starts to dissolve. And as it dissolves, it releases oxygen into the dissolve phase. So it comprises calcium oxyhydroxide. We've got these phosphate crystals in there as well. What the phosphate crystals do is they control that release of oxygen. They make sure that it's mostly only released into the water. We don't want any of the oxygen bubbling off because that's not where the microbes can use it. We want that oxygen in the water. So we get this slow release of oxygen. These phosphate crystals also stop this impermeable rind forming. So what that means is for 12 months, we get a continual release of oxygen into the dissolve phase, supporting a large group of microbes that they can break that contamination down in situ. And really, that's what we're doing. We're farming microbes. And the best way to farm anything is give it a stable environment over a long period of time so you can break down as much contamination as possible. Finally, and then I'll hand it back to Sai, Petrifix. So this is a colloidal activated carbon technology, an evolution of our Kumstock technology that I'll talk about later on this afternoon. What we've done here is we've finely milled granular activated carbon down to 1 to 2 microns. So that's about the size of a bacterium. It's the width of a red blood cell. It's smaller than a porphyra in the aquifer. We then coated it in a dispersive polymer so it moves and behaves like a colloid. So when you inject it into the subsurface, these carbon particles are slightly negatively charged, so they'll stick to positively charged surfaces. So you can paint the aquifer with a 2 micron layer of activated carbon, the same stuff that might be in your home water filter. We then have a second part to this. So this is an electron acceptor blend. So instead of using aerobic degradation, we're using anaerobic degradation of petroleum hydrocarbons to really give these microbes a kickstart to break this contamination down. Essentially what's happening is once you inject Petrifix into the subsurface, it coats the mobile porosity with this 2 micron layer of carbon. So this is a before shot. These are sand grains, very flat, not a lot of absorption sites. After it's been injected, it coats the outside of those sand grains with a 2 micron layer of carbon, which then absorbs that contamination and takes it out of the water. So that's the first step. The second step is biological degradation. So we've stuck the contamination onto the Petrifix surface. We've taken it out of the water. It's no longer mobile. We've then added some electron acceptors so that we have given the microbes a compound to respire. These microbes then grow on the activated carbon layer, and then they break down that contamination in situ. What that means is, under certain conditions, as contamination advects into that treatment area, it can be captured and then it can be degraded. So you can create a self-cleaning filter in the subsurface, assuming that you have a constant input of electron acceptors to keep those microbes happy, effectively. So yeah, we were doing really everything at this site. A combination of physical treatment with pump and treat. We then dropped onto chemical oxidation. We then did biological degradation, and then really long-term risk management using Petrifix. So that's everything from me.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
So in terms to inject this, I'm just thinking for Icelandic, if we had any Icelandic sites, would you would you bring the drill to inject it? Because I don't know if we have that here.
That's a possibility.
Yeah. No, I don't know. Like I'm just sort of wondering with some of the technologies when there's a
You have your drilling rigs here. I guess you're doing investigation in the ground. Yeah.
Well, we have like, yeah, they do for geothermal, like not for our soil. When we are doing soil investigations, we mainly do profiles with an excavator. We don't have the like what I used in Australia. We don't have the.
But you drill boreholes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the big
for water.
ones.
For the
Yeah, but
ones.
you don't have the small rigs.
Okay.
Yeah, we
don't
do,
have small
yes,
rigs.
we don't have a lot of them. We have a total funding rig or
So it doesn't necessarily need to be direct push injection. So you can do down well injection,
Then you have to install the wells.
but then you have to install the wells. So,
Yes, we can bring the rig.
but we don't have rigs. We're just the.
Yeah, exactly. I know that will be
Yeah.
a different company.
If you do have a rig, you can always rebuild it to doing direct push. So you can use the same rig for investigation as well as injection afterwards.
But we do have rigs, so we can bring.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So these are some injection methods. We were using direct push, and this is injection rod that we used. You just drill this down to the injection depth that you want to inject, and then you push out the treatment product in the ground. And that way you can also move it so you can treat the whole volume that's needed. You can also do injection by installing wells. And in Sweden, people are using wells. I don't know the English word for it. And you use a packer to just move, so you can inject in the levels that you want to. For the Hagalund site, we installed our own mixing tank, which consisted of 4 5 cubic meters cisterns with a mixer inside. We were able to mix 20 cubic meters of fluid, and we needed that mixer as well in that cistern, because you need the product to be moving all the time, because otherwise it will settle. From the mixing tank, we pushed we pumped the product out to 4 drill rigs that was in operation at the same time in that area. We did injection from the bottom up, and we also had a return pipe from the drill rigs back to the mixing tank, just so that we wouldn't build up any pressure, and the product that wasn't used was put back so we could use it. And here is a video of how it could look. Here we are mixing in small IBCs instead, because we wanted to treat a smaller area. But yeah. So from the IBC, we pumped it to the drill rigs, which have a flow meter and pressure sensor, so we could monitor that. And here, the action is happening. It's not a lot to see with your eyes, but with pumping down products, and it's doing magic down there. So we did the injection work for 1 year in Sweden. So we injected during the winter time as well. That's not a problem. You only have to isolate everything that's considered of water. After the injection work, we did the monitoring for 1 year. We did 6 campaigns with one final sampling round. We did monitoring in all the wells that were installed within the site, but took away some where we could see that we have obtained targets. Yeah, before you do that, you purge the groundwater well so that you make sure that it's the correct water that you're sampling. We did field measurements with this multi-instrument to also detect the DO, pH, redox and other things. And then we sent those groundwater samples to a laboratory in Sweden. So we also got results from the laboratory. And the results. What we could see was that, this figure is after the pre-investigation. You can see that the red dots are where we had target levels higher than the target. We also have to follow up. This is for the first sampling round, the 5th, and this is showing the soil samples within the area where we can show that we also reach the target within the soil. We could see that we had some increasing levels at the first sampling round, which is not uncommon. So shouldn't be afraid when that happens. The most important thing is to have like a longer period of sampling done. We had some problems to reach the target as fast as we wanted within those areas where we had free phase, but we had to prolong the investigation for a couple of months further before we hit the target there. What I can mention as well is that this northern part of the treated area was actually removed from the whole remediation evaluation, just because the client went in there and did some excavation, which actually impacted the in situ treatment. This is a graph of the TPH concentration in some of the wells. And what I wanted to show with this is that we had some peaks in the beginning, but could also show that we hit the targets and could obtain, could prove targets for a long period afterwards. So the experience that I take from this project is that when coming to in situ treatment, you have to have more groundwater samples made. It's very important. Often in Sweden, we get a lot of information about the ground and not that much about the groundwater. It's very important to have knowledgeable driller personnel handling the drill rigs, because what we could see here was that when our client thought that they hit bedrock, they actually didn't. So that impacted both the time and the cost for the project. Also, pre-phase, better investigating the site before carrying out the full scale. There are options to treat areas where you can't delineate to make sure that you don't have a back diffusion to the site. And contract form in Sweden is a very hot topic, because what we are seeing when they have those fixed price turnkey projects is that you are actually putting a lot of risk onto the entrepreneurs, which will mean that the entrepreneur will have to take that in consideration when like handing out a tender. And we are trying to do like other contract form where we partner up with the contractor and the consultant and the client in the early stage. And that is my recommendation from here, is to involve the entrepreneurs in the early stage, because we as entrepreneurs went back in and did more investigation, and that had already cost the client some money when the client consultant did it. So yeah, involve us early. So that's the presentation that I had. Any questions?
Ask you, I was just wondering, you were pumping out all this gasoline.
Yes.
And
about 40 tons, or what it was?
Yes.
Yes. So, but did that affect the site? I mean, did it settle the site?
No.
Doing it? Nothing. So it just.
No, because what you want to do is just pump where the free phase is. You don't want to like put this to a groundwater, make groundwater like sink.
Yes. Yes. Okay. Well, no, there's just thinking like what they took away. Did it not collapse down, or just
no,
just to stand there empty? Because it's just. I mean, is it just water instead of gasoline there now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much. Very interesting. Já, íslensku, það er miklu auðveldara. Við erum aðeins undan áætlun, þannig að það er bara frábært. Þau getum við bara hoppað í næstu, því að kaffi er ekki alveg komið strax, sko. Kaffi strax. No coffee. Yes. Thank you. And the next presentation. Jan. The next presentation is thermal desorption for.
I was hoping for a coffee break, but.
Yeah. I don't think the coffee's here yet.
No, that's fine.
No.
You all have to stick with me then. Remember this. Oops. Good afternoon again. So we continue. I'm going to talk a bit about PFAS, but I'm going to continue also the story about the other contaminants, because we can also die from other stuff. And the whole idea is just to continue in the story that yes, there are solutions now that reverse the problem, because what we're trying to do is we spilled something and we're trying to get it out again. And instead of just throwing away the soil, when you spill something on your sweater, you don't throw away your sweater, right? And buy a new one. You just try to clean it. That's essentially in situ treatment. That's essentially what we're trying to do with a wide variety of technologies. That's why I've been in this business for a very long time, and that's why it's I still like it. It's exciting because you still try new stuff, and it's improving and it's getting more efficient, etc., etc. So a few words about our company. When I started in the 90s, we had ding and dump. Then we started with bioremediation, got some first soil washing plants. Thermal came in, was thermal, big units, looks like an asphalt plant. The whole idea was driven by large US-based oil and gas companies. Not because they liked the environment, just because they hated the long-term liability. And they said, it's fine, but all the other stuff like dig and dump, and I think Ella alluded to that in her presentation this morning, there is something like the US Superfund. And what did the Superfund do? They said, you know what, there is a landfill and everyone brought some dirt to the landfill. Now we're going to sue everyone. And there is a little legal word which is called joint and several. We're going to sue everyone to pay for the cleanup of that. And it's going to cost hundreds of millions. And guess what? 30, 40 years later, out of the 3,000 companies that had sent dirt, who was left? Exxon, Chevron, Texaco, I mean, to take the 10 biggest ones. And no matter how little dirt they had sent, they had to foot the whole bill. So they were just said, ooh. Now let's see what we can do. So thermal was a way to deal with that by just saying, you know what, you're going to treat your dirt, and the dirt is going to be completely clean. There's going to be zero hydrocarbon left in the soil. Your liability is going to be written off, no matter how often the regulator will come and change their laws. Because again, this morning was also some interesting indications. Keep that in mind. Standards tend to change. So if you build a closure plan saying, okay, I've reached my standard now, then what happens if in 10 years your government says, yeah, it wasn't 30, it's actually 4, right? Who's taking care of that liability? It's a huge nightmare in plants. So essentially, that's the origin of thermal. It's like, I don't trust governments, right? I don't trust governments, I want to get rid of them. It's a very simple system to explain. You just heat it up. You heat it up. You base it essentially on phase transfer. You go from liquid to solid phase. You go to vapor phase. You extract the vapor phase. You destroy. You burn the vapor phase. It was applied initially for hydrocarbons. Hydrocarbons were meant to be burned. You just burn them. That's it. You don't burn the soil though, because if you burn the soil, you get an ash. You can't do anything for that. You just heat the soil. You take it out, and then you burn it. This is what we did in these huge plants. We heated the soil here in the rotary kiln, 400 degrees, 450 degrees, that all the hydrocarbons went out. Then the vapors were brought to a big afterburner chamber, 1,000 degrees, you destroy the hydrocarbons, then you filter everything. That's why you have those huge mobile plants. And that's it. Your soil is clean, you moisturize the soil, you put it back in place. Done. Right, quite high energy consumption. Remember, our clients were Exxon and relatively expensive. But for them, it was relatively cheap because they could write off their liability. So yes, they were willing to pay more than alternative technologies. Landfill was very cheap. Biomediation is cheaper. Soil washing is cheaper. But getting rid of that liability was of a value to them because instead of paying for 2,000 tons of dirt to a landfill, they could probably end up paying for 100,000 tons of everybody else's dirt, right? So they said, probably a better way to deal with it. That's the origin of thermal. It's still applied in some countries, some applicable, but it tends to disappear, right? We're very proud in '92, we had the first patent application for a mobile plant. We thought we were really brilliant because we put all that in our truck. That was innovative in '92. We're still proud of that, but the patent that expired, if you want to use it, we did our first attempt in Brussels actually to do it in situ, where we did the same. We thought about it. Why not? Why excavate essentially? Why not put some pipes in the ground, circulate some hot fluid, in this case, hot air. If I were doing it in Iceland, I would probably use some geothermal fluid, some steam, and just say, well, this is under a building, it's in the center of Brussels, and we're going to heat up the soil without excavating it. And then we're going to recover the vapors. And we're going to burn the vapors at the surface. That's what we did. Got lots of prizes for that. And we did those patents. I think this one has expired as well. Then we tended to do it in situ with individual burners, more efficient, use less energy. So this was our first attempt we were looking for desperate clients. This was a large chemical company that tried everything, couldn't sell the building, it's an office building, no way. They had no obligation, by the way, to remediate. It was a big 25,000 square meter office building in the center of Brussels. The company is called Bayer, and it was empty. Third buyer for Bayer, who just canceled the sale because of a little contamination 9 meters deep in a basement. The regulator said, no need to action, no risk. But lawyers, right? Lawyers said, yes, but if the law changes and if that GGO, who is going to pay? So arguments for months, and then we don't do the deal. So at the end, they were desperate, so they gave us a chance to apply our innovative ideas. I think I looked at when we had a short lunch yesterday, the problem with regulators is often that on the one hand, they will push all companies to innovate. And when they themselves have to tender stuff, they say, well, how many references do you have? Is this a proven technology? So it's that, double face there. They all have that. So it's like, but we were lucky we could do it because they were desperate, so they had no alternative. Our company today is a small company. I think now we're about 60 people. We're based in Belgium. We work all over the world, as you see, and we are essentially a research and development company. So 60% of our people do research and development, and we also work with partnerships all over the world. So we essentially transfer the technology so that it can be applied. And we're not very proud of this number, but we're working on it. Not very successfully, I'm afraid. Our definition, when we do research and development, what are we trying to do? Our definition for sustainability is recap. We want to have technologies rapid. What does that mean, rapid? It means that the person who makes a commitment, who makes a performance commitment, should also be the person you can hold accountable for it. Like the opposite of that is the Vatican remediation. If you've heard of that technology, So Vatican remediation is you go to a consultant, you investigate your site, and you wait a bit, then you pray for a miracle. So, I've tried that Vatican diet for a while. So any remediation plan that will last 50 years, that's not rapid, right? So it's because it's easy to promise something will be done in 2 generations. So we think something that can be accountable for. It needs to be effective. That means we need to leave no contamination behind. Once you're done, you're done. Don't come back. It has to be final. It needs to be climate friendly. I think it's essential that you don't use, a useless amount of energy. Yes, it has to be affordable. Not only because if it's not affordable, it's not going to happen, but also because I think it has to be reasonable. There is a moral question, and PFAS, for example, is also part of that. How much is reasonable? Should we spend 400 billion to clean PFAS? Can we save more lives with that amount of money by doing other stuff? These are moral questions. I think we have to keep that in mind. Cleaning a plant should be affordable. The more affordable, the more we'll do. And it should be predictable. It should not be something that you say, yeah, I'm going to try it. Maybe work, maybe not. So I think if there's more and more contractors, and that's a message today, are willing and able to give performance guarantees, which is an essential message to say, don't dig and dump, because now you can have the same guarantee with contractors who will have predictable technology. We work for whatever companies. We train people remote and on site, and this is essentially how it works today. Few examples, we do excavated soil. So in some cases, you have to excavate. Why? Because you'll see that in situ is not energy efficient. So we'll do lasagnas. I'll tell you how it works. We'll put soil in layers and we heat them up, we cook them, and it's done. Or we can do it in situ. This is a refinery. You'll see how we can heat soil. About 30, 35 days, it's completely clean. We go away. I'll go a little bit more in detail about that. So, but how does the whole thing essentially work? So the example is putting steel pipes in the soil. You put steel pipe in the soil, and it's actually a double steel pipe. It's one steel pipe and there's another in there. Then you put a small burner on top of it, and you generate just heat, just like you have these heaters here in the room. Just circulate. It can be water, mostly it's air. And by doing so, that outer pipe getting hot, and then here is the word conduction. By conduction, you will start to heat up your soil slowly, right? Now, you'll see why conduction is important in the later stage, but by heating up then that soil, in the later stage, you have a separate pipe that is perforated. This one, the other one is not. It's perforated. It's put on the negative air, and now you recover the vapors, right? You recover the vapors that you have generated by heating it up. And the beauty about using a small burner is that when you treat hydrocarbons or anything that is close to hydrocarbons coming from oil or from coal, it's fuel essentially, right? So what do you do instead of going to carbon or to anything else? You just use it as energy in the burner itself to heat up the soil. Right? So not only do you use way less energy, but on top of that, you have zero waste because you use it, you actually recycle the contaminant, because when it was there before when it arrived on site, it was fuel. Then someone spilled it. Then the regulator came and said, "Oh, it's no longer fuel; it's now contaminant." Well, as soon as it comes out, we re-question it and we say, "Now it's back fuel." So we use it again. So that's in a nutshell how it works. This is how it looks. Sometimes it could be electrical as well. You can use electrical heaters. When you use electrical heaters, it's less efficient electrical because the same thing. When you heat a building, people think about electricity being very efficient. For mechanical energy, it's about the same efficiency. But when you heat, this building is not electrically heated, right? Because it uses about 3 times more energy to heat with electricity. And then you cannot reuse the fuel, right? Because you don't have a burner, you cannot reuse the fuel. So you need carbon and you generate waste when you do electricity. This is how it looks. Electrical or diesel, biodiesel, biogas. It's also quite interesting with we just got some confirmation of contracts about governments who say we need to be very sustainable, we need carbon neutral. So we offer a solution like with natural gas or a solution with biogas. carbon neutral or not, just like you would order gray electricity or green electricity. Yeah, they all go for natural gas because it's a bit cheaper. So it is unfortunately, I think, what it is. So, but it's gonna change hopefully. This is how it works on excavated soil. You put the same, instead of drilling it in the soil, you just place a layer of soil and then you place horizontal metal pipes and you put burners on one end or the other and you recover it. It's exactly the same idea, the same principle. Does it apply to some contaminants? I would, in short, it applies to all organic contaminants. It means everything except heavy metal. Why? Because you cannot heat and vaporize heavy metals at the temperatures we're working. Typically, we work at 250, 300, 350. So the heavy contaminants are dioxins, PFAS, PCBs, that kind of stuff. And the only exception to the exception, the only metal we treat is mercury, because mercury is volatile at 300, 350 degrees. And you may wonder, why don't you go higher and treat copper or chromium? Because if we heat to 700, 800, 900 degrees, yeah, we may vaporize some metals, but we'll vaporize calcium, aluminum, iron, all the rest. So it's no longer a separation method, right? For all the rest, heat is a good separation method because at 300 degrees, what you target is volatile and what you don't target, the soil is solid. So you have a good separation method. If you go higher, it makes no sense. And it would only be feasible if money is not an issue. And I have never found a client like that. If you know them, just give me, if you know some of them. Conduction, why is it so important? Well, I think was said earlier, in situ is a contact sport. You can have any mechanism, but you need to put in contact the mechanism of mobilization with what you try to mobilize. Conduction, and when you start to heat, it has a great property, which shows that no matter what type of soil you have, no matter how heterogeneous your soil is, heat will propagate almost in an isotropic way. It doesn't matter. It goes as fast, almost as fast in clay, in sand, in gravel. Compare that to permeability. See the differences in permeability? See the difference? Between sand and clay, it's 2.5 times faster, but it's 100 million times faster when it comes to permeability. That is why when you use conventional in situ techniques, it's a nightmare in heterogeneous soil, because if you inject, say, hot air, steam, if you extract vapor, whatever, from the soil, you will focus on the high permeability and you will not address the low permeability. I think Jack showed it also with how long it takes then with the diffusion parameter. It will diffuse in the low permeability. When you extract it, it will stick in the low permeability areas and then it will diffuse very slowly, according to the fixed law. With conduction, that's the beauty of it. You don't care. It's going to heat up anyway. It's going to heat up, so you will reach your temperature. And then physics play at a certain temperature, certain residence time, it's going to volatilize. You can do it 10,000 times, it always works. Here you can see, here you can see how we place heaters. Some see this as in triangles, some others see this in hexagons. I leave it up to you. This is how you cover a plane essentially with heaters. So you see that we place them relatively short from each other. You'll see how dense it is. It is also to save energy. The more heaters you put in the same area, the less energy you use. Keep that in mind. It seems a bit absurd, but if the whole purpose was to heat this room up to, say, 25 degrees, and then shut it down and be done, it will cost me way less energy if I had 30 heaters than if I had 2. Especially if 1 or 2 windows were open. If I don't have a lot of heaters, I will never reach temperature because then my loss will be continuous over time. If I put a lot of heaters in there, I'm going to reach that target soon and I'm going to be done. So I will use less energy. It's counterintuitive, but it's the reality. So here you'll see different projects. This is what the interdistance between your heating wells are. You'll see well fields that are very close to each other. You see some the farther away from each other. The farther they are away from each other, the longer it will take to reach your target temperature. The same example as I told you how many heater wells you put, well, it will take a longer time. Give you an idea, on a 2 meter interdistance, so if you put a well every 2 meters to reach, say, 300 degrees, it's going to take you 65 days. But if you put 1 more meter, it's going to take you almost 6 months, right? Now, keep in mind, if you put 3 meters interdistance, it's going to be less costly in drilling, less equipment. Okay, so that's going to be cheaper as well. So there is some optimum to be found. And that optimum will depend on case by case. The deeper it is, probably more drilling costs will be. So sometimes bedrock drilling is more expensive, equipment. So all these parameters you could put together to try to find the optimum. That's why you see thermal projects will typically range between 1.5 and 3 meters. When you heat electrically, you'll see that usually they go from 3 to 5, not because physics are different, just because the available power, not energy, but power is limited. You cannot find 10 megawatt electrical. So it's like, and so because you have a limitation of how much power you have, electrical power, that's how many heater wells you can have. So usually what you do, you spread them out and you wait for a longer time. Yeah, the other idea you can think about energy, trying to fill this is, we're trying to fill a leaking bucket with water, right? The leak is the loss you have, inevitable. So if you have a small faucet, it's going to use a lot of water and it's going to take a long time. If you have a big faucet, you can fill it much quicker and you use less water. That's essentially the size of the faucet is the interdistance of your wells. If you follow temperatures, you'll see that very quickly your temperature on your soil will rise and then it will stop at 100 degrees and it will stay there for sometimes 3 days, sometimes 3 weeks, sometimes even a month and a half, depending how humid your soil was, because you need to evaporate the water. Once your water is evaporated, it will start to rise again up to your target temperature. Then you cool it down, you celebrate, you send the invoice. Right?
Does the outdoor temperature, because you said the humidity of the soil, does the outdoor?
It's almost irrelevant. In situ, it's completely irrelevant because you insulate the surface. And on piles, the same thing. You need to insulate it properly. So, but it's almost irrelevant. The moisture is way more important than the outdoor temperature. I think I'll show you with some project in. I think that these are the ones I selected. Going from northern Alaska, Greenland, Congo. We're working currently in South Sudan, so we see no difference in those profiles. So outside temperature is no impact. And this is one of the reasons. If this is 100% of the energy needed, see how much is needed essentially to heat the water to 50 to 100 degrees and then go to 101 degrees. All that is just because of the water. The rest is because of the sun. So it's really how humid it is. The more moist it is, the more time it would take and the more energy it would cost. I'll pass on that, but it says about the same. Talking about the islands, not Iceland, islands, because I made exactly this presentation in Hawaii because it's the same. I figured, and temperature set aside, it's very similar to Iceland, but temperature set aside. You can use DC, you can use electric. We've had different comparisons to be made, and it all depends on the region. In Quebec, for example, we're going to use electricity. And we're going to use a hybrid system with burners and electricity because it's the most efficient. In some other areas, we're going to use only a combustion because it's widely available and electricity is very expensive. So it will all depend on the site, on a case by case, whether it's gas or liquid. The advantage usually of having gas powered or equivalent biogas or biodiesel is that you have no limitation on available power. You can have as much as you want, right? So that's not a limitation, which is usually a big one for electricity, which makes that you have a much better climate footprint. But again, it's paradoxical. People say, "Oh, if you heat it with electricity, it's going to be better for the climate." No, it's actually about twice as bad as if you do it with gas. Because remember, being climate friendly, The first rule is reduce your energy consumption, and only secondly, make your energy as green as possible. It's not a good practice to consume twice the amount of energy and then say, yeah, it's no problem because it's green, right? So the first rule is to reduce your energy consumption. That's the first thing to reach the same goal. Handling vapors. So as I said, the first thing is to heat the soil. Once you heat the soil, you sweat it out, it comes out. Now you can handle the vapors. So possibility is if you don't care, you just send it out to the atmosphere. We don't do that. The reburn was when it is only possible when you have hydrocarbons. And the other alternative is to treat it as a separate vapor stream, whether condense it or absorb. See, this is typically on the hydrocarbon side. You'll extract the vapors. They're pretty close to the heating element. You extract the vapors and you immediately use them in that special design so that the contaminant itself is used as a fuel source in the burner to heat up the whole. Right. You can only do that if it's hydrocarbons. Why? Because if you have something else, say you have mercury, chlorine, you have sulfur, you have it will go out, and it will go out in the atmosphere because you don't treat it. The only thing you do is you break the carbon-hydrogen chain by oxidizing. But if you have something else, you can't apply it. At least you need some form of pre or post-treatment.
Do you have a steam or a gas gathering system then? If you have
Yes, in some cases we have done it, and then we have on the back end we have put some carbon, right, or some cathode at the back end. But it's a bigger system, okay? Because and you see what we have developed recently last year is a pre-treatment for chlorinated solvents. For example, we neutralize it before it goes out, so that the chlorinated are neutralized before, and what comes out is only hydrocarbons or combustible. But I'm just saying you need to do something. You can't just throw it in there. And well, see, I talk right about it. What is we call it thermoreact? It's essentially an alkaline-based mix, which will depend on the site. But the idea is, if you have chlorinated, for example, or sulfur, sometimes bromine, but let's say halogens, the best way to handle halogens is to neutralize them, right? To neutralize them to form inert salts. Usually you do that at the surface, you recover your vapors, and then you go to a chemical reaction, neutralization reaction. Here the idea is to do that in situ. And why do we do that in situ? Because we have around this well, see, this is the heating well, this is the vapor pipe. We have that, usually we put just gravel, put inert gravel. Why do we put gravel? Because we need to have a high permeability to attract the vapors, and we also need to have some compact material with high permeability to continue to conduct the heat, right? That's the purpose of gravel. Then I said, why not keep those same purposes and make it active? Because it's a perfect chemical reactor. It's 300 degrees C, right? It's 300 degrees C. It has high contact. High surface to flow contact ratio. So why not have these vapors containing halogens go through that medium, which will be at high temperature and has good contact? That's what we call thermoreact. That's the pre-treatment, if you will. And then when it gets out, now you can use it in the reburn. Zero waste, and you don't have to have carbon or neutralizing or adsorption material, right? And you can see here, just when we did it. We did it for sulfur. This is without thermoreact. You see temperature going up, and you see the sulfur coming out, which means that you need to neutralize it. And then sulfur will corrode everything. It's just nightmare. But just with the in situ reaction, it's not zero, but it's good enough. Right? So it's not. So just to give you an idea. Quick case studies. Danish defense, Greenland. I love the place. It's called remote, right? It's 4.5 hours by boat, I think. From can't remember even the name of that closest place. Former military base, or actually closing military base. Contamination was mostly hydrocarbon, helicopter oil, maintenance oil, and then diesel, because that's essentially what they had. They need to close. Local communities want to have it completely clean, leave no contamination behind. And the alternative is dig and dump, put it on a boat, bring it to mainland, and completely crazy. So this was done for the first time on site to clean it. They say different types of loads. heavy fuel and helicopter fuel and some diesel, and relatively high hydrocarbon concentrations. We did it in a box for, as you said, because the outside temperature is cold, so but the treatment speed was the same as long as you're well insulated. So the more you insulate, the less energy you will consume. So that's essentially what we did. And the beauty of it, and that's why I addressed it in the island, is that there is almost no logistics. Once you get there, there is almost no rotating part, which plays a big role when you're in remote areas. When you're in where everything can be supplied, it's fine. But if you're in a remote area and you break a bearing, it's going to cost you 10,000 euros to bring it, because just you don't have to spare. So that's the whole game. And having things that don't move, there is nothing going on. It's just heat. It reduces maintenance loads and it increases predictability. So we treat it in less than 20 days. We also have short seasons there, so there's no question to have very long processes. And as you can see, temperature was reached pretty quickly. We had to control the Danish environmental ministry came there to make sure that all the stack was continuously measured, and we can prove that we didn't just throw everything into the atmosphere. And we could send the invoice. Soil washing, another one which was pretty similar to what we saw yesterday, like a pond. The question was, how do you do it? Like, this was a former chemical plant with all that dirt, and this was a nice area. It looks like a nice area. It was extremely toxic. You couldn't even, get to this. And from here on, you start to see the people living. So kids would go in there, but it was really highly toxic. And the question was, how did it come? It didn't come. I mean, the water was toxic, but it came all from sediment. The sediment was full of toxic material. So what they did was to dredge essentially the sediment, and then to go through a soil washing plant to take out mechanically as much water as you could, and then essentially treat the filter cakes that got from the soil washing plant with thermal, which is exactly what we do when it comes to PFAS. I think it was illustrated earlier. Soil washing is pretty effective for PFAS because PFAS are soluble. So you wash them, but you end up with, on the one hand, water, which can be treated, has been shown to you pretty clearly, but then your filter cakes, now you can concentrate them even further with them. That's essentially what we did here as a good illustration. It does snow in Poland as well. So this is the lasagna system I was showing you. You put some layers, then you put some pipes in there, and then the same thing, you just heat it. Average, I think, 30, 35 days. Didn't change much whether it was in the summer or in the winter, because here you have some spray-on concrete, and then all the rest is just rock wool insulation. I don't need to tell you how important it is to insulate to save energy. I guess none of you have uninsulated houses. I hope so. So this is the type of filter cake that come out of a soil washing plant, right? Comes out of filter press or rotating press. And this is the vapor treatment we had. After this is what's on the right-hand side here is put in piles, essentially, in nice lasagna. I love to show this one because I can make fun of French people. This is Paris. You see, you have houses here and nice gardens. This is a school. They built a brand new school. The street here is called Rue des Lampes, so which means light bulb street. And literally 2 weeks before the inauguration of the school, they had rooms like this. They came and measured the air quality in the school, and mercury was 100 times above anything that was acceptable for health, right? And they said, oops. Yeah, they're French, right? But yeah, finally they didn't open the school, of course. How come? The plant was making light bulbs, not so much with mercury though. When we go to history, was shut down in '85. Then it was transformed into kind of offices. Then in 2005, 2008. The local government bought it and then redeveloped it, and then decided they redeveloped all the area with all apartments and houses, and they decided to put a school there because they needed a school. So they built a school. But they first did some decent soil investigation with good consultants, and they didn't find any mercury because they're not. I love to make fun of the French, but they're not that stupid. They knew that there was a risk for mercury, so they measured mercury. They analyzed soil samples. They took some vapor measurements to make sure there were mercury. No mercury, so they could start building the school. So they built the school, everything was done. Then they still didn't. Yeah, let's double check it before we open it. What really happened, most likely, is that mercury is actually in some. That was used for vacuum pumps. So it's like in very small vessels, but a vessel like this is about 150 kilos, right? So it's a lot of mercury. And they were buried when they demolished the factory. But they were buried as a whole, as a vessel. Unless you're extremely lucky when you do your soil sampling, you'll never find that. Even if you do your gas vapor, you'll never find it. So they thought they were safe. Then they started to build that house, that building here, and they started to put piles in the soil. It is extremely likely that one of those piles went through it. Now you release the mercury, now you release all the vapors. All the people who worked on that construction site have probably breathed mercury for months, if not years, without knowing it, right? With zero protection, because they didn't know, right? So another lesson learned, I mean, that's why I like to show it, because the French did it. So, that being said, there was not an option to demolish the school. It was brand new, literally. We had like the most beautiful offices on the site office we ever had, because everything was new. Like you can do, we had all the space in the world. You have in apartments for the faculty there. But essentially, we put horizontal pipes under the house. All the drill cuttings were put in a pile, small pile, and then we heated up. We had to heat up to 350 degrees to volatilize the mercury, and then recover the mercury and then condense it. Of course, we could not reburn it because mercury remains mercury. We had to condense it. That was essentially what we did. You see how close. You can imagine you're in the center of Paris. You can imagine what local authorities were, putting as pressure on. It was like, I call it the 1-3-5. There's one guy working, the 3 guys checking, and there's 5 guys verifying what the 3 guys checking do, right? It's everyone is everything continuously. We watched from dawn to dusk anyway. But it was fun. Essentially, we could not destroy the building. We had to strictly so in order to reassure all the people, the health standard for mercury is 25 micrograms per cubic meter in the air. They said you cannot go above 1, right? And if you go above 1, it's just alarm and you have to stop everything. Just that's what they said to reassure it, which leads me to say that we made it. We were usually between 0.7, 0.9, sometimes close. If you set very low standards, the communication becomes important. Like I think one day we went to 1.2. Which still refers to 25, but it was panic. Everyone was, so they didn't want to evacuate everyone because it lasted for 6 or 7 hours, but just the communication, it's something, if you set yourself very strict standard, be aware that you will have to tell that to people who are no specialists. And so they will see that as the absolute value. They will say, if it's 0.9, I'm healthy, it's safe. If it's 1.1, I will die. So that's exactly how they will interpret it. So just be aware of that. As you can see here, some areas were not accessible. We had to go in the basement, put some heating wells, and for the rest, as you can see here, it was horizontal, just to go underneath the whole school and to heat the whole thing up to 350 degrees. This is temperature monitoring. We had 2,700 temperature probes to make sure that every single point was heated. Remember the idea about conduction? Now, I told them the same story. I said, don't worry, it's going to be conduction. So yeah, but you'll have to check it. We have to put all these and verify that indeed we reach 350 degrees all over the place. Then condensing, of course, you recover hot vapors that contain mercury. You don't want to send them to the atmosphere. So the conventional treatment is to first condense it, bring it back to mercury, liquid mercury. There's always a bit of non-condensables, right? And that will go to carbon vessels, which will absorb the rest of the mercury, and then you will continuously send image. For that big site, I can hardly see where the stack is. Yeah, it's here. Yeah, it's here. It's very little. It's thermal, but because the flow is very low, you know, there's not much going out into the atmosphere. This is liquid mercury that you recover. So it's pretty effective because you heat it up and then you cool it down. The cool down temperature was about 2 degrees, between 0 and 2 degrees centigrade, to collect as much mercury as we could. And you can see these. Someone asked, what do you do with the mercury? You can go, it's in Ivry, it's Rue des Lampes number 2, it's still there, it's in the school is open, and you can see that, they kept it as a history. So that's it. A few other sites, if you've seen the Olympics last year in Beijing, they wanted to keep the former factory in place, to have all these skating events, I mean the Winter Olympics. So no way to excavate because they wanted to keep all the buildings. So we treated it was a former coal and gas manufacturing gas plant work. So nice experience. This is also you can wonder how come that people in Congo are treating soil? Yes, they do. Oil companies do. And this one is a site where we treat, where they have spills all over. So they collect all the soil. We have spills, you know, it's all equipment, integrity of pipelines. So they bring it all at one central place, and then we heated it up. Same thing in piles there. Let me see if I can. And then we recovered the oil. And we didn't reburn it. We condensed it and then we sent it back. As you can see, we were producing oil. So we produced 25 barrels per day of crude oil. And we were pretty proud of that. Because the first 4 batches, we were like naive and said, we're going to save energy, we're going to reburn. We told them, and said, but they were not very interested. They wanted to get it done. Then I understood that they didn't give a damn about saving energy because on every oil field, you produce, with oil, you always have natural gas. So they had no use for natural gas. So they were flaring the natural gas anyway. So the fact that we're going to tell them, we're going to use way less natural gas because we do the reburn, they said, what the fuck, right? So, but as soon as we started to do this, we had 25 barrels a day, which is not a lot, right? But at least it's so visual. It paid for the local crew. And then you could see exactly what you do. You're paying for something, but you can see it. So I think it's also, you know, you have to adapt, you know, case by case. So this was just a pretty nice application of it. And I'm going to leave it there for today. Thank you very much. Now we can have coffee? Or no questions?
Yeah. So you mentioned that you just implemented this project in South Sudan, right?
Yes.
What is the difficulties that you have faced and how did you go through it?
I was going to say technically, none. Logistically, and South Sudan is just the main one. To be fair, the main was to convince people to go. Now, the way we solved it was actually linked to the previous project. We worked for 2.5 years in Congo. We trained a lot of local people there. And it's actually people from Congo who are doing our product in South Sudan.
So not the Sudanese by themselves.
And now we are training South Sudanese. It's South Sudan, it's not Sudan.
Yeah, I know South Sudan.
Yeah, no, so we are training the local, we are training, but it is our Congolese people who are training South Sudan people. And so what are the difficulties? Language, of course, because they don't speak the same language, etc. But other than that, not that much. But convincing people is the fear of going there, essentially, the perception. But it's running pretty smoothly.
Which one of those projects that you have implemented, like you can find it's a bit challenging for you in all those companies, like in all these countries, Vietnam or Beijing or Congo? Which one do you think so for your own communities?
This one was challenging because it was Agent Orange, so a hell of a lot of security, and it was in a military base. So It was in Vietnam. It still goes on. It's extremely complicated for all the, even site access, and everybody's watching. Beijing was complicated because it's China. Everything is complicated there. So it's like, and the relation is difficult. You can act as an advisor, technology provider, but then they would only follow, their boss's boss. So yeah, it was made more complicated like that. No, I think every project is a challenge. And we also work with it's easier for us. It's much easier to work in Denmark with partners we know for 15, 20 years and who have been trained very well, and we can communicate easily the same language than if you work really far away. But at the end of the day, it's training and it's working. I mean, it's explaining, being there, having at least one or two people on site who can just train them properly and assist.
Yeah, thank you.
Is the method where you take the soil, which has like oil or petrol, or helicopter gas or whatever, you put it somewhere and you put fertilizer in, and then you have bacteria.
Yeah, bioremediation. Yeah.
Is that like outdated?
Yeah, it's how we started. I mean, I started in '91 putting the first bioremediation plant in Belgium. It's a pretty effective technology. Two drawbacks. I mean, the main advantage, it's cheaper. Two main drawbacks. It's going to take time. The second drawback,
space. We have a lot of space.
Yeah, I didn't even mention that as a drawback. It's going to take time. And the second one, it's never going to be clean. It's going to be clean enough. You're going to reduce the load, but you're never going to go to zero or to, a residential level or something like that. These are the two main drawbacks. And it doesn't work. It's very difficult in clay soils. It works very well in sandy soils. So in soils with high permeability, it works well. The more dense the soil becomes, the lower permeability, then you're going to have issues with, same thing, contact. Getting your oxygen and your microorganism and your hydrocarbon in the same place. That's going to be the challenge of it. So that's pros and cons. So it depends on what you want to do and what your target is. But it's a very, very known technology and is applied pretty widely, but with these limitations.
One problem that I can mention is in Sweden now, we have had a thermal wave. There have been several projects. It's been very interesting to follow. And the most famous one that was carried out now, can we agree on that it failed? It wasn't you.
I know.
There was another firm, but why they failed is interesting, because it was not due to the technology has been used before and the way you say it, the staff was trained, but they didn't manage to, so they didn't know the site from the beginning. There was stuff they didn't know about the hydrology, about the amount of contaminants. And one of the most things, correct me if I'm wrong, was the water influx to the site. Because what you said, you can reach 100 degrees, but if you can't lose the water, you will never reach the right temperature. So if you don't have control of limiting water to your area for heating, you will never succeed.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's the same thing if you want to heat this room and you have a hell of a lot of open windows. It's never going to be hot, right? So it's controlling your environment. We have some strict limits on groundwater velocity. If it's above that limit, it's not that it's impossible. It means that we have to do something to reduce it, whether put sheet piles or hydraulic control. But if you just let it flow at high velocity, all the heat you put in your groundwater will go to the neighbor. You'll be stuck there and you won't be able to reach boiling or above boiling.
That's the same with in situ treatment with microbes. If you have contaminants flowing in that you don't know of, you're never going to reach your target. So to know your site when it comes to any in situ treatment is
now, for every technology you're going to have failures. I mean, dig and dump is probably the one that had the most failures, but that doesn't mean it doesn't work, right? I know cars who are crashed. It doesn't mean that cars won't work. It's the same thing. It's not a silver bullet. It's not plug and play. You're going to be 100% sure. It's making sure every kroner you spend on investigation, you're going to save 10 times that amount in remediation. The biggest mistake I make was, I'm going to shortcut my investigation. and I'm gonna jump into remediation. Guess what? If you don't know exactly what you're doing, your contractor will charge you way more because it's gonna take a lot of, insurances, and there's gonna be a lot of change orders and variation. Oh, this was not what expected. So it's that 1 to 10 rule. And usually people don't want to spend a lot on investigation, but that's where I would put my money. And I'm a contractor, so I would put my money in investigation because that's the best recipe for success at the end. Who wants coffee?
Coffee. Thank you. Ef ég fengi kaffi hér og nota tækifærið og ráða svolítið á þig og spyrja þig og koma inn 20 mínútur í. Eða að senda oss mail á fymis. Það kostar ekkert að vera meðlimur. Ekki við sjáum þig með það kannski einhvern tíma seinna, en eins og þá þetta bara ókeypis að vera með. Og við verðum með fyrsta viðburð 23. apríl og við munum senda það á alla félagsmenn og setja heimasíðuna okkar og við munum reyna að dreifa því. Og hvetjum alla þess að koma. Við ætlum að ræða ég var búin að koma með nafn, ég er búin að gleyma hvað maður búin að segja yfirskriftina. Þetta verður fyrir störfin. Þetta verður svolítið svona taka stöðuna á þörfinni hjá okkur á Íslandi í dag. Og Nordrocks fyrir þá sem eru í þessu á kafi í menguðu jarðvegi, þá þetta rosalega góð ráðstefna. Þetta samnorræn ráðstefna haldin annað hvert ár, hún skiptist á milli Norðurlandanna og Fumís verður í næsta hring, þessi eftir næsta haust, þá verður Fumís með í skipulaginu á þessum ráðstefnu. Og já, við verðum með keynote speakerinn. Einn af keynote speakerunum Erla Guðrún. Þau verður bara frábært. Þú stendur svolítið á blaði hérna í Norðurlöndunum, Það eru ekki, ráðstefnunni í september, það þarf að skrá sig sem fyrst. Það eru ekki mörg sæti. Það eru 350 sæti í boði, sem ekki mikið. Það voru 500 manns síðast, held ég, í Noregi. Salurinn sem við höfðum að velja tekur ekki mikið fleiri en 350, en ég er búin að fá hálfpartinn lofar fyrir að við getum allavega fengið 10 sæti fyrir Íslendinga. Þannig að við getum byrjað að slást. En allavega skráðu ykkur sem fyrst sem er ekki með þetta. En þá ætlaði ég að vera velkomin næst. Síðasta sessjónu okkar. Jack Shore, you're speaking about senior district, enhanced natural, I don't know how to say this.
I'll do it. Enhanced natural attenuation of people. Oh, I need to get there.
Oh, we're locked out. Kaffi hér voru á lengi.
Yeah, is that right? Yeah, cool. And does this work? I think I got it working, never mind. So yeah, hi everyone. Last talk of the day. I'll try and be as concise as possible, but it's fairly technical. Really, I'm here to introduce this concept of enhanced attenuation. So this is sort of a passive way to manage PFAS plumes in the groundwater. As part of this talk, I'll actually start with a question, which is PFAS. Have we been here before? I'm a big fan of maybe looking backwards to understand how we go forwards. I always think history is very important. Possible future remediation scenarios. So what is it that we can do with this seemingly ubiquitous contaminant, a contaminant that appears to be everywhere all the time? I'll then introduce this concept of enhanced attenuation of PFAS and then unpack why colloidal activated carbon could potentially be part of the solution when it comes to treating PFAS plumes. I'll then do a new technology introduction. So my language is going to be well clunky around this because I've not actually spoken about this before. So this is an exclusive to Iceland, and we're not even talking about it in the States yet. So it's being properly launched in April. I'll then wrap up with some references and conclusions, and we'll go from there. But first of all, I did mention it really briefly. Regenesis is a company. What we do is we specialize in the research and development of these technologies to remediate polluted soil and groundwater. We've been doing it for a very long time. So we were first established in 1994. And before Regenesis, nobody had patented these sorts of technologies that you can inject into the ground. So we were one of the first companies to research, develop, and patent these sorts of injectable technologies. We're a bunch of scientists and engineers. So as well as an R&D facility based out of San Clemente in California, we also have site engineers that can actually come onto site and manage and help ensure that these products are applied correctly. The technologies are certainly used every working day across the EU. The plume stop technology that I'll talk about today is probably used every other week to treat not only PFAS, but chlorinated solvents and other contaminants as well. But PFAS then, so have we been here before? Let's look backwards to maybe understand how we could go forwards. We talked about it a lot. There's 4,000, 24,000, 14,000, 6 million species of PFAS. The thing is, petroleum hydrocarbons have a fair few species as well. So there's something like 62 trillion different possible structural isomers of tetraoctane. It's why in the early 90s, there was something called the Petroleum Hydrocarbon Working Group, and they started to group these contaminants together so we could better understand what those risks are. They're persistent. You know, we've heard them talk about being forever chemicals, but so are heavy metals, dioxins, and PCBs. And as an industry, we have learned how we can manage and deal with these contaminants. Cleanup criteria, so we haven't quite mentioned this, parts per quadrillion. This was sort of thrown out there by the US EPA as a potential exposure limit for PFOA, I think it was. However, again, we've been here before. Aldrin, which is a fairly widely used pesticide, you'll probably pick it up on a lot of timber preservation works, timber works. In 2009, had a Dutch intervention value of 9 parts per quadrillion. So we've been there before, but these things are everywhere. How everywhere is everywhere? Helena mentioned it. This is a map that's come out of an article from Le Monde. It's actually fully interactive. So you guys, you can zoom in over here and see what they're thinking is going on along the coast of Iceland. They've identified some over 21,000 different impacted sites. And the thing is, this is a global problem. This is a continental problem. And we can't dig up or dewater all of Europe. So what is it that we can do about it? So the first scenario is, well, what if we did? What if we did do some sort of pump and treat or in situ injection or thermal treatment on all sites impacted with PFAS? Fantastic news for me. I work for a remediation technology firm. That would be great. But I'm not sure who's going to pay for all of that. And I'm also not sure if it's the right thing to do for the planet. You know, we touched on sustainability. You know, there is going to be a cost involved in remediating this. And at what point do we stop delivering a net environmental benefit? Are we just going to trade off zero PFAS, but for more climate change? These balances and conversations need to be held. The second scenario, what if a silver bullet technology emerges to treat PFAS? You know, there's lots of people working on this. It's not dissimilar to what we saw with chlorinated solvents in the early 2000s. However, silver bullet technologies don't exist. They often have to be combined with other treatment trains to deliver a properly thought out strategy. Still, these things are so widespread, is it really going to be used everywhere? So the third scenario is we implement a risk-based or triage approach. Don't be paralyzed by inaction because the perception of the problem is so big. Let's go for the most impacted sites. We start looking at point of use treatment for larger sites. We start using innovative pump and treat systems that have come that are coming out of a whole bunch of different people that Helena discussed. And then this concept of moving towards the potential of enhanced attenuation. So a much more balanced approach that ultimately could be a little bit more sustainable. So enhanced attenuation, just by show of hands, has anyone ever heard of that before in this room? Awesome. So, right, so this is normally where I sort of say PFAS doesn't biodegrade. A lot of people in the contaminated land sector will often think enhanced attenuation equals biological degradation. It's kind of like a shortcut. I'm totally guilty of doing it before. This is true, you know, PFAS doesn't biodegrade, but enhanced attenuation or enhanced attenuation of any contaminant doesn't just mean biological degradation. It could mean diffusion, volatilization, absorption, or chemical degradation. Now, if you're really interested in what we've been talking about today, if this is something that's quite new for you, I would definitely recommend you Google ITRC, so Interstate Regulatory and the Interstate Technology and Regulatory Council. This is a group of people that basically educate North America how to do remediation, not just about PFAS, about a whole bunch of different things. It's a real good wealth of information. There's webinars on all sorts of things that, you know, it's definitely a go-to resource if you're finding this stuff interesting. But anyway, these guys, the ITRC, they've defined enhanced attenuation as a way of sustainably manipulating a natural attenuation process, or one of these, that leads to an increased reduction, bit clunky language, in mass flux of contaminants. So it's a way of lowering that exposure pathway. And that's something that we can do with enhanced attenuation. So enhanced attenuation of PFAS. I need to explain two methods, and to do it, I need a graph, because of course I do. We're going to talk about peak shaving, and we're going to talk about hysteretic retention. So just need to tip of the tongue. So we've got time in years, hundreds of years, and then we've got mass discharge over time. So how much pollution is impacting a given receptor over time. And then we have our acceptable exposure limit. Okay, so what do we think is a safe level to be exposed to a particular pollutant, in this case PFAS? So if we just let this plume run its course over time, you will go through a period, maybe hundreds of years. I was reading a paper the other day that maybe suggested millennia, where those concentrations exceeded those acceptable limits. But then eventually, just through dilution, dispersion, volcanic eruptions, those concentrations will start to drop, and then they'll end up dropping to below acceptable limits, and then maybe close to detection. Now, a way of speeding this process up is something called peak shaving, and it's actually something that we do with flood water, but I'm not going to get into that. Essentially, what happens is when you inject something like a colloidal activated carbon, or you stabilize a plume, these compounds will be subject to hysteretic retention. So what that means is they will absorb really quickly to the medium, and then the amount of desorption, the amount of remobilization that happens, is much, much slower. So what you then can do is that you can decrease the mass discharge of the plume over time, effectively diluting it and keeping it below your acceptable exposure limit. Now, for the mathematicians in the room, you might be thinking, well, hang on, Jack, this area needs to be the same as that area. And you're right, but I don't have time to mess around with that in PowerPoint. All right. So we're spreading it out over a longer period of time. This is also known as peak shaving. I'll own up to it. This is not an original thought by Jack at Regenesis. This is actually written quite extensively about by this group. Charles Newell, Chuck Newell, is a fairly well-respected environmental consultant out in the US, advises the US EPA. This is a really good starting paper. It's actually written, despite the title and the abstract, in a very accessible way. So if you're looking for a starting point, I'd absolutely recommend giving this a look. Full transparency, they do mention our technologies. They also mention other ways of doing this. So it's a really good starting point if you're just looking to educate yourself about this option. So, colloidal activated carbon and PFAS. So why use activated carbon? It is quite a good absorbent. So this is a study that was done out of the University of Uppsala, or the SLU, I don't remember which one, as part of Stop PFAS. And basically it showed that powdered activated carbon and granular activated carbon, and indeed Rembind, were excellent absorbents of PFAS. It's not going to be able to treat all PFAS. Helena touched on it, these ultra short chain ones where maybe the jury's still out as to how worried we should be about them. But broadly speaking, activated carbon can be a very good absorbent, but it doesn't discriminate. It will absorb everything. So powdered activated carbon and granular activated carbon performed in a very similar way. You might be thinking, well, what's the difference? It's just particle size. Powdered activated, granular activated carbon, really big particles. Powdered activated carbon, smaller particles. We're dealing with colloidal activated carbon. So this is the 1 to 2 micron stuff, size of a red blood cell particles. And that has an impact on absorption efficiency. And it isn't about creating a bigger surface area, because that's often what people go to. They think, oh, if we're making the particles smaller, does that mean the surface area is bigger? It's actually more about absorption kinetics. And it's really just about availability, where these PFAS can stick onto. Fairly extensive study a while ago now, done by another group, just illustrated that the absorption kinetics when it comes to particle size is very, very important. It has some advantages. So we're a technology company. We have 2 technologies. One is called plume stop. The second is called source stop. I'll let you guess where you use which. It's a liquid activated carbon. So what we've done, like Petrofix, we've milled granular activated carbon down to 1 to 2 microns. We've coated it in this dispersive polymer, so it moves and behaves like a colloid. So it's easy to inject into the subsurface, so you can paint your aquifer with a 2 micron layer of carbon. It distributes very widely, so you don't need to inject this under very high pressures, and effectively, as I said, converts your geology into a purifying filter. So what are we doing here? So it's all about risk management. A lot of remediation is about risk management. So risk can be broadly defined as hazard times exposure. So the hazard in this case is the PFAS, and then the exposure pathway could be through drinking water or exposure to soil, etc. The colloidal activated carbon binds the PFAS up in situ. It therefore reduces the potential for down gradient exposure, thereby reduces the risk. So this is the benefit of stabilization. In terms of how you can get it into the ground, this is actually a site that Si and I did a couple of years ago. Millions of people have seen this video. How it works is through direct push injection as an option. So what you do is you take a rod. On the end of that rod is an injection tip with a non-return valve. You hammer that rod into the subsurface to a required depth. You then inject the reagent under pressure. You then withdraw that rod and you move on to the next injection point. So there's no infrastructure that's left in place. We also have this other technology, source stop, that you can mix into soils. It comes as a liquid, so it's quite easy to mix. The first time this was used was in Norway with Covi, where they were looking to stabilize some PFAS impacted soils and then actually install it in a barrier configuration, so that where they were doing some excavation elsewhere, they were worried about contaminants being mobilized off-site. So to date, we have worked on something like, we've done 50-ish projects across the world. We're involved in 200 further sites where we're at the design and selection phase. So we have a lot of experience in designing the dosage for these sorts of sites. In terms of repeatability, so Regenesis, something that we're very keen on is publishing as much data as possible and having lots of third parties peer review what it is we're doing. Over 51 sites so far, there you go. This is a fairly recent publication that was done by Grant Kerry, looking at 17 sites that were impacted with PFAS, with at that time data ranges between 0.3 and 6 years. Here you can see where it worked and where it didn't. It's not a technology that you can use everywhere. If you want to do this on a landfill, absolutely not. If you want to do this in fractured bedrock where we've got really fast flowing water, that's also probably not a good idea. And if you have a PFBA plume, then we probably can't help you. But Regenesis, what we really try and do is make sure that our technologies are only used on sites where we think it's applicable, because you can't afford for technology to go wrong, because we only need one to go wrong, and then everybody knows about it. So we work very hard to make sure that our technology, your site is right for our technology, effectively. I say no a lot. We also have this new product, so this is where the presentation becomes a little less slick. I think they're going with source stop solid. It's a lot of S's, but we're going to go with that. So what we've done, it's a soil product. So we've taken the colloidal activated carbon of plume stop and compressed it into agglomerates. So we've taken the red blood cell size stuff and made it into particles that are between 0.5 and 2 millimeters in diameter. What we're trying to then do is avoid this. So we don't want, when you're mixing soils, whether that's ex situ or in situ, for lots of powder and lots of dust to be created. You know, this is a particularly big problem if you're working on an airport. You don't want a dust cloud going across the runway. So this is what we can provide with this particular technology. So it's about dust minimization. What happens when you mix this product into the soil is it penetrates and coats the soil. It releases this colloidal activated carbon. You then get enhanced distribution. It then penetrates and coats the soil. And effectively what we're trying to do is limit the amount of mixing time that you have. This is just an illustration of how quickly it dissolves and releases this colloidal technology if you add it to water. This is not what we're recommending that you do, but it's just an illustration. So you take those granules, you add it to water, and immediately these conglomerates start to disintegrate. This is broadly what would happen in the mixing process. You can see it blooms. You've created a colloidal suspension, so you get good coverage. So as we've been saying all the way along with different remediation techniques, it's the contact sport. It's all about contact. So the better you can get something to distribute, the better the likelihood of treatment. So it penetrates the soil. It mixes relatively quickly. I just had these slides on Friday. This is a mechanical test that they did with activated carbon versus source stop. I said, please go away and give me a video that shows this. Effectively, same amount of mixing, same amount of product, same amount of sand. But you can see with the source stop that it's fully disintegrated and coated the outside of those sand grains. So that's the products. I'm just going to unpack a little bit about how PFAS behaves in the subsurface and maybe why it's important when it comes to investigation, and then we're going to finish up with some case studies. So this is a very simplified conceptual site model. Effectively, what happens is you have a source area or a point of loss. PFAS then absorbs to the soil and percolates down. It then hits the groundwater table and it creates a plume that then moves off site. I vaguely remember somebody telling me they thought the average PFAS plume was 2 kilometers long, but I suspect that Helena got more information on that.
I thought it could be a lot more.
Yeah, I thought so. Yeah. But they're also problematic at low concentrations as well, which I think is what adds to the length. How they then distribute in the subsurface, what you will often see is that a significant majority of your concentrations accumulate in the upper, say, ½ meter of the vadose zone. This is, again, just down to the interfacial absorption. These molecules like to hang out at that air-water interface. The second point at which they will accumulate is in the capillary fringe, so where the groundwater sort of meets the unsaturated soil, and then they will diffuse into the water and create a plume. So these are the areas that you want to target when it comes to treatment. Ideally, what we're looking to then do is combine source and plume treatment. You can utilize source stop solid to be mixed into the vadose zone. You could inject source stop liquid that could be applied across the capillary fringe and into the deeper groundwater beneath that point of loss. And then you can stitch a plume stop barrier on the down gradient edge of the site to manage off-site migration of contamination. So there are some benefits to this. So you're immediately preventing discharge from the source. You immediately then stop advection from the site. You are then enhancing the natural attenuation of the plume. And something that we also offer that I'll sort of unpack a little bit towards the end of this presentation is we will warranty this treatment as well. So we will apply a warranty to this. So if there is any failure observed, it's on us to then make it right. Source zone treatment could typically start with the application of source stop across the base of the source area and within the capillary fringe, or it could be sprayed into the base of an excavation and then mixed in situ. We now have this source stop solid that can be applied to the vadose zone that will then coat those soil particles with its enhanced distribution and absorb a proportion of that mass to it. In terms of an example site, so where we've done this before with source stop, this was a site called Camp Grayling in the US. So it was in a military site that was largely dominated by PFOS. They also then have something called the rest of PFAS. I understand that's Sum 39. I don't like the rest of PFAS. It's a little bit open-ended. What we then did is we applied source stop to the base of that excavation. They then at this time mixed powdered activated carbon with a permeability modifier, and we yielded a reduction in leachability of something like 99.4%. Now, something I've much more experience in is plume management. So installing a plume stop barrier on the down gradient edge of, say, an airport. So I've done this for two airports so far in the UK, where we immediately stop that off-site migration of a proportion of the PFAS contamination. So it's about managing liability and stopping the spreading. The site that I'm going to talk to you about is the first site that we did in the UK. It had a fire training area, as most airports do. This airport, though, they were looking to divest a proportion of the land. It was located in a part of the UK where land values are very high, so they were looking to build out a proportion of the airport. We had PFOS contamination at around 320 nanograms per litre, and PFOA at just over 6,000 nanograms per litre. We were dealing with a weathered chalk onto competent chalk, so this was weathered bedrock onto bedrock. We had some high permeability layers, and we had differentiating flux. So we had groundwater moving at different speeds at different depths with different amounts of contamination in them. We've been saying this a lot, just to understand our process and how we work. When I'm not giving these sorts of talks, I am trying to make sure that our products are used on the right sites. What we will do as a company is we will review your site, we will identify any data gaps, we'll then help you make a technology selection and provide you with a remediation design. We can then point you to entrepreneurs that can facilitate the application. And when it comes to post-evaluation, we don't take our own samples. That's always done by a third-party consultant. But do keep us involved. We like to see it when things go well. Equally, if something doesn't quite go to plan, it gives us the opportunity to fix it, right? With PFAS, it's actually a little bit more, there's a bit more to it, because we as Regenesis are really interested in that flux because it has a direct input into the design. So often we'll work with the incumbent consultant to do what we call a design verification test to ensure that we've got a pretty good understanding of what's going on, where that barrier is going to go. We then feed this into the plume stop design. We might do some injection tests to make sure that this is all achievable, and then we'll do a technical review of performance before then going forward. So this is what we did on this site in the UK, nearly said the name of the airport. Essentially, this involved the installation of passive flux meters. We in Regenesis now have passive flux meters that we can supply, but there's also a company called iFlux based in Belgium that are also very good at this. So we were really interested in how fast that contamination was moving. These DVT works took about 10 days to complete. So this wasn't an arduous task, but we were on and off pretty quickly. And it did flag up some things that we had to then modify our design for. We did a pilot, so we installed a 10-meter barrier on the down gradient edge of the site. We had an up gradient well, an old well, in barrier, and then down gradient monitoring point. So we were then taking 6 months to work out, is this the right solution for the site before we jump into the full-scale work. One of the key findings was that, as I said, groundwater was moving slowly, and this kind of got thrown up in the results. So we had wells that were installed at a deeper depth, and then we had shallower wells. We found that the deep wells performed really quickly. There was a bit of a lag with the shallower monitoring wells, but that was all explained by those flux measurements that we took with the consultant. In terms of the full-scale works, so there was a lot of monitoring that was done here. So there was a series of up-gradient monitoring wells to understand what the incoming flux was. This is the fire training ground. This purple line, that's the barrier. So that's us doing the injections. We then had a series of in-barrier wells that monitored the performance of that particular barrier, and then a series of down-gradient wells. In all, there was about 184 injection points, and the barrier was 280-ish meters long, something like that. In terms of the results, so in the UK, we're just regulated to PFOS and PFOA. These concentrations dropped pretty significantly and remained below the threshold limit for that site. They're now moving on to quarterly monitoring. So this is the most data that I have for this particular site. We won an award for this, so humble brag. I wasn't there. I was in the south of Italy, actually getting rained on. Don't go to Puglia in October. But yeah, we won an award for this this job. Really, how we brought the regulator along to be able to unlock a site for redevelopment. Now, this barrier has now been running, and when I say running, there's no electricity, there's no pumping. All we're doing is monitoring for about a year now. The seepage velocity in this barrier is fairly low, so we've treated something like 3.6 million litres of water as it's moved across. We do have another site, another airport in the UK. For some reason, I'm not allowed to show Google images of this one. But here we're dealing with much faster flowing groundwater. This barrier is also much shorter. It's about 70-ish meters long. Oh, sorry, 86 meters long. And here we've got groundwater that's moving much more quickly. And so far it's done 26-ish million litres of water, again, with no active system. We've looked at sustainability around this as well, sort of comparing plume management with containment systems. And we've shown that plume stop has something like a 40 to 70 times smaller carbon footprint, with a 65-ish% smaller life cycle cost and much lower raw material inputs as well. Now, we're not sustainability experts in Regenesis, so I'm not going to go into this in too much detail. We partnered with a consultancy called Rambo. The report is on the website. You can read it. I don't know, it's a good 90-ish pages long that really goes into those numbers. Finally, we do warranty this solution. So this is just a bit of the commercials. It's called Plume Shield. I work for Americans, so everything kind of has to sound like a Marvel movie. So they've settled on Plume Shield. What Plume Shield is, it's a guarantee. So it guarantees that our advanced PFAS remediation system eliminates the environmental risk of PFAS in groundwater. How it's set up is we do guarantee the price when it comes to these barriers. So it's done at a fixed price, and the time and product is really on us. If it takes a bit longer, then that's the risk we take. In terms of how the payment shakes out, we also guarantee the effectiveness. And what we did with the first site that I showed you is we effectively got paid half of the money as the barrier was installed, and the second half of the money got unlocked as soon as the environmental consultant verified that it was working. And then finally, we'll guarantee performance. So we'll provide a guarantee for a minimum of 10 years. It can be longer if you want it to, or you don't need if you don't want the guarantee, you cannot have it at all. So it's an optional extra, but effectively this is us just putting our money where our mouth is, if you like. So, I mean, if you are interested in, PFAS news, I've said the ITRC, but we, as I say, try to pride ourselves on publishing as much third-party information as possible. We have a whole area on our website just dedicated to PFAS resources. We must have over 100 hours of webinars on this, not from Regenesis, from experts from around the world talking about it. Lots of third-party papers on how we design this, so really getting into the details of what goes into the dosing and the design. And also, it's relatively easy to reach out and contact us. So finally, is this concept credible, this idea of enhanced attenuation of PFAS plumes? There's a growing, library of scientific papers that are arguing that it could be. Can it work in practice? So, the basic question, can you get colloidal activated carbon to distribute well in the subsurface to actually create these barriers? Again, third-party papers that outline this. Is the science sound? How Regenesis does the designs? Again, we've somewhat open book this, and there's lots of papers on that. Has that hypothesis been tested? So this is a site where we were looking at a commingled TCE PFAS plume. And then are the results repeatable? Again, lots of different third-party papers outlining where this has worked and where it hasn't. So yeah, that's all from me. 32 minutes, so maybe 8 minutes early.
Questions? Everybody's tired.
Don't blame me.
So thank you very much. Þá bara dagskráin held ég bara komin, eða þessi ekki fleiri spurningar, notum tækifærið, ég er viss að vilja svara spurningum. Annars langar mig að þakka Verkís. Þetta bara frábært, ótrúlegt tækifæri að fá þetta fólk hérna, koma hingað og kynna þetta fyrir okkur. Þannig I want to thank all of you presenters. It has been quite educational. I hope everybody learned a lot, and give an applause to me. Takk fyrir.
Bara líka merkist að við kjallara fyrir að koma og eiga þennan dag með okkur. Virkilega ánægð með þátttökuna og ekki bara það að mæta, heldur líka samtalið. Það er það sem er svo mikilvægt og við höldum því bara áfram og eins og Kristín sagði áðan, hvetjum ykkur til að taka þátt í Haemers og vera með okkur í þessu að vinna saman að þessum málaflokki. And thank you all so much for coming. Again, said this before, invaluable really for us to get this knowledge here and just hear from you firsthand and all your experience. So sincerely, thank you for that, making the time to come past me. Okay.
Má ég spyrja einu? Þegar í byrjun, þá út frá umhverfisstofnun, ekki? Þá í byrjun voru vísa til nokkra gagnrýna sem að þú ætlar að kíkja út á morgun.
Það var leiðbeiningar, já.
Eina leiðbeiningar. Hvað verður svo framtíðar? Hver framtíð? Hvernig sjá þið framtíðina sem stofnun í því að gefa okkur leiðbeiningar sem eru útgefanlegar og lestrarhæfar?
Sko, það í reglugerð mengunarjarðveg frá árinu 14.2020 kemur fram að Umhverfisstofnun á að gefa út leiðbeiningar að lágmarki 5 sem er talið upp. Við erum búin að gefa 2. Ég er að vinna í fleirum. Þetta allt í vinnslu, þetta tekur svolítið tíma þegar ég ein. En það allt saman í vinnslu og þannig að ég sé líka fumi sem rosalega sterkt tól í þessu öllu saman að þetta Umhverfisstofnun með leiðbeiningarskylduna en Haemers kemur sterkt inn með að dreifa leiðbeiningunum og dreifa kunnáttunni og þannig sem við getum öll svona hjálpast að við það. En þessar leiðbeiningar eru að koma, þær eru í vinnslu, bætti búin eftir ára eftir. Þannig að já.
Framtíðin er björt.
Hún Björn, ó já, það alltaf að gerast.
Eins og Kristi sagði að við hugsa okkur með fyrsta viðburðin fyrir Haemers í rauninni bara kannski að kynna af hverju stofna þetta fagfélag og hver sýnin og síðan að fá þá sem að mæta til þess að deila með okkur hvar þið sjáu þetta þörfin og hvað þið myndi vilja sjá að fá út úr fagfélagi. Þannig að þess vegna svo mikilvægt að taka þátt. Því við ætlum okkur ekki vera ein að bara að svona básuna yfir alla aðra. Heldur það þarf að vera þetta samtal og skilja hvaða sem fólki finnst vanta. Einmitt þetta, vanta leiðbeiningar, við þurfum að skilja betur hvað við erum að gera. Þá skulum við ræða það og svona, kannski getum við hjálpast að við að vera smá svona þrýsti á þessar breytingar verði. Ég held að það sé bara jákvætt.
Já.
Ég held að samstarfi sé jákvætt.
Já.
Það rosa mikilvægt og við erum svolítið aftarlega í þessum málum með við mörg lönd. Við erum bara að byrja, en við erum að hoppa á hestinn á reynslu Evrópu. Þau byrjuðu mikið fyrir hlið og það bara rosalega mikilvægt að við hjálpumst að við að sleppa þessum 30 árum sem svona tælandi error og til þess þurfum við öll að hjálpast að. Það gerist ekki neitt og að ég og umhverfisstofnun sitja og skrifa einhverjar leiðbeiningar. Við þurfum öll að hjálpast að við að gera þær aðgengilegar og góðar, nothæfar og sjá til þess að séu nothæfar.
And is there a question maybe? Could someone put on the camera?
They are real.
Yeah, there are people behind there. I can't see any questions from there. No. Einhverjar fleiri spurningar?
Það bara að taka fyrir framtækið.
Já, kalla fyrir komuna.
Takk fyrir. Yeah.